Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our JCPS Virtual Learning Day on jcpsdigitallearning.com. We are so glad to have you today, and we are super excited about our lineup this morning and this afternoon. First up today, we have Karen, and she is visiting us here from Nearpod. So we cannot wait to learn from her this morning. Hey, Karen, how are you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing great. Thanks. Good to be here.
Yes, we are excited about our district license for Nearpod. So all of our teachers and students here in JCPS have that. So if you want, you can go ahead and share your screen and get started.
All right. Let me make sure. All right. Can you see my screen? Did I do that right? Oh, wait, I know what I'm doing. Here we go. There. All right, so I'm excited to talk with everyone this morning about Nearpod. It's going to be a crash course of Nearpod thoughts and ideas in a short amount of time. But if you'd like to join the Nearpod, I'm going to be showing it on my screen, but you can join. There's lots of interactive activities for you to participate in. And the code is right here on the screen, DHMEI. So DHMEI, just go to nearpod.com and enter that in. And you will end up being able to sign in as a student. I'm going to do that as a student as well so that you can see both of my screens easily so you know exactly as a teacher what would be going on. There we go. All right, so the code again is DHMEI. And I'm going to go ahead and get started. Perfect. Thank you so much. That's perfect. So we're excited at Nearpod this month. And I want to start out just getting a sense of who's here with me today. So this first activity is a Collaborate board. And what you can do is type your thoughts right there in the box and post them. One of the things that Nearpod really wants to do for you is be all kinds of tools all in one place. So the Collaborate board is an excellent way to give students an activity as they're entering the classroom. That way, as people settle in, you can start to get answers. But if you're coming into the room, let us know. Who are you? Where are you? What do you teach? And if you have any burning questions for me about Nearpod, be sure to put those in the chat so that, or put those on your sticky note so that I can address them. A couple of things you'll want to notice as you're getting settled. When you are using Nearpod as a student, one of the great things that you can do is access the notes feature, which allows students to save your presentation to either their email or their drive. So all a student has to do is click on the little notes icon, and that gives them the opportunity to save it so that all of the slides that in your presentation become theirs, and they can take notes as they go. So I'm going to save this to my drive. I don't know if it's going to be, but so that's something. Be sure you save your notes if you like. That way you'll have access to this presentation. I'm going to go ahead and move ahead because of short time. But as you are working today, give me a sense of what do you know about Nearpod? This is a poll question. Polls are an easy way, again, to gather some quick formative data. One of the best things about polls is it gives everybody's voice a chance to be heard. I can hide everybody's names so you don't actually, so students as you're presenting don't actually see what's going on. And you may be wondering, hey, wait a minute, do I really want my students to see the teacher view? And the nice thing is you don't even have to log in as a student. That's a possibility, but there is a little switch to student view tab. So I can easily see and display what it looks like if you're a student. Maybe if I've got new users to Nearpod and I want to do some annotation or throw in a quick activity, those two things are very easy to do as well. So it's super flexible. Looks like we've got a couple responses that are brand new to Nearpod. That's awesome. All right, I'm going to move on here. As I said, there are so many things that you could be using when you're creating a lesson, and we know that that is a challenge. So what Nearpod is really trying to do is streamline everything into one platform. So if you need your slides to be interactive, that's in Nearpod. If you need to import a video and want to add questions or discussion prompts, you can do that in Nearpod. Collaboration boards, gamification, our Time to Climb is an awesome way to get kids excited and involved in a game. There are virtual reality simulations, all kinds of formative assessments, from polls and open-ended questions to quizzes. There are tons of standards-aligned lessons. There's the ability to annotate with a whiteboard and the ability for students to create their own. So whatever you're trying to do, you can do it all in Nearpod. And one of the things we're really trying to offer is multiple points of entry. So whether you want to grab a fully baked lesson off the shelf that matches your curriculum and launch that, or want to take an existing lesson and tweak it a little bit to better match or to involve students in the ways you like, or to get assessment data that you need. Or if you just want to start with one quick activity, maybe your exit slip is a quick 2-question quiz or an open-ended question, you can launch just one activity and get students in to do that right away. This slide links to 3 tips for using the Nearpod lesson library, because there is tons of content in there. And this also gives you some tips on how to search the lesson library. And in JCPS, you have the regular Nearpod library, which has over 8,500 activity lessons and videos. But you also have the Digital Literacy and Citizenship collection, which has many lessons targeted specifically to digital citizenship. So that link will take you to the scope and sequence to show you all of the lessons around digital literacy or digital citizenship and literacy. This next slide has a video to explain that searching in the lesson library. As a teacher, when you're presenting, you have the option of having a video play on every student device, and that way you turn off your sound, let students watch it on their own, or on this device only. I'm going to pick this device only and skip ahead since we're limited on time, but it's very easy to play a video in Nearpod and put interactive questions in, make stopping points for discussion. It's an awesome way to engage learners. One way to think about using your Nearpod is start with the activity at the beginning. So maybe the first thing you do is involve students in a Time to Climb to get them excited, tease them about some of the content, see if there are things they do know or big gaps in understanding, or start out with a Draw It, or have them complete a matching pairs. Lots of ways to start with an activity and then keep going. So here are just a few ideas for ways you might integrate Nearpod in your classroom. It's easy with a Draw It slide, which is something you can quickly convert any slide into, to annotate a piece of literature or a primary source document, do a quick poll, use entry and exit slips, whether it's with a Collaborate board, an open-ended question, a way to check for understanding. You can have students create their own Nearpods, which is an excellent way for students to show what they've learned. Share students' responses as they're working. So as you're actually watching students complete their Draw-Its, you can share one of those Draw-Its and have that student articulate for his classmates his thinking around how he solved a problem, or explain to you what he was understanding or maybe misunderstanding. There are over 300 different places to go virtually with our virtual reality. No extra tools needed. You can easily add a virtual reality location into your lesson. Nearpod gives an awesome way to promote equity because every student has a chance to respond. And with our feature that is new this year, which is the ability to go from a live lesson to an individually student-paced lesson, you can slow down and give those students who need more time the time they need so their voices can also be heard. Also, one of the most exciting features of Nearpod is the ability to share your lessons. You can share lessons into the school or through your district administrators into the district library. So as you create content that will be relevant to others who teach your grade level or your subject area, share those lessons, share the Nearpod love so that people aren't reinventing the wheel. And there are, as I mentioned, many, many interesting and relevant lessons available. I picked out this one just because I know so many students are up to their eyeballs in TikTok. I have a college student who is a big TikTok person, and there are lots of downsides and some upsides to TikTok. But this lesson goes through the challenges that are being thrown.
Oh, sorry, Karen. I really like that because that's student engagement, right? It's very important for our students or for the teacher to have activities just like this. So this is a great example.
Yes, absolutely. So I'd love to take a minute and see what ideas you might have. If you've heard some ideas or if this has sparked any ideas. One thing I want to point out with the Collaborate board, when you have students, you can always turn on the option to approve their comments before they're posted. I'm not going to do that because I trust you as adults, but I'll give you just a minute or so to create a slide, type in your ideas. What are some ways that you might use Nearpod or that you have used Nearpod? And if you haven't seen before, you can actually search the picture library as well and add an image for what you're doing. And again, I have student names hidden, but I could show them if you wanted to. I think that's one of the great flexible features of Nearpod. And I can like these posts, so capturing their attention. I love that, getting them engaged. Formative assessment, absolutely. I love the yes. These are great. Feedback from your students, engagement during math, absolutely. Awesome ideas. All right, so I am going to give you the opportunity to try the student paced mode. I've put in 3 slides that I would like you to and I'm just gonna give you a couple seconds, so you probably won't have time to complete them all. But this starts with a Sway, which is a Microsoft feature. It's kind of a cool way to present content, and there is a whole library of Sway activities. And then there is a matching pairs and a draw activity. So I'm gonna turn those on. And this means now that you can move through those lessons. So I'm no longer controlling the pace of the slides, and nothing will happen until I bring us all back together through live. And I'll show you from a student perspective what that's looking like. So you can see here's my student screen. And if you scroll down, the Sways are really cool. They're sort of Morphe content, but I picked one about Italy because Italy is one of my favorite places. So they're just some cool facts about Italy. I'll be quiet for just 30 seconds or so to give you a chance to look through and try the student activities on your own. And if I flip back to my teacher mode, as students are working on their drawing of what the most interesting thing they learned was, I can actually see all of those drawings in real time. So I can tell exactly what's going on. Another feature that is, I think, really powerful is in the student view, and this is something that you'll enable from your dashboard. Students have the ability to turn on or to use Immersive Reader. And this is an integration with Microsoft's Immersive Reader. And this allows students to have slides that are created in Nearpod read to them. So if I enable Immersive Reader here, I can click on the play button to hear it read to me.
What was the most interesting thing you learned about Italy?
But there are a lot of other things I can do, including changing the language. So if you're working with language learners and you would like them to be able to translate it, they can translate it into their language. You can have it zoom in line by line, word by word. There are grammar options. You can identify the nouns and the verbs. You can change the size of the text. So if you're working with students with different needs, the immersive reader feature, I think, offers a lot of flexibility, especially when you think about going into the student-paced mode where you're having students work individually. That adds some ways to differentiate the same content, but make it more appropriate for different students. All right, so several of you have submitted, thank you. And I can share a student's submission. So again, if I wanted to ask this particular student to explain their thinking or to talk out loud, I could have them do that. And I could go through all of them that way. And then with the matching pairs, I can see who's paired them and how many attempts they made in doing them. I can go back and show the pairs if I want to, so you can see what the task is. All right, so I'm going to turn off student-paced mode, which is going to kick you back to the main presentation. Now the student-paced mode is off and I am back in charge of controlling the slides. So again, very flexible way to use a Nearpod lesson to kind of thread all of your teaching from start to end. Start with a whole group activity, get everybody involved, present the content, send students off to work. And in those activities that you could have them do, there are so many different choices, including drag and drop, which is one of our newest lesson features. And there are many existing drag and drops in the platform, as well as your ability to create your own. But I also wanted to share some resources for you. So the first one is our Camp Engage is coming up next week. If you haven't ever gotten to attend a Nearpod Camp Engage, this is a super fun, totally virtual conference. And if you register, you can sign up for different sessions. And even if you're unable to attend, because this goes next Thursday night over the weekend, you will receive a recording. And if you watch the recording within a week after Camp Engage, you will get a certificate showing your participation. But if you participate in real time, there is opportunity for prizes. There even is the closest thing I can equate it to is kind of a poetry slam for a Nearpod slam. And you can submit a quick Flipgrid with your lesson or idea and then be live during Camp Engage presenting your idea. So if you're interested, this links to the registration page, but that's an awesome way to share and hear ideas from people all over the country. There are over 70 different sessions spanning next weekend. Several other resources for you. If you're looking for training resources, we offer webinars just to our district clients, and there are 3 more coming up, one on November 30th and 2 in December. They're hour-long sessions of just tips, tricks, and quick ideas with Nearpod. And again, if you can't attend, sign up and get the recording so you have access to that. My secret on those is to sign up, get the recording, and listen to it on double speed, because I know no one has enough time, so that's a way to zip through it. We do also offer webinars weekly, and this links to our website where you can find the schedule. And there are all kinds of different ones, from very beginning to more advanced, to ones with specific focus, like working with Google Classroom or looking at your data, that kind of thing. Many resources in the teacher resources section of your Nearpod library on the left-hand side. There are quick how-to videos, how to do almost anything you can imagine. The Nearpod blog has new content almost daily, so I highly recommend going there, and it is searchable. So if you're looking for, how to work with language learners or how to work with this particular feature, check out the blog. There are usually excellent articles there. We also have a great YouTube channel, so you can find lots of video resources on YouTube. The Nearpod Facebook community is really active, and a great way to get questions answered immediately by Nearpod people and also just regular users out in the world. And you also can become a Nearpod certified educator. This links to the process, but it's a pretty simple: attend some kind of training and then submit a lesson to us that follows our best practice guide, which you'll find on that Nearpod certified educator link. you have to present your lesson to at least 3 students, but then you can become a Nearpod certified educator. And that opens the door to sneak peeks, previews, and often access to things before other people get access to them. And some sneak peeks at things that are coming soon, either in the beginning of 2022 or for back to school 2022, some exciting things. Time to Climb is getting some new enhancements. And one of the things is the ability to slow it down so you can pause a question. It's going to have more themes, the ability to do more control with the sound. And I think this is going to be really exciting to get kids involved even more in our very popular Time to Climb. Also super excited for updates to the Collaborate board. Now, starting in 2022, the Collaborate board will allow you to organize student responses so you can move them around. And students will also have the ability to reply to each other. So I think that's going to be really exciting to create that interactive aspect of the Collaborate board. And then we're improving the post-session reporting so that you'll actually be able to see a summary view of all the activities in your lesson and the scores. There'll be insights into frequently missed answers or frequently missed questions and the most chosen answers, so you can get a sense of misconceptions. And really, it'll bring to the surface students who are struggling the most, the ones who have missed the most in their activities. And then you'll be able to look at across multiple lessons. So right now, when you go in to look at a report, you can only look at it lesson by lesson. But I think these new features to the reports are really going to be beneficial. And then there is our ever-growing content library, more standards-aligned activities in the drag and drop, more videos, and more partner videos than what is there. So we are always working to increase our content, improve our delivery, and we also really value your input. So if you have suggestions, if you just go to feedback.nearpod.com, we love feedback, and our product team reads every single piece of feedback that comes in. And if you can get your friends to come in and upvote the feedback, often that lifts its visibility even further. So it's feedback.nearpod.com. We love to get your feedback. So with that in mind, I have turned on the last activity in this is, what was the most valuable thing you learned today? And do you still have any more questions today? This is just an open-ended question. And again, I'll switch so you can see what it looks like. Let's see. One cool feature about the interactive or the open-ended question is that students also have the ability to record an audio response. So again, for younger students or students who are learning English, or kids with special needs, you can have them record their answer so that you people aren't tied to typing. So I think that's pretty exciting. And see, good question. Is a learning playlist? Are you referring to the playlists on the JCPS channel? Okay. Yes, and I think there is a Nearpod playlist, right? Or at least Nearpod videos. Okay. Okay, perfect. So there is a Nearpod playlist. And Kathleen is going to send it in the chat, so you'll have that as well. So that is Nearpod in a very, very short period of time. Kind of in summary, some highlights of the things that we talked about today, things you may not have seen before. I think live to student paced is something that's, you saw, very seamless to turn on and off, and in a great way to give you power in threading your lesson through from start to finish in Nearpod, but giving the ability for students to have differentiated, whether it's practice, small group work, individual work. I think that's an exciting thing. also lots of activities in the drag and drop library and in the content library. Don't forget to look at the digital citizenship lessons. I know as students become more and more engaged in digital citizenship in this digital world, that becomes more and more important. So,
yes, very much so. Thank you, Karen. This was a lot of great information, and we will have this recording with the resources that you shared and the information that you shared on our digital learning channel as well. And then I think, yep, it's in the chat, the playlist. So that's something else that everyone can refer to is the Nearpod playlist. And then we'll see you back this afternoon for an elementary session.
yes, thank you all so much.
Thank you so much.
Uh-huh.
All right. If you are just tuning in, welcome. We are glad to have you back on our JCPS Digital Learning channel. And my name is Kathleen Receiver, and I'm one of the digital innovation leaders for JCPS here in IT3. And many of my colleagues are joining in the chat to help support you. So make sure if you are joining us in the chat, you let us know what school you're from, what you're teaching, and engage in the chat with us and tweet out what you've learned today. Next up on our schedule, we have Danny, and he's going to be sharing with us some information about Snowflake Web. And Snowflake is the software that we can use with our ClearTouch panels. If you are one of the lucky schools that received a ClearTouch panel or are receiving one here very soon, you will definitely want to tune in to Danny. And I'll give him a few minutes to get everything set up.
Can you hear me, Kathleen?
Yes, I sure can.
Awesome. And just want to make sure that you can see me on the screen. So I am ready to go when you are.
All right, great. We are ready for you. Thanks for being here today.
Not a problem. So good morning, everybody, and welcome. My name is Danny Brisson. I am the implementation and PD manager that is overseeing the JCPS account currently. What I'd like to do is I'd like to welcome you all to the ClearTouch session. And this is for Snowflake Web, also known as Snow.live. And this is going to be a teacher view intro to the software, because right now what's going to be going on is you're actually going to be getting your individual accounts in the very near future. So we want to give you that heads up. Now, I will give you a little wink, wink, nod, nod. Some of you have already gotten your accounts from schools that have bought panels previous to the rollout that the majority of you are doing. So some of you may already be aware of this, but the vast majority, this should be coming in the very, very near future to you. So a little bit about the Snowflake Web. On your Android side of our ClearTouch panel, you have your Canvas app, which is your whiteboard. This is actually what we call the sister program, and it is web-based. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and leave the Canvas, go to my desktop, and now you're actually going to be seeing your portal or your home screen. And the actual URL is snow.live. When you get to that account or that page, you will sign in with Google. I always want to tell people, don't sign up, just sign in. And because your credentials are Google, when your account is there, you can sign in with your Google and be ready to go. The way this actually is laid out is across the tab on the very top, and I just want to go ahead and draw attention to all this. You're going to see Community, Create, My Lessons, and this is a new feature that has come out in the last few months, is a Canvas or a whiteboard that is web-based, and then Class. When we actually click on any of these, you're going to just navigate to the different aspects of the Snow.live program. When you sign in, you're actually going to be going to your or My Lesson Activities tab. The neat thing is when you're in My Lesson Activities tab, that's where you can edit and do a lot of magic. We like to talk about the community because there are a community of teachers from around the world that are using this application. The beauty of that is if you happen to be a foreign language teacher, you can actually search for things in Spanish, in French, in Chinese, in Russian, things of that nature. So you have a lot of those activities at your disposal. When you're looking for activities, you're actually going to have an opportunity to look through a series of filters across the very top. when you actually look at one thing, because this is an international program, all of these lesson activities can be tagged by age, not by grade level. That's going to be one of the great things. So if you go into the community and you find an activity that you're interested in looking at, and I'm just going to pull up a very simple one, irregular nouns. The neat thing is when we look at the individual activity we're looking at, you're going to notice that there are going to be a few options. Number one, you can play it. Number two, the ellipsis is going to give you a few options so you can see what's going on. And then lastly, you're going to have a gear down here, and that gear is actually going to allow you to edit whatever's on the screen. If you just want to get a simple preview of what might be happening, all you have to do is touch the image, and this will give you information. That information is going to be who actually made it, what country they're in, what's the age group, the language, and the recommended activity type that it is. You're going to be able to see the play, how many people have liked it, how many people have played it. You also can see all of the key information that this particular person has shown or written to share the teachers, as well as standards. Any of these activities can actually be aligned to your state standards and edited. So once we get into this activity and we look at it and we say, you know what, I kind of want to see what it's like, I'm actually going to push play. Now, when I push play, the neat thing is it's going to actually generate a copy of this activity, and it's going to put this activity right into my lesson activities. So this gives me, the teacher, the opportunity to preview and see what somebody else has done. Now, this is pretty much a younger student's activity where you as the teacher can actually double check. It's looking at place the apples in their corresponding basket. So it's cacti, which is cactus, leaves, leaf, loaves, loaf, policeman, and I'm going to put this one wrong and put that one wrong. So it's actually set up to give you on the screen instant feedback for your student on what they got right or wrong. Now, one thing that's great is over here, once I get it right, so I'm going to come here, policeman's there, and here. Once the student gets it completely right, what you're going to notice in the lower right corner is a next button. So the great thing about some of these activities, you can create rounds when your students do these activities, allowing that progress of the learning. So they can be from beginning a little bit harder, a little more difficult. One of the great things is at this point, I'm not going to go through the whole activity. I'm going to hit my menu on the right, and I'm going to go back to my lesson activities tab, which will be right here. I'm going to click it, and it will now bring me in. Once I'm actually in, I'm going to see that I have a brand new activity that got added because this is my copy of the activity right here. So that copy is 100% mine, allowing me to make modifications. So I'm going to hit the close button, and now I can actually hit the gear. Because this is my activity, I don't have to worry about anybody else in the community having access to it. I don't have to worry about any of that. It's going to be my copy. Once I'm actually into my copy, all of the activities have the exact same layout. And this is where you're going to edit. And while you're actually editing, checking, or tweaking, you have a preview window allowing you to actually test your activity from the modifications you've made. And down here is going to be all of your formatting. So one thing I'm actually going to show you is where these lesson activities actually take on a whole new life of themselves. Is this can actually be done right here in a browser using a cursor or a touchscreen device. They can also be done on tablets, phones, regular computers. But I'm going to look at this activity as an example. And if I hit the gear here, that again is going to be my editing the lesson activity info. Now, this again is my edit window. But what I want to point out right up here is this black bar that says lesson activity info. This is a great thing that allows teachers to create extensions of activities, create directions for students, create directions and key objectives for other teachers that might be using this activity. So right here at the very top, I can show this information to the student prior to them actually ever doing it. You can put in all their directions, all of that key information that they should read. You can have links to other resources in the direction so they know what's going on. Then down here, you can actually add different screenshots. But in this section, right in here, this is a really great, we have teachers that, because this is where you can actually embed a YouTube video right into this lesson activity. So you would find that link, and then you could actually start it at preset times and have it stop at preset times. Lastly, over here, this is where you can tell it, play this video before the student actually does the activity. So the power behind this key feature in our lesson activities is, if you're like me, when I was using YouTube in my classroom, some of those videos could have been 10 minutes long, 15 minutes long, but for what I was actually trying to cover at that moment and focus on during that moment, I only needed to go from 2 minutes and 18 seconds to 4 minutes and 32 seconds. By being able to set that up, I'm scrubbing out all the content that is not needed for this activity or the concept. We go down a little bit further in this window, and this is the important piece. This is where I could actually put a age group for this activity, and I'm just going to set one. The subject, and that's going to be like your language arts, math, all of those. The country, and this is a brand new feature that you can actually set it by language. So if I was in the United States, but I was teaching Spanish and I did this activity in Spanish, I could actually choose the native language to be whatever I was teaching. In that instance or example, Spanish. The other thing is I can also add PDFs to this. So when the students are done, they would actually be able to see this information. Then you can also put other web links in here to add information or extend the activity. So I've had them read directions. I have them do the activity. I then turn around and give them extension activities linking to other resources that you're already using. So this activity can go, deeper and deeper. One of the other great things, if I actually go back to my lesson activities, and because this is my activity, if I actually click the ellipsis, that is going to be the 3 dots to the right of the gear. This is where I can actually rename the activity. I can also send this, and you guys will be learning more about it. Your student accounts won't be set up until you guys have had a little bit of time to actually get ready to go with your students. But you can actually save this to the community and share it. You can add it to a playlist, which means you can actually create a playlist that will do this activity. Maybe they'll have a document, a PDF that they'll get more information or resources, and then you can add another. Think of your regular playlist, but this is lesson activities for the students. One of the things I really love as an instructor is the duplicate feature, because sometimes I have students that have accommodations, their 504s or their IEPs. I have the opportunity to make a copy of that and make the accommodations right in a special lesson that will only be shared with those specific students. So this is where the Snowflake web is really starting to take on a whole life of its own. So at this point, that was under my lesson activities. So that was going in and editing after I found an activity and making it mine. The neat thing is if I click on the My Lesson Activities app or tab at the top, I'm actually going to see several options. One of the options is polls, lists, shared lesson activities, liked lesson activities, or groups. The groups is going to become a really big feature because I, using myself as an example in this instance, I could make a group for all 7th grade social studies teachers. And then, or somebody at the district could actually make a group for 7th grade social studies teachers and then add all teachers that have a Snowflake account to it, allowing us to all collaborate, make activities that might have district copyrighted materials, district owned materials, something you don't want out in the general community. But this would then allow me to share it with all like teachers across the district. So instead of me going in and looking at the whole community to start, my first place that I would want to probably look would be in a group. There can be as many groups as you want, and I can be a part of multiple groups if needed. So this way, my first look and my first resource search would be groups to find other assignments and activities that people in the district, people on the curriculum team might have made. So I know the level of rigor and content and quality is up to the par that JCPS is looking for. If you want to not look in the community and you want to start from scratch, we have our Create tab off to the right. And this is where you actually can look at lesson activities, and there are built-in polling that can run right through the Snowflake piece. If I click on the lesson activity, you will see there are 16 templates. Some of these are 100% for practice. And I want to make sure we understand that, because all activities, all 16 can actually be set up as practice, does not mean they have to be pushed out as practice. If I want to do a check for understanding and I want to make sure that they get it and at what level, I can actually click the assessment tab, and this will show me the 8 lesson activity types that have grades or correct answers. The one thing I will point out in practice, and you'll understand why we have the assessment tab, I can actually make a spinner with my student's name on it. So I could actually have that in my program spinning to randomly pick students or using it for vocabulary. But I'm not going to send a spinner out to the students, because the students just are going to spin and it's not going to be beneficial. So if I look at my assessment activities, I can actually make them from scratch. And I'm just going to pick this one as an example. And then as it's loading, you're going to notice the creation window is going to look exactly like the edit window. And that's going to be where we're having our content on the left. And right now it's blank and my preview is blank. So as I start to create content, all I have to do is type in content, and now I can actually put something over here as an example and return. So the content creation window will look exactly the same as it is everywhere else, since I just actually added those 2 pieces of content right there, and you'll be at your full keyboard. Over here again is going to be your preview and your edit window. And then you could actually play it as you do it to see exactly what the students are going to look like on a full screen. So this is where I create from scratch. And then when I'm ready, I can actually just hit my menu here. Now, one big thing about editing activities as well as creating lesson activities. If I have my cursor in here and I actually type in a word, so let's just say I type something in, if I don't click out of that specific tab, then what's going to happen is that's not saved. Once I click out, everything is automatically saved. The other thing I want to talk about is we go to our menu on the side, and I'm going to go to My Lesson Activities just to bring me back to this screen. This is the piece that you guys are going to be looking at. But I want you to notice right here on this screen that because I just did that sample activity, it actually builds it to the front. So as I work on activities, my newest edit or newest find will always appear in the front. But I can actually go ahead and click the ellipsis to delete that activity because I previewed it, I found it wasn't up to par, and I didn't want to take the time to completely rewrite somebody else's, so I can remove it. But once your accounts are set up and we get to go from the district, you can click on the Classes tab in the upper right. Here's where you'll be able to manage students. The first thing you would do is actually create a new class. And I'll show you where our online learning resources are in just a minute. You'll be able to rename the class, and right here you will be able to import your rosters from today from your Google Class rosters. So that's where it's going to have that one-time sync. It's going to pull your rosters down. So we are going to reiterate this when you get the go-ahead and the nod from the district, which we will be letting all your principals know when you can bring your student rosters in. You'll bring your rosters in, and then that'll be here. Once I'm in my class, and that was under my create, if I go to an activity, this is the neat thing. If I come in here and I look at this one as an example, I will be able to take that activity and send it to my rostered students. I will see all of my classes here, and I'm just going to pick on this class as an example, because this was one of the 8 gradable assessments. I actually have the opportunity to put a check mark in it, and it's kind of hard to see right now, but there is a new feature, and this is mastery scoring, where I can set my cut scores of levels of understanding. So where I could actually set it up where my students that don't meet expectations are, students that exceed, and students that meet but are still at some level of risk. And now that I've got that, I'm going to go ahead and hit my arrow over here, hit refresh for 1 second. There we go. And looks like my one screen is actually freezing up. But as my screen actually froze up, and I was running into that earlier, what I want to point out is this is where the Academy is. This is where you can actually get all of your learning resources. It's on demand. Right now, we are making some customized training videos for JCPS, and we will be probably sending them out Tuesday, and then the district will be getting a customized list of all available resources that will be specific for JCPS. But you can go to academy.getcleartouch.com. You can register if you want for a free account, and then you can navigate anything in the meantime that you want to start learning about. You can actually open this course up, and this is our Snowflake web. It's on the very top. Once you're logged in, you can actually click take this course, and everything in our video library is open access. And all of our videos are typically about 2 minutes long, and above every video will be a downloadable PDF step-by-step guide. So these are just some of the resources. I know we're coming up on a few minutes. Just know that there's going to be a lot more training coming. We have just brought on a brand new trainer that is going to be starting to do a lot of video and webinars with you guys on a regular basis. We're going to be doing more videos customized for JCPS, and we are really looking forward to that. So at this point, Kathleen, I'd love to see if there are any questions in the chat for me.
Oops. All right, let's see. We have a lot of middle school teachers here with us today. So thanks to Pam from No Middle, and as well as Janet, also from one of our middle schools, and Stephen Semick. Glad to see you here today. I'm not seeing any questions. I think you did a really good job going through everything. And one thing I did want to mention was the videos that are being made for JCPS. We will make sure all of those are on this YouTube channel, jcpsdigitallearning.com. So that way our teachers can have access to those. So we will be excited to get those up for our teachers, and also excited about more learning opportunities for our friends who have had you as their trainer, but may want some more information later on as well. So
Yep.
what was the web address for the Academy again? That was one question. The web address for the Academy.
It's academy.getcleartouch.com.
Academy.getcleartouch.com. We'll get that in the chat for you all. Here
And just know I'm working on, because we have all those links, I'm actually working on scrubbing them out and providing them with Kathleen and that entire team. So that way it's software that is relevant to everything you guys are doing versus some software that's not relevant to what you guys have. So we are working on getting them all of those links. So we will be adding to that playlist that you guys have.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. So we have that question, and I believe that I'll give them a few minutes to see if someone's thinking, but I think that was it so far.
Yeah, so just know, guys, that, the software, we've been waiting for that final approval, and we're at that hump, and that's why we've been holding off and
Yes.
talking about the Snow.Live in our previous training sessions.
Yes, and that is exciting. It's going up for our board approval, so that will be approved, and we'll get everything turned on after it is approved on that Tuesday. I'm not sure of the date exactly, but it is going up for board approval, and then we will make sure and let all of the STCs in our schools know about that, and that way schools can start utilizing it. So that's excited. You're getting several thank yous in the chat, Danny. So thanks so much for being here with us today.
Thank you guys so much, and have a wonderful rest of the day, and great job out there, guys. Appreciate all that you do for the students.
Thank you so much. As we are waiting for our next presenter, we are going to have, let's see, coming up next at 9 o'clock, we're going to have Screencastify come and share with us all of the new features that they have. And I believe she is signing in right now. So when she gets here, we will get her up and running. But while we are waiting, in case you do not have our schedule, it is in the chat for the JCPS Virtual Learning Goal Day. We are here all day today until 3:30, and we have a packed schedule. You can grab your lunch at any time and learn with us. In between sessions, we have Pear Deck coming up at 11, as well as Smart. They are coming to us to talk about Lumio, and whether you have a Smart panel or a ClearTouch panel, anyone can use that software. So that is exciting too. All right. So we are getting set up for Screencastify, and while we are doing that, while we're getting set up for Screencastify, I'm going to take you over to the hashtag JCPS Dig In, and let's see what we have going on there. Looks like we have several middle schools were tuned in for ClearTouch. They're excited for that training, and we are so excited that you have ClearTouch in your schools. Right up to Russ Hockenberry. That's the first thing that came up on Twitter. Of course. Who do we have in the chat? It looks like we have Pamela here in the chat. She was here visiting for Clear Touch and staying around to learn more about Screencastify. And we are waiting for, let's see, Miss Dukes from Screencastify to join in. As we are waiting, who has their panel already at their school and are excited about using that with your students? Hopefully you get some time today to use that. And if not, you're going to have time to learn about the softwares that you will be using here very soon. We've dropped the schedule in the chat, so you can check out today. These are all day long what you want to learn about today, whether that's Pear Deck or using Equatio, the Google extension, or Read and Write. Also the Google extension. Mark will be here to talk to us from Text Help. And let's see, what else do we have going on here? Nearpod will be here back this afternoon. Smart interactive panels, sparking curiosity with Lumio. Lumio is Smart's software, if you were familiar with Smart Learning Suite or even Smart Notebook. Okay, let's see. We may do some improvising here.
We've had Nearpod, right?
Yep, so we've had Nearpod this morning, and these will all be on demand. Coming back, and just give me 1 second here. Lumio is amazing, very easy to use. Yes, I agree. And for those of you who are on our channel now, you probably noticed this, but just in case you did not, we have a bunch of different playlists that you can use. Our internet is working hard this morning. All right. Here we go. All right, so our playlist right here. If you click on the playlist, we have all of our core digital tools. You'll be able to find them. And let's see. So we have Vex Robotics. If you are with an STC using ITAM, there's a playlist for you there. Here's the ClearTouch playlist that Danny was talking about. And there will be even more added there very, very soon. But if I scroll down, let's see, to the bottom, someday I hope one of the things that would be nice, they aren't in alphabetical order, but the most recent ones, here we go, right here. So we have this support playlist of Screencastify videos. Some of them are longer. There are some trainings that we've done in the past, but then you also see on here really quick tech tips. So maybe a 5-minute video or a 7-minute video. And one of my favorite things to do is to listen to these somewhat like a podcast. If I want to learn more about something, I can listen to them while I'm in the car. And that is a great thing to do to pass some time away with the traffic. All right, so it is right on 9 o'clock here. And I'm gonna go ahead and get started with some Screencastify training. And if our presenter shows up, that will be great. If not, we'll have one here for you. So give me a second here.
Riverside FM is the easiest way to produce a high quality podcast anywhere, remotely, very simple, one touch, one link, studio quality interview. It's basically a studio inside your browser. It's incomparable. Go to www.riverside.fm and sign up, and the first hour is on me.
Hi, I'm Stephen Durham with the JCPS Digital Innovation Team, and today's tip is about how to use Screencastify, how to add videos from your phone, and how to make sure it's the best experience for your students. So what you want to do if you're adding a video from your phone is make sure you have the Google Drive app on your phone and you're signed into your Google Drive. And then once you open that, you will see that it has folders, just like you might see when you open your Google Drive. I'm going to go to my Screencastify folder that I have in my Google Drive. All right, and I was in my screen. So I'm going to go to Screencastify. Now I'm looking for the little Google Plus icon right there. I'm going to click that, and in my Screencastify folder, I'm going to select Use Camera is one of the options I have. And then we have Photo and Video. So I'm going to choose Video. And I'm going to take a video over here of a device that's not recording on Screencastify. And I'm going to come right here to, we are on Screencastify. And we want to go to our settings. And these are the advanced settings. And you probably want to leave these alone. But if for some reason your students are saying that your video is small or doesn't take up much of the screen, it could be that you are limiting the resolution. So what you want to do is you actually want to go in, auto stop, you can change that advanced feature. It makes it if it auto stops after recording for 2, 5, or 10 minutes. You're free to change that one. I would leave frame rate on 30 frames per second. Resize tab I would not necessarily mess with, but one you might want to adjust if your students are seeing your videos aren't showing up big on their screen for them, is click on this and then just turn it off. And this doesn't limit the resolution, and it might change your resize. I've had a couple teachers that had that issue, their videos were small, and turning off that limit resolution helped fix that problem. Now, I am using my phone in the, how you normally hold a phone. It's vertical. I'm not in landscape mode right now. So now I'm going to switch. All right, now this is an example of how you can record in landscape mode or holding my phone horizontally. And I want you to see how the two videos show up when they are added to my Screencastify video. So now let's go to Screencastify. We're going to go to the burger. We're going to pull up my recordings, and we're going to find the Screencastify tip 1 that I'm working on, and we're going to open it in Editor. And then we are going to add the videos that I took using my phone. So we're ready to make some magic with Editor. I have my video ready to go, and I'm going to get to the end of the clip. And I am going to click plus to add a clip. It's going to ask me where I want to add from, upload. So if it's on your computer, you can upload it, but I saved it. We did that trick to save it in the drive. And then I'm going to go to my Screencastify videos or Screencastify folder. And I am going to look, please pull up a preview. So these are the two. I know right here because they had the number before them. If we waited a bit, we'd get a preview, but I'm going to upload this one. This is the vertical one I did first, so I'm going to select it. And it's going to process that video and add it. Then after it, I'm going to add another clip from my drive, from my Screencastify folder that I added from my phone. And I'm going to do the second one, and this, I'm highlighting it, select, and this is the horizontal video. It's going to add on. And so that, and then we'll get to see how both of those views look when you're able to view them. So today we learned how to use our phone to record video and add it to a Screencastify video. We learned that horizontal mode is the best way to get a picture that fills the screen. And then we also learned what to do if your students are reporting that your videos are playing small on their screen. And how to add those clips that we take on our phone to our video, our Screencastify video in the Screencastify editor. So we covered a lot in a short time. So if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. Also, if you're looking for other tech tips, go to the JCPS Digital Learning channel, click on playlist, and look for tech tips. And hopefully you'll find something there that can help you out. Well, thank you, everyone. Take care. Let me know if you need any support.
All right, so that was a quick tech tip that Stephen Durham, one of the digital innovation leaders for Zone 3, did for us on how to use Screencastify. And as you saw, that was a really short introduction, but those are nice to, if you are in a hurry or don't have a lot of time to watch the videos, you can check those out and listen to them very easily. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to sign in, let's see, to Screencastify, and we are using a different Chrome browser. So give me just a moment. Our trainer, I'm not sure, hopefully she's all right. She confirmed yesterday, but she's not here this morning, so maybe the wrong time zone, I'm not sure. Let's see, let me get logged in real quick. Okay. It's thinking about it. Let's see. All right. Yeah, I am. I'm trying. All right. The internet is just spinning on me, so that's part of the problem here. All right. So Screencastify is a great tool that you can use, especially when you are wanting your students to learn something that may not take very long, but they can, it would take a while for you to teach it in the classroom. They can have like a flipped learning experience. So with that, what you can do is create a video and upload that video to your Google Classroom. So let's say, for example, you are in your guided reading, like workstations. You can have a video for them on how to do something, you teaching them, and then they can apply it with whatever the activity is that you would like for them to do that day. That is one example of how Screencastify would work. And right now the extension's not on here, so that is where I am. It does. It saves in a little folder in your drive. So that's the great part about it, is that, let's see here. As you can see, even here we go. Even your JCPS Digital Learning team, we have tech problems too, and we just work through them. It's all right. The internet's not our friend today. That is okay. All right. There we go.
So I've got my essay written, and I've been working on it for about a week. So now I'm going to show you how I use Grammarly to edit. Okay, so here's my essay. And I'm going to click through Grammarly suggestions in the right
Hi,
panel.
friends. I thought I would help and fill in
Your
with a little
sentence may
bit
be
of
unclear or
Screencastify
hard to follow.
font, Kathleen.
Consider rephrasing. That's true. This is much better. I didn't know my writing contained so many run-on sentences until I started using Grammarly. Okay, this paragraph may be too long. Consider starting a new one here. It is too long.
So I've got my
And that is the perfect spot to break it up. Let's add a comma here. Affect and effect always get me. Okay, so now we're done editing, and now it's time to check for plagiarism. And looks like I forgot to add a citation.
So, how teacher would use Screencastify? They can record videos or lessons to share with students. So as students are getting assigned the different assignments, they may see videos. Another way is this can be a way how teachers will share feedback for student work. And then the last way is family communication. So teachers will communicate with you through the Screencastify video.
So how videos are shared. Teachers might get the videos to your students in a couple different ways. One, it might be posted in Google Classroom. So your student would be signed into their Google account, go to Google Classroom, and it will be posted in their Google Classroom to watch the video. If you're having difficulty getting them signed into their Google Classroom, there are helpful videos on how to do that posted here as well. It might be linked to an assignment. They might go to an assignment in their Google Classroom or whatever way they receive their assignments, and they might click on that link and it will take them to the Screencastify video. And then it might just be shared or sent out in a different way. Sometimes if a teacher is helping you, they might even text you perhaps a video, the Screencastify video. So it can be sent out in lots of different ways, and you just click on the link and you'll be able to see that video.
So how to use this video tool, we will talk about once you receive a video or once your students receive a video, how do you use that video tool? So we are going to talk about the play and pause button, the volume and mute, and also how to rewind, fast forward, and how to make your video larger and full screen.
So first up, how to play and pause the videos. And I know a lot of this will be familiar if you've used Netflix or Hulu or many of those streaming devices, but every technology tool has its own little tricks. Right here, we show you in the bottom left corner is the play icon, and it's kind of an overlay. So if you don't see it show up on the video and you're on a computer, maybe take the mouse and hover it down by the bottom and it should pop up. And you will click on that, the little triangle, and that will play the video. Now, while the video is playing, that icon will turn into a pause button, which will look like two white lines going up and down. And so if you want to pause the video at any time, you can just click on that and pause, and then resume play when you can pay attention to the video again.
So the next one is how to adjust the volume and mute. So the first icon is click here to adjust volume. You can click on that button to adjust your volume. And then at the very top, we'll slide left for quieter or slide right for louder. So if you need to turn up the video or turn down the video, you can use that slider to adjust your volume. The last icon is click to unmute. So if you start playing the video and you cannot hear the sound, you may want to check to make sure that that video is not muted, and you can click that button to unmute that video. If you see that line through that video, which is pointed right here, that means that that video is muted.
All right, so we had a little confusion on time zones, so I apologize for that. We are, she had down Central Time, so no big deal. That's fine. We can go ahead and, if you would like, you can unmute and talk to us. No big deal. As soon as she gets, I think she had Central. There we are. Hi.
Hey there.
How are you?
Sorry to be. I am doing well. How are you all?
We're good. We're good. No worries at all. It happens. I didn't even think, I don't think I put Eastern on there. So I'm sorry about that.
No, no worries. I defaulted Central, and that is completely on me. But I am excited to talk a little bit about Screencastify and give us maybe about 15 minutes. I know we're a little bit late here,
That's
so
all
I'll
right.
make sure
Yeah,
that
that'd be great. We can't wait to learn from you. Yes.
minutes. Awesome. So I'm hoping that I can share my screen here, and looks like I can. So hopefully everybody is seeing my screen.
Yes, we can see it.
Awesome. All right. So you all probably know that Screencastify is an awesome way to be able to create videos for kiddos. And I am really excited to talk about how you might be able to do that, and to also talk about some of the new features that we have that I think are going to be game changing for Jefferson County. I know that some of you guys have already used them, but if you haven't had an opportunity to use them, then whoa, I think that you are going to be impressed. So I'm going to start with our Chrome extension, which you guys probably know a little bit about. But if you don't know about our Chrome extension, welcome. Here it is. And it is a very, very easy way for you all to create videos. Once you download it, it'll be to the right of your address bar, always there hanging out. And you'll be able to make videos that include your microphone and your webcam. And you'll even be able to use what we call our drawing tools to emphasize information. So during a recording, all you'll need to do is to first say what you want to record, decide how you want to record it. So do you want your microphone and your webcam? And then I personally love the drawing options. So I always like to make sure that those are enabled. And then we go ahead and press record. From there, you'll notice here's my webcam hanging out over here, taking a little bit longer to load because I'm using it in 2 places. But here are also my drawing tools where I can start to really do things to push student learning. For example, I've got this pen tool that allows me to be able to draw things on screen, or maybe to be able to circle things. And my math teachers absolutely love it because it turns everything into a digital whiteboard. So I can say, okay, I'm going to solve a problem right on a Google slide or right on a Google Doc, whatever you might want to do. You also got some other cool things that you can do, including like adding stickers if you're giving feedback to students, or maybe even going and creating a rectangle around things that you want to emphasize on screen. Once you've got a really, really good recording, you can go ahead and end that recording, and a few cool things happen without you needing to do anything. First of all, you'll notice this progress bar shows that your video is saving to Google Drive. So it's going to be right there in your JCPS Google Drive without you needing to worry about where that video might actually live. And then once that video is actually saved to Google Drive, you can do some even more cool things over in the Screencastify editor. And I want to show you just a couple of tools before we get back to some of the new stuff that's awesome. So if we go over to the editor, this is where you can kind of like make your video more effective, make it more engaging, and really, really, really make it awesome for students. One thing that I want to show off is that you can add some text to your video, which allows you to present information in multiple modalities. So you're saying it vocally, and you're also saying it on screen so that students can read it. So for example, I might put here that Screencastify is a Chrome extension so that whoever watches this video knows that they'll be able to find us in the Chrome Web Store. I can move that piece of text anywhere around that I want. I'm going to put it over here. And then I'm also going to make it bold because it's really, really important that my students know this particular thing. And if I think it's really important, I also can increase the size of that text. So you've got some cool things that you can do in that vein. I also want to show off one more thing that you can do. Notice over here, we're talking about 2 plus 2, and I really, really, really want students to see and understand that. But it's a small part of the screen. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here. I'm going to zoom in, and then I'm going to move that zoom box over there and then select done. What you'll notice is that we'll go from this effect over here where you're seeing the whole entirety of the screen all the way to zooming in so that students actually see exactly what's happening. There are some other tools down here as well, including a blur tool to get rid of some sensitive information. You've got a crop tool to be able to crop different things out. And once you've created a really cool edited video, you can export that video over to Screencastify. Let's call this one JCPS Gold Day, and then save it. That video will process, and even before it's done processing, you can copy the link and send it over to students. I love that feature because sometimes you might be creating videos during lunch, and then all of a sudden the bell rings and kids start to come in, and you need that video link. So you have it even while it continues to process. Once it's done processing, you'll be able to open that video over in Screencastify, where you can do some real awesome things. First off, I'm really excited to introduce interactive questions to you all. Like I said, some of you guys have probably already used this feature, but it's one of our newest, and I think one of the most impactful things you can do at Screencastify. When you send instructional videos over to students, you probably are wondering, do they actually understand the content? Like, I just taught them about the Pythagorean theorem. Can they do that? Or I just taught them about how to create a perfect thesis statement. Can they write their own? That's where interactive questions come in. You click this button, and then you're taken to a screen where you'll be able to add questions to specific timestamps within your video. So for example, for me, I've created an instructional video that's all around how to use Screencastify. So what I might want to do is I might want to wait until about the 7-second mark when I just talked about the pen tool. And now I'm going to add a question. I'm going to say, what colors can you use for the pen tool in Screencastify? And presumably, I just covered this. So I can say, is it yellow? Is it red? Is it purple? Or is it all of the above? And by golly, all of the above is actually the correct answer. So I'm going to select that and then say save. I can add as many questions as I'd like throughout the video. So for example, maybe a little bit later, I start to talk about the zoom tool. So I add a question here that says you can zoom with Screencastify. And maybe this one is going to be true or false. And I'll add those in as the answer choices. So true is my correct answer, and boom, we are good to go. Over here in the list view, you'll be able to see all of the questions that you've added to the Screencastify video, exactly what timestamp they're going to appear at, and you'll have the opportunity to be able to edit them as well. When you're ready to share those videos out with your students, or even your colleagues or parents, if that's who you might share the video with, you can share it easily by going to this Share tab, which will allow you to copy the link to the video or share it to Google Classroom. But if you go back to the video management page, you'll notice that you have even more options. One of my favorites is generating the QR code that you can have students either scan or maybe even print out and send home for them to be able to see it there. And when they scan that QR code or when they go to that link, they're going to be served with the questions that you just added. And let me show you exactly what that looks like, because that's really cool. So now we're on the Screencastify watch page, which is where your students will watch your videos. You'll notice that there are all these little tickers throughout the video, and those signify the questions that you've added. In fact, as a student, if I come in and watch the video and I try to skip past the ticker or the question that you've added, I'll get that nasty message that says that I can't skip ahead. Instead, what students will do is they'll watch your video. And then once they get to the specific timestamp in which you've added a question, that question will pop up and they'll be prompted to answer it. And here it is. Here's my questions. What color can you use for the pen tool in Screencastify? We know that the answer is all of the above, so I'm going to select that one and then go ahead and submit it. I've got it submitted, so I'm good to go. From the teacher view, if I go on back to my video management page and select interactive questions, I'll be able to see all of the data from the students who just answered the question. So if I head on over to responses, I'll be able to see Neff at Screencastify. Hey, that's me. Answered this question and scored a 50%. So what I know from that is that she got this question correct and did not answer this question. In addition to this all view, that's going to show you every single student who interacted with your video, you'll also be able to see it student by student. So that's how I performed on all of the questions, my specific answer. And then also the question view. So 100% of the people thus far who have answered this question have gotten it correct. Outside of seeing questions, one more thing that I want to show you back on the video management page is that you now also can see the number of viewers, and that actually works independent of questions. So you'll be able to see who viewed your video, even if you didn't add any questions to it. So if we go over to this viewers tab, you'll be able to see who viewed it by email address or anonymously. You get to change that over here in the share settings. You get to see when they most recently viewed the video. So if I came back to this video a week later to be able to see that and really, really digest the information, you as the teacher would know that. And then you also get to see how many times I've viewed the video. So have I viewed it 5 times, maybe because I'm really trying to decipher this information? Or have I viewed it only once, exactly on the day you assigned it, and I never went back to it? So you've got access to really, really cool features that give you an idea of how students are understanding and engaging with the information that you've created. So I know we didn't have a lot of time together, but wanted to give you a quick crash course into Screencastify. If you are looking for a little bit more, I want to take just a minute to kind of showcase some of the resources that you all have available to you on demand. If you go over to Screencastify and you go to Screencastify University, I explicitly want to point out our flash course. It's only about 15 minutes long, and it'll go over everything that we just talked about in depth and give you an opportunity to learn a little bit more about using Screencastify. You'll also notice that we have a Master the Screencast course to go even deeper than that, and even one that is all over using Screencastify Edit if you're looking for an opportunity to become a fantastic editor. I know we maybe have about 30 seconds or so if there are any quick questions that I might be able to answer, but did want to make sure that I gave everybody a place to be able to find some additional information as well.
We were just talking in the chat about how our data in JCPS for Screencastify is really, really high. We have a lot of teachers that are using it, and I think these tips that you shared today are really going to help them leverage that even more. So thank you so much. I don't see any questions. I think you did awesome. You covered a lot, so thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
You're very welcome, and we will be in touch, and I'll make sure we get those. We are always sharing those resources, so thanks. I appreciate it.
No problem at all. Thanks.
All right. If you are just tuning in, we have a few more people jumping in with us now, and if you're just joining us, welcome. My name is Kathleen Receiver, and I'm one of the digital innovation leaders here in JCPS, and many of my colleagues are in the chat today, so make sure you tell us where you're from, what school you're from, what you teach at your school, and we will communicate with you in the chat. And I'm excited about this next session that we have with Dustin. Dustin is one of our friends, and of course you're a friend, but also one of our partners with Sphero. And we are using a lot of Spheros in the district now. If you've been on Twitter on the hashtag, you've probably seen Rebecca Reynolds. She's been co-teaching using Sphero and also the Indy robot. And it was just recently approved, Dustin. So we're really excited about that.
Thanks for the intro. Yes, I am. I'm happy to share a whole lot of information about Sphero. So the biggest news, the bigger news components we have right now. Specifically, you just mentioned we are approved as far as being able to download the app and connect to the robots throughout the district. So that was a fun thing that we learned about yesterday. I guess with that being said, is there, I can point to specific places to download that. I don't know if that's going to get pushed out to the. Okay, very cool. So hopefully that just shows up on your devices, and you guys won't have to download anything.
Yeah, we can have it pushed out, and if not, they can put in a ticket to have it pushed out. And I have our robotics expert in here with me. And what were you going to say, Tim, about that?
So, yes, users can install it if they need to. If they're not going to use it, they don't have to. It won't be
Right.
pushed, right?
Yeah. If users can install it if they need to. So we don't want to push it out district wide if they're not going to use it. So a ticket would be put in at JC. No.
They can just install it themselves.
For right now, they can just install it themselves.
The Play Store.
Yep, or the Chrome Web Store. So awesome.
Perfect. So I can point to some of those places as well. So I'll share my screen here with you guys. Alrighty. So you should be able to see the Sphero webpage here. So a couple places I'll point to right out the gate. I'll share a little bit more information just about Sphero, who we are, what we do, and the students you can support with Sphero. But since we're talking about downloading the apps, I'll just jump there directly right now. So on any given web page, if you go to Sphero.com and you scroll down all the way to the bottom right of any web page, you'll find a whole section called resources. So the resources here that I'm going to specifically point out right now, one of which is called app downloads. So the app downloads is exactly what it sounds like, but it will direct you to downloading the app on whatever device you're using. So specifically Chromebooks, you would go to the Google Play Store. Google is getting rid of or not necessarily using Chrome apps after June of 2022. So we are going to be updating the Google Play and the Android app definitely more frequently than the Chrome app. You can still use both right now, but any device, you just go to this section here on our webpage, and you can download any of the apps on whatever device you're trying to use. So beyond that, I'm going to back up just a little bit, and I'll share a little bit about Sphero. If anybody is completely new to Sphero, you don't know what it is, we're a robotics company that specializes in making round robots, hence the name Sphero. So from there, we a couple of years ago, we started making robots, and we partnered with a company called Disney, and with that, we made all of these Star Wars robots. So we got a claim to fame there, and educators started bringing our robots into the classrooms, and then they turned to us and said, hey, we got these really cool robots. How do we use them in the classroom? And at that point, we didn't have a great solution. So we created our Sphero EDU app, which is what we're pointing to here. The app basically houses all the content and allows you to connect to the robots. So you can kind of think of it as a teachers pay teachers, a little bit of social media without some of the junk. It just offers you the opportunity to go through the app, find lessons, find something that pertains to what you're trying to teach in the classroom. But there are literally thousands of lessons and activities to choose from. So I'll play a short clip of a video here, just educators from around the United States talking about how they're using Sphero in the classroom, and then I'll show you some cool lessons, tips, and activities to do that.
STEM is the big catchword right now because everybody wants to make sure that we are preparing our students for the 21st century learning.
We're seeing kids who are not necessarily prepared.
Critical thinking, collaboration, being able to code Spheros, it actually combines all of those.
Everything we do is in a group, so they're constantly working with their peers and working with that and building those skills to use in their future careers.
I think it's accessibility and it's usability. Kindergarten students all the way up to high school and beyond students can use it.
Sometimes when the kids do the programs, they finish the task, but then they want to go further.
When they are working on a Sphero project and they don't get it to work the way they want it to, well, now they've got buy-in. They have a reason to continue that struggle to figure it out.
And it sort of teaches them a new way of persevering and the rewards they can have for that perseverance. It teaches them skills that are valid today and in the future, and it does it in a way that doesn't feel like classwork.
So if you are looking to dive into Sphero, dive into some specific lessons, how to use the Bolt switcher, which is the most commonly found robots within the schools right now. I'll direct you specifically to a Scope and Sequence. So the Scope and Sequence, and this came out a couple years ago. I can also put some of these resources in the chat, or I can share them out just in the event that you guys want to take a look at these later. But the Scope and Sequence is a list of 3 pages of lessons. They're all free to use. Yeah, as long as you have the robots, you can utilize them. You can jump into these lessons now, even without the robots, in case you want to take a look. But I like to specifically point to lessons that set the foundation, help everyone understand what Sphero is, how to program it, and then you can jump into some other cool lessons and activities that pertain to engineering design challenges, building, coding, making, kind of combining everything together. So one of those lessons is called Blocks 1. So Blocks 1, I'm just clicking into it from the Scope and Sequence here. This is a series of lessons. So there's Blocks 1 through Blocks 4, and these are all lessons that students were able to utilize on their own at home this past year. So some school districts around the country had the opportunity to do lending programs with their students where they would check out robots. Students would take the robots home, and then they would work through some of this content. The reason they were able to work through the content, in my opinion, is because of the intuitive videos that are included in some of the lessons here. It's basically step-by-step instructions with very little instruction needed. Everything that you would need is even down to troubleshooting lives within these videos. So I'll just show you a glimpse into what this one looks like. But Blocks 1 is something I recommend for everyone, whether or not you're using this at home, if you're using it in the classroom, you're a teacher, you're a student, everybody that's new to Sphero, anybody that's never used a robot before. This is the lesson that I'd be pointing to. Again, I'll just play a short glimpse into this just so you can check out what it looks like. But it's again very step by step and everything you would need.
Create a program to make Sphero roll in a square. You can try this on your own without the video or follow along here for a step-by-step guide. A square is a regular polygon where all sides are the same length and all internal angles are equal to 90 degrees. So this is an easy shape to start with. To start, click the Program Canvas button in the upper right to link a new program to this activity. Name it Square. Choose the Blocks program type and select the robot you are using. Before you get started, it's helpful to know you can long press any block on mobile or right-click on a Chromebook, Mac, or Windows computer to get a hint of what it does and what units it's measured in. Some blocks have a Learn More button that links to our programming wiki where you can find out how the JavaScript code works. Feel free to explore the various blocks to get a sense for what's available. For your square, you will start here in the Movements category. Movements is where you will find the blocks that control Sphero's motors and different ways to move. For the square, you will start with a roll block. Add one roll block to the canvas for the first side of the square by dragging it below the start block and making sure that it links together. The roll block has 3
So I won't make you sit through the rest of this video right now, but this is just, again, a glimpse into what some of the content actually looks like once you dive into these lessons. So this is just an example of a basic coding lesson and just an understanding for Sphero in general. The other lessons that I love to point to, again, revolve around the idea of making and engineering design. So my personal favorite lesson that we have is called Hydro Hypothesis. So this lesson is all about creating a flotation device out of maker materials. So you're talking about popsicle sticks, pipe cleaners, bubble wrap, tape, and you want to get the flotation device to float. Step 2 is to actually program the robot using some of the skills you've learned in Blocks 1 to make the flotation device move. So again, we like to clip in these short little videos. This is about a 15-second video here.
Sphero has a problem. He needs to get these pennies from here to there. Can you design a watercraft that Sphero can use to carry a pile of pennies across the water?
So I love this lesson. The idea of actually getting electronics wet is something that students typically aren't used to. The only robot that we recommend doing this with is our Bolt robot. So the Bolt robots are completely waterproof. There's nothing that actually plugs into them. They are charged with a little cradle. They charge just like some of the cell phones charge these days, where you can put the cell phone on a charging pad and it just charges inductively. So the same technology actually sits within our robots, where nothing has to plug in, and that actually allows them to be fully encapsulated and offers them the opportunity to do things like this lesson here, where they can be submerged in water, they float, and you can incorporate them, in a cool lesson like this. Again, I mentioned step 1 of this lesson was all about, creating the flotation device. Step 2 is powering that flotation device with the robot. You'll notice that the robots are very smooth. They don't get a whole lot of traction in the water. So the third component is creating a little bit of a water wheel out of the robot. So you can start to add on rubber bands around the robot and creating a little bit more traction so the flotation device can move a little bit more quickly through that water. But the last component, the students are completely vested in the project. They are, they're enthralled with the idea that you can put the electronics in the water, but they've built out their flotation devices. So now this is where you can start to see how much weight the flotation device will ultimately carry. So you can start to throw on pennies, just as in this image here on the right-hand side. You can throw on the pennies, pull out a sliding scale, figure out the total mass that each individual flotation device will carry, all the while getting powered across the pool there. So, at the end of the day, you'll have students where they'll find out the critical failure or the total mass before they have the critical failure and their flotation device begins to sink. But again, just a super fun lesson, something that's fairly easy to implement, just getting a tub of water, baby pools. We've seen a lot of those, but again, just a cool lesson to jump into. One of my other favorites is called, it's a bridge building challenge. So this challenge or this lesson, again, involves a little bit of making, a little bit of the engineering design. But the idea behind this one is you want to build a bridge. The bridge could be connecting stacks of books. It could be desks. You're just connecting something that the bridge will connect. But ultimately, you're pulling out the popsicle sticks. Again, a lot of times we see straws or popsicle sticks to build these out. But we talk about the idea of what makes the bridge structurally sound. So we embedded the video here from the Tacoma, Washington bridge collapse from years ago, where the bridge wasn't supported correctly and it broke apart just with some high winds that came through. But we talk about why it's important, why it's important to make a structurally sound bridge, how to build it correctly, and then we talk about the actual building constraints for what the students would need to build a bridge to have the robots cross. So as you can see, without even having to dive too heavily into this video, we talk about the width that they'll need in order to make sure that the robots will cross them. So a lot of times what we'll see is we'll see groups of students working together to build out these bridges. At the end of the day, you'll have somewhere between 6 and 8 bridges in a classroom, but you want to make it so that the students can program their robots to cross all of the bridges. So they're going to connect them all together, and then it'll be one big classroom project where they've coded the robots to cross all of the bridges that the students have created. So again, just another super fun lesson that you're coding, you're building, you're making, and you're doing a little bit of everything together. So the other lessons that you can search for, even just sitting here within the app, you can search for specific lessons. The introduction to Sphero is excellent for just building and scaffolding the understanding for how to connect to the robots. Up here at the top, these are all actually sort functions. So if I'm looking for, we've been doing a lot of science and math lessons that I've been sharing so far, but for art, if you were looking to sort just for lessons that pertain to art, these are what's gonna pop up for me. So if I was looking for art activities and then a specific grade level, I could search those as well. But just for the purposes here today, we'll stick to this one. I love this component or this lesson that deals with creating a Jackson Pollock type painting with the use of painting with the robot. So the idea here is you have put paint splotches down, you want to make sure that the robot is contained. So, a lot of times we'll see hula hoops and pool noodles, but they'll put the robot in the paint, and then they'll program the robot to do, whatever the student wants it to do in order to create their artwork. But again, just a super fun way to be able to use the robots. Something that we want to point out with this one is you do want to use a water-based paint and not oil-based. Water-based paint will wash right off the robots. Again, the robots are waterproof, so it'll just wash right away. So there's no need to worry about getting paint all over the robots. But we see this lesson a lot. I talked with a school that was a part of Chicago Public Schools recently, and they talk about how they do an ice cream social at the end of the year. And they have all the students create their artwork, and they hang the artwork up in the gymnasium. And, before COVID, the parents were coming through the school and they were able to see all the artwork. But just a fun way to show off how they were using the technology. They have the artwork, but just a unique way that they're able to paint. So going back here a little bit, if you are looking for anything outside of what these specific filters are, you can go up to a different filter up here in the top right corner of the screen. So this is where you can start to sort for education standards. There are education standards specific to Kentucky. So we did an alignment recently for 72 of our lessons to the Kentucky standards. So the content is actually aligned to the state. It's just something that we had done on the back end. Most of our content is somehow standard aligned to most standards across the country. So going back and doing the alignments is fairly easy. It's not something that we focused on at the beginning, but is absolutely applicable to what you're trying to teach within the classrooms. I'll show you another unique thing that you can do. There's tags. So if you're looking for a specific content area. So maybe you're talking about, bringing this into a math class and you want to maybe talk about fractions. So I'm going to click on the tag for fractions and decimals, and it should populate a whole list of lessons to choose from here. So again, whatever you're trying to teach, whatever you're teaching in the classroom, there's more likely than not some type of lesson that'll help reinforce some of the concepts that you're already trying to teach. The other ones that I like to talk about, I think this applies really well to high school physics classes. So I can even just do a quick search for physics, and it'll populate a whole series of lessons. One of my favorite things to do is to show off how some of our Sphero heroes create these cool lessons. So this lesson was created by a Sphero hero. I believe she lives out of California. But if you click onto her icon here, this will actually show the lessons and programs that she has created specifically. So you can go into any one of these and you can just use a lesson that's already created. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. But if you're trying to maybe talk about cell structure, you can tell that this teacher teaches about both physics and biology. So this is how you would talk about Sphero doing a cell tour. So again, not something you would ever ordinarily think of when you're talking about robotics and coding, but this is just a cool way to be able to apply it to a biology class. The other one that I like to talk about a lot is the use of the robots when talking about the digestive system. Again, not something you would ever ordinarily think of when you are using the robot, but again, just a cool way to help reinforce the concepts here. So the idea behind this lesson is you are on a butcher piece of paper, you've created the diagram for the digestive system and you've labeled the various parts. So at the end, you have to program the robot to travel through the digestive system. So the robot has a speak block function where it can speak back where you can type in any words that you'd like it to say, but eventually you'll have it navigating through, and the robot will be speaking back the various parts of the digestive system as it travels through. So again, just a fun way to be able to use the robot. So again, there's all kinds of content, all kinds of lessons that you can do with the bolts, but I'm going to transition here to our Indy. So Indy Indy is another robot that we offer. The idea behind Indy is it's built for some of our younger kiddos. So the Indy is actually, let's go to Indy here real quick. It's brand new. We just launched it here in September, and honestly, I think it's going to be one of our most popular products that we have going forward. I think it's incredibly beneficial for some of the younger kiddos. We created it with the idea that there's a color sensor that sits right on the bottom. The color sensor the robot's a screen-free. It doesn't need a device in order to be able to be programmed. The idea is that the robot passes over various color tiles, and the students can tell the robot what to do just with the use of the color tiles. So I'm trying to find my video. We've done a lot of updates to our website recently, and I can't find the page that I'm looking for. Let's see here.
While you're looking for it, we love Indy. We have one here, and we are co-teaching with it. We have 9 here. Awesome. And we are co-teaching a lot with them. And so if you are joining us now while he was looking for the video, such a great tool for our younger kids. Did you find it?
Yep.
This is Indy, Sphero's robot just for early learners that brings imaginative, play-based learning to the classroom. No screens required. Students program Indy with color using screenless color tiles to give commands and navigate Indy through mazes they create. Once they've mastered screenless programming, students can level up with basic block coding in the Sphero EDU Junior app and reprogram the way Indy responds to each color. Indy gives young learners a head start on practicing valuable computational thinking skills by getting them hands-on with the process of problem solving using decomposition, pattern recognition, abstraction, and algorithms. The Indy Class Pack comes with everything you need to get your entire class learning and collaborating with both self-guided activities and standards-aligned lesson plans that allow you to...
So while it's talking about the standards-aligned lesson plans, those have also been aligned to Kentucky standards.
Seamlessly integrate STEAM and computational thinking into curriculum you're already teaching, like colors and directions, measurement, sequencing, storytelling, and much more. Speed into STEAM with Indy. Go to Sphero.com to learn more.
So Indy's the favorite robot that we have at my house right now. We have a whole slew of robots, right? But my kiddos are in 1st grade and 2nd grade. So Indy is by far the most popular robot around my house right now. The fun part about being able to work for Sphero and for my kiddos is the fact that we can, do some testing with some of the robots that we're producing before they actually hit the market. So this is my son Landon, and this was this past winter. But that's the initial testing that we were doing with the robots when we were first producing them. My son last year was in 1st grade, so I kind of just threw him the stack of cards. I threw him the robot, and I said, "Here you go." And this is essentially what he came up with. I just told him the information about the color tiles and how they'll make the robot move. Something that to notice in this video is that the paper tiles were initially something that were going to come with the class kits. However, they are silicone tiles that you can wash off and you don't need to tape to the ground. But this, again, is Landon, and this is the chaos of my house on a typical Sunday night.
As soon as you see that, okay, ready? Can you...
So very exciting. We love it. Having a real good time with it. I guess a couple things that we want to point out specifically to Indy. There are a whole slew of resources that we have available. You can check out download a sample of the curriculum guide, and then we also have challenge cards that you can download. So the challenge cards and the curriculum guide come with some of our class packs. The cool thing about the challenge cards is it gives students the initial idea as to how it's going to work. So the challenge cards, the idea is it will tell you specifically what color that you're going to want to put on the ground. And then it'll tell you to substitute a secondary card at the end. So it'll tell you to throw a red card down, a purple card, a yellow, and a green. And then it'll progress through, having the students ultimately create something like what my son Landon had done. But this is just a great beginner step for having the students gain the understanding that they're telling the robot what to do with the cards, and each card represents a different action. So there's 8 different colors. There are 4 turns. There's a green, a yellow, and a red. And they represent the same actions as a stoplight. So green is go, yellow is slow down, red is stop. If it hits another green, I'm going to throw it back to Nintendo with Mario Kart. If you hit another green, it's going to be a boost. If you hit a yellow, again, along the lines of the Mario Kart, you hit a banana. So again, just the ways that I connect to the robots, showing my age. So the other thing that I want to point out is we actually just won an award we were recognized by Time magazine for being one of the best inventions of 2021. So Indy is recognized, and this just came out 2 days ago. So Time magazine comes out with the best inventions every year, and Indy was recognized specifically by Time as being one of those inventions this year. So just again,
exciting! We are so excited about that.
It is. We were thrilled to be recognized for this. I mean, we always knew it was amazing, but just being able to be recognized by Time was a super big feather in our cap, I guess.
100%. That's great.
So looks like we have 2 minutes left. I'm happy to answer, any questions if they come up. But if there's anything that comes up after today, you can definitely feel free to reach out to me. It's up to you guys as far as any questions you have.
Lesson ideas. So Brian Franklin, sorry, I was looking in the chat. I was reading out loud. Brian Franklin in the chat, he was just saying that, thanks, Brian, for being here. He's one of our assistive technology friends with ECE, and he said that there are just lesson ideas that he could never dream up. He loved the art project idea. Yes, Brian, you can come out with Rebecca or myself anytime. We love teaching about Indy. Where can you buy these? That's a great question.
You can buy them from me.
You can buy them from Dustin. And actually, for our friends that are watching, if you talk to your STC in your building, they should be able to show you something called the knowledge base. And on the knowledge base, you can search for information such as this to get the purchasing information and how to use it. So, we're going to get that. If that's not added, it may not be because we just got it approved. But Rebecca will make sure that we look into that and get that all added to the knowledge base. So go to your STCs and ask them about that, and they can get you some information. Or you can always email Rebecca Reynolds or find her on Twitter. Let's see, anything else? So Rebecca knew the answer. Rebecca asked that question. She knew the answer, but she just wanted everyone to hear that. So thanks, Dustin. Heather says, you rock. You're awesome. We really appreciate you and all the work that you're doing with us. So this was great. So thanks so much.
Cool. Happy to be here. Thank you.
And also, will you, if you will, send me those resources, and then when we get these videos sliced up, we will add those to the bottom on our YouTube channel, and that'd be great. Cool. Okay.
Perfect. Sounds
all
good.
Right.
Will do.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
All right. If you're just now tuning in to our YouTube channel, jcpsdigitallearning.com, we are so excited to have you today, and I am super excited for this next session we have. One of my favorite tools, and I have here, I'm scrolling down, I have Mark here with us, and he's going to be, what was her name? Tanae?
Sure, it's Tina Shea Blanchett.
Thank you. Tina Shea is new. I haven't met Tina Shea, but I do know Mark, and he works for Text Help, and he's going to be talking with us today, right now, about Equatio, and then later on this afternoon, a little bit of Read and Write, my favorite. So welcome, Mark. Thanks for being here.
Cool. Hey, thank you, Kathleen. I'm really grateful to be here. Hey, one quick thing. I just sent you an email and a text. Tina Shea was not able to log into the Google Hangout yet, and I'm not sure if you need to give her presenter access. But if you could do that, that would be amazing. While we're waiting for Tina Shea to join us, I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
And then I'll have that up.
And is it just T dot her last name like yours, Mark? Is that her email? Is that right?
That is exactly right. Yep.
Got it.
And Kathleen, are you able to see my screen?
Yes. We can see your screen.
All right, perfect. I'm going to text Tina Shea real quick just to let her know that you're sending that.
Blanchett. Okay. Sorry about that.
Hey, don't worry about it.
There you go. Okay, so Rebecca is getting her added for us right now.
Sweet.
I do have a lot of text messages. Sorry, I haven't been looking at that.
Hey, I know exactly. We were doing a virtual event yesterday, and I know exactly what it's like to be in your shoes. So please don't worry about that, folks. While we're waiting for Tina Shea to join us today, I'm really excited about Equatio and Equatio Math Space, and these are tools that can help you supercharge your math and STEM instruction.
Sorry.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Does that sound better? All right. I can hear that great on mine. So, hey, my name is Mark Callahan. I am the regional director for Text Help. So I'm responsible for supporting Kentucky educators and students, and I'm really grateful for the chance to present to you today. I am Cincinnati based, and COVID has meant that I'm doing a lot of remote training and visits, but we're getting back into traveling, and Kathleen had invited me to your PD event several months ago, so that was great to get out. This is my contact information. I am the person responsible for supporting your Read and Write and Equatio district license, which provides premium access to both solutions for all Jefferson County students, teachers, administrators, instructional staff, etc. And then Tina Shea Blanchett is she's amazing. She is a former math teacher. She is our professional development specialist who is tasked with training on Equatio. And the session she gave yesterday just kind of blew me away. Every time I get a chance to see Tina Shea present, I learned something new. So I wanted to share her contact information. And then this is the most important link right here at the top. It's the link to today's slides. So if you go to this link, text.help, the / lowercase eq, and then capital JCPS. Thank you, Kathleen. That's going to give you access to a ton of slides. Now, I have skipped most of the slides today because as soon as Tina Shea joins, I want her to dive right into this for you. So most of the slides, when you open this up, they're going to be skipped, but you're going to have access to her resource doc, which is amazing. She's
and I'm here, Mark. I didn't want to interrupt. I just want to let you know that I got it.
Tina Shea. That's awesome. Hey, Tina Shea has done an amazing job on these Get to Know Equatio activities, and she's done them for both elementary, middle, and high. And then we also have, if you do any kind of assessment in Google Forms, we've got a number of templates and videos to go with that. Now, Equatio is a solution that really, now that most districts are one-to-one, it's designed to advance how math and STEM is both taught and learned one-to-one. Okay, we've got many different platforms. Your district is Google-based, so you have access to Equatio for Google to use inside the G Suite. And then today, Tina Shea is going to talk about Equatio Math Space, and this is an amazing resource. Now, your colleague, Jackie, had shared with me some screenshots, and I really think this is important. So she was able to demonstrate how you can use Equasio within both Gale and ThinkCirca. I know those are two of the resources. So these are the Gale resources on top, ThinkCirca on the bottom. Just wanted you to see that so you can realize that there's a lot to do. I'm going to jump out of the demo here. And then let's see, I need to stop sharing my screen. So Tina Shay, you can start sharing yours.
I'm sorry, I turned off my mic, my camera, not my mic. Can you hear me now?
Yep, you're coming through loud and clear. Thanks, Tina Shay.
Okay, so you can see my screen now?
Yes.
All right, well then I will go ahead and get started. So I am actually looking for the chat, and maybe I'm unable to see the chat. Are you able to see the chat, Mark? Okay, so if I ask a chat question, can you just kind of tell me what's happening there? Okay, so I want to get a sense of who is on this webinar right now. So if you can just do a quick chat blast, let me know what grades and subjects you teach. If you're not a teacher, then tell me what your role is and who you support. So I just always like to get that information before I start so that I can customize our session to your needs. I know that we're doing Equasio for elementary. I just wanted to make sure that that's what we have here today. All right, sounds good. So that link that Mark shared with you, I want to highlight this link because everything that I talk about here today is going to be kind of fast paced. We only have about 20 minutes remaining, but I want to make sure that you know where you can go to learn more about Equasio after today's session. So this link, text.help/EQ resources, is your one-stop shop for all things Equasio. Now, you already know me. My name is Tina Shay, and I'm a professional development specialist. So let's talk about Equasio. I want to make sure that everyone understands exactly what Equasio is. Equasio at its core is a really powerful equation editor. Now, as elementary teachers, you may or may not be familiar with what an equation editor is. It's basically a tool that we use to get mathematical and scientific notation into our files and documents. So when you're doing things in elementary courses such as, long division or just multiplication, fractions. These are the kinds of things that don't live on your keyboard. And so you need a tool like Equasio to help to get those types of expressions into your files and documents. Now, what we like to say about Equasio is that we have a 360-degree approach to doing math and science. So when you use a typical equation editor, like the one that's built into Microsoft Word or Google Docs, the focus is usually right here on getting that math notation. And while Equasio does a really great job with this specific functionality, because we have so much more to offer, we can go beyond this and get into the terminology that we want our students to learn, as well as the underlying concepts we want them to deeply understand. Now, today we're going to take a look at Equasio MathSpace. Equasio MathSpace is a really great version of Equasio, particularly for elementary, because again, this really shows us what I just talked about, that 360-degree approach, where we're not just focused on getting mathematical notation, but we'll have lots of additional tools like virtual manipulatives and shapes that we can use to really make this math more understandable and accessible for our students. Another great thing about MathSpace is that it doesn't require you to install anything on your computer. It is a web-based application, so all you have to do is visit the website and you're able to start using those Equasio tools right away. Another great thing about MathSpace is the sharing functionality that is built right in. So what that means is that not only can you create within MathSpace, but you can share what you've created with your students. Your students will be able to work within MathSpace as well and send their completed work to you, and you can grade it, you can give them feedback, and it just creates this really great collaborative and feedback-based paradigm shift for you and your students. So it is demo time. So I'm going to pause for a second and I'm checking in to see if everyone is okay with what Equasio is. Do we understand? Do we have any questions right now? I'm just checking to see if anything's coming in the chat. All right. So here's your link. This is the link to Equatio Math Space. It is equuat.io. So this is the link that you can put in your browser if you'd like to follow along with me. Otherwise, you're welcome to just kind of watch what I'm doing on screen. So equuat.io is the link to Math Space that I am going to visit. So let me go ahead and do that now. And when you visit the MathSpace link, there is a sign-in page. So you want to just sign in with a work account, like your work Google account or your work Microsoft account. Please try not to sign in with a personal Gmail account, because if you sign in with your school account, even if you don't already have an Equatio account, it will go ahead and automatically give you a free 30-day trial of your premium functionality, which I want to demonstrate here today. Once you're all signed in, then you want to click on the little plus sign so that you can create a new space. So you know you're ready to follow along with me when you see the screen that looks like mine, looks like a grid. Now, here in MathSpace, you can see that we have the full screen that we can work with, and we have lots of different tools at the bottom of the screen that we can utilize. Now, what I want you to recognize is that there are different versions of Equatio. So before we start using MathSpace, I'm going to go back to my slides because I want to make sure that you're aware of all of the different ways that Equatio can be used in addition to MathSpace. So although we're talking about MathSpace today, Equatio is available across a total of 5 different platforms. So starting with Equatio for Google. If I have anyone here who has used Equatio, then it's highly likely that this is the version that you've used. Equatio for Google is a Chrome extension that runs on the Chrome browser on any laptop or desktop device. When you're using Equatio for Google, you'll have access to Equatio across Google Drive. That includes Google Docs, Forms, Slides, Sheets, and Drawings. And because you're a Google district, then you definitely want to make sure that you get this installed as well. It is the very first link on your resource doc. So if you don't already have Equatio, then you can go ahead and install it. We also have Equatio for Office 365. So if you're a Microsoft Word Online user, then this is the version of Equatio that you would use. And this also runs through the Chrome extension. So if you have the Equatio Chrome extension, it works both with Google Drive and Office 365. For Microsoft Word users who are using the installed version of Microsoft Word, you'll need Equatio for Desktop. Equatio for Desktop is available for Windows and Mac devices. And then we also have Equatio for LMS. Equatio for LMS integrates with several learning management systems, including Canvas, D2L, Schoology, Blackboard, and Moodle. But let's get back to MathSpace. I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of all of the different places that we can use Equatio. And I'll also make sure I highlight here what tools that we're using in MathSpace that are available across all the different versions of Equatio versus the tools that are unique to MathSpace. So starting with the equation editor, when I click on my Sigma button or the equation editor, it brings up a place where I can compose mathematical notation. And so one of my favorite features within the equation editor is a feature called prediction. And what prediction means is that instead of having to kind of piece together what I need, I can type in what I want and it will show up for me. So for example, lots of elementary teachers teaching area and volume. So if I type in the word area, look at how all these area formulas are automatically popping up for me. So rather than me having to type it, I'm able to just type in the word and then it automatically comes up for me. I can also do this for volume. So if I type in volume, look at all my volume formulas that are coming up. Some other things that you may want. So I'm typing in, let's see. I'm typing in perimeter. That's another one that we tend to do at the elementary level. Speaking of elementary, I want to make sure that you see some items that I know are going to be useful for you, such as addition. Now, when I click on addition, I'm not just talking about a plus sign, right? Look at these templates that are coming up for me. I have a template for 2-digit vertical and 3-digit vertical addition. Look at that. So it's giving me the space to not only type in the problem, but also to carry, right? I can also put in my solution, and we have these templates for all 4 operations. So if I go in here and I type in long division, and it will bring up a template for long division for me. Another favorite of mine is partial products. So if you're ever teaching the area model of multiplication, we even have a template in there for this as well, okay? So the feature that I'm demonstrating for you right now is a feature called prediction. Now, after today's session, I want to invite you to go to page 3 of the resource document. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can pull that up because I want to make sure you know where to go. When I'm showing prediction, a lot of times folks want to know, well, what's in prediction? Like, is there a place where I can see everything in prediction? And the answer is yes. If we go down to page 3 of the resource document, it's under equation editors right here, prediction and speech commands list. So when I click on that link, text.help. Let me see, I can pull up that slide for you. And it's also in the slides that Mark shared with you as well. So they do have this link, okay? But there it is. All right, got it? All right. So I just wanted to show you that after today's session, you'll be able to go back and learn more about what's available in prediction. And it is a lot, okay? So that's one of my favorite features. Let me show you another one of my favorite features. I'm going over to the pencil button. This is handwriting recognition. So handwriting recognition, I believe, is one of the most powerful features of Equatio. It really does help students and teachers to do math in a way that makes the most sense to them. I can't imagine how difficult it would be for an elementary student to have to use a traditional equation editor to try to get notation like this. So I understand how teachers have probably struggled, particularly math teachers, during the pandemic when they had to teach their students remotely. But then the kids really struggle with using an equation editor to get that mathematical notation into those digital files. And so Equatio does a really great job at providing this type of functionality that makes it much more intuitive and natural for kids to do math in a way that makes the most sense to them, but then still have it translated into mathematical notation that can easily be shared on any digital platform. Now, something that you'll notice is that I have a mistake right here and interpreted as 2/0. I have lots of different ways that I can fix that mistake. I have an undo button right here, but you know what? I don't feel like using my undo button because that means I'll have to undo quite a bit of what I've already written. Another option, and this is something for experienced users that you may not have known, that I can just scratch this out. So I'm just going to scribble through it and I can write it again. So that's one of my favorite features. A lot of times folks don't know about this. If you want to erase within handwriting, just scribble through it and you can write it again. But another thing for you to pay attention to is the fact that I have a full equation editor over here. So I could have just gone over here and edited this directly. And this is a feature we call multimodal input, another really powerful Equatio feature. Multimodal input means that although I am writing on the left, I still have access to my full equation editor on the right that I can use to go in here and make whatever changes I want to make. I can also use the functionality of the equation editor in combination with other tools. So I wrote this problem, but I really want the forms of 1 to stand out in this fraction addition problem. So I'm going to use another equation editor feature, color. So I can highlight something in my equation editor and then this little paint bucket becomes available and I will make those forms of 1 red so that they really stand out for my students. And then once I've done that, I can go ahead and click on Insert Math, and it will take what I've done in my equation editor and insert it into my math space. Now, I do want to pause and make sure that you really pay attention to that Insert Math button. This is a super important button that you will see in every version of Equatio. Basically, Insert Math is how you take whatever you've done here and get it into your file. So today we're doing it in MathSpace, but you may do it in Google Drive. You may be looking at a Google Doc. You may be looking at a Word document. Regardless of what version of Equatio you're using, that Insert Math button will always be the one that you use to get things into your file. Next tool I want to show you is speech input. So this one is really cool. Let's just give it a try. Y equals the square root of 17/10 minus 11/5 plus 22 squared. Hey, stop. Please stop that. Don't hit her. Minus 11 sine of 35 degrees, right? So I don't know if you noticed what just happened, but even when I was interrupted and I said something that was not, it's my favorite thing. So I want you to know that it doesn't pick up what you say that's not mathematical. And as elementary teachers, you definitely need to know about this because you will get interrupted, or you'll have a bunch of kids in a classroom together and they're, one kid is trying to use speech input and another kid is talking about something totally unrelated. So it really does its best to kind of distinguish between what you say that's mathematical and what's not. But I said square root and it gave me a 2 here. I didn't want that 2. So I still have access to multimodal input here. So if I need to clean this up afterwards, I can do that as well. Now, I want to make sure that before we run out of time, I demonstrate this tool, Equatio Mobile, because this is a really powerful tool for us to use. So I'm clicking on Equatio Mobile, and let me just tell you how it works. This is something that can be utilized on your smartphones. So you can use it on an iPhone or an Android phone or your tablets. And I know at the elementary level, we probably have lots of tablets, right? Lots of iPads. We also can use this on Android tablets. So the way it works is you're just visiting a link. So the first thing you want to know about mobile is that it's not an app. It doesn't require you to install anything on your device. You're just visiting this URL, or you can scan this QR code, which will take you to the URL. Now I'm going to click through so that you can see how it looks on screen. And I'm going to sign in with Google. The sign-in step is super important. Make sure that you're signing into mobile with the same account that you signed into MathSpace with. That's how the connection is made, okay? Now, we just got a big update with with mobile, where you can now create a new document. Before, it was only connected to documents you already had open. But if you wanted to bookmark the mobile link on your phone, then you could scan something with your phone and then automatically create a new document with this. So this is a pretty exciting update. I'm going to go to active documents since I do have an active MathSpace available right now. So I'm clicking on that, and let's see if it's going to let me use my camera today. Yay, hello. All right, so you may have noticed that we also had handwriting recognition and speech input available on mobile. That's so that you can use the touch screen and the mic on your mobile device. But something that is only on mobile is this, the ability to take a picture of some math. And today I'm doing a single math problem, but you can do this with a page full of math problems as well. This is another big thing that just came with the new update. And that's pretty exciting because it's going to save you a lot of time in having to digitize math that you have offline. So I'm going to crop this down and I'm going to save it as math, and it converts it over to math type for me. And then I insert that into my MathSpace. And there it is. Okay.
This is so awesome.
Thank you. I have to tell you that this is a game changer, because think about all the time that teachers have lost in the past couple of years, having to take all those things that they're accustomed to doing on the chalkboard, on the whiteboard, in the workbook, through the textbook, right? All of those things they've had to recreate online. What would it have meant if they had access to a tool where they could just literally take a picture of it and have it instantaneously converted over to editable math type that they could share with their students in Google Classroom or whatever online tools they're using? So for me, if I have 5 minutes with teachers, I have to make sure that we at least talk about this. Now, go ahead.
We have a question in the chat. So can you take a picture of a whole page, which is, I think, what you just did, right? I think that's what you mean in the chat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, I will say that this feature is still in beta, so it's not like in its final iteration yet. So it may not work as well as you want it to quite yet, but that's the goal. So right now you should be able to scan a page full of problems, but just keep in mind that because it's in beta, that functionality is still being kind of tweaked, right? But that's the end game, is that pretty soon you'll be able to just pull out, a printed worksheet or a page in a textbook or a page in a workbook, and you'll be able to just scan the whole thing. And right now we have the ability to push it to a MathSpace, but what's coming is that you'll also be able to push it to a Google Doc or a PDF. Did I answer your question? Okay, so I know we only have 5 minutes remaining, so I'm going to take 2 more minutes before I know Mark is going to hop on and kind of wrap things up. But I want to make sure that you see this, elementary teachers. So this is the kind of thing that you can do in MathSpace, okay? What I've done here is I've used the smart shapes. So these 4 buttons, the select tool, the freehand drawing, which I use to circle the forms of 1, the shapes, and make sure you take the time to look at the shapes because there are a lot in there. Lots of virtual manipulatives in here for elementary school. We have pattern blocks. We have, we have counting rods, base 10 blocks, tens frames, coins, tangrams. All of your geometric shapes are in here. But what I did is I used the feature called the Smart Shapes, where we have shapes that are customizable. And so I just wanted you to see an example of what's possible with MathSpace. Getting back to that 360-degree approach to doing math, where instead of just focusing on getting this math notation, we have a suite of tools that we can use to create these visuals. And when I create a visual like this is helping my students to understand, but imagine what it means when you have a student who can create a visual like this. Now they're showing that they have that deep conceptual understanding and that they're not just memorizing algorithms. Now, lastly, when you create something like this, of course, you want to know, how do I get it to my students? So I will click on the share button. And for free, you can make a copy for each person. But if you have a license for your students, then you can make a copy for each person and they can respond to you. And here's what it looks like. Now, when I have students working on a MathSpace, I can go in here and I can see what they've done. So here's an example where I did a place value activity, right? And not only have I been able to receive that work from my students, but I could also give them feedback. So in this case, I gave the student a 100. I said, great. And I gave them a Bitmoji sticker. And then I can go to the next student. And it's really quick and easy for you to be able to go through and see what your students have done and give them feedback. Now, I know that was a lot of information in a short amount of time, so I want to remind you that you can go to that resource document, and at the bottom of page 3, everything that I've talked about in detail is covered under Equatio MathSpace. And I want to invite you to make sure you take a look at those MathSpace examples so that you can see what's possible with MathSpace.
This was perfect. Thank you so much. We will definitely add that resource to our YouTube channel when we go and break up the videos. So this is a perfect short explanation of this fabulous tool. And I love how you said that, how you showed us how the students can also create, right? That's what we want. We want the students creating too. I'm looking in the chat. I don't see any questions, just a lot of excitement. And especially from our team, we really are excited to keep pushing this tool out and how we have availability to it district-wide. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Mark, did you want to add anything?
Oh, we can't hear you, Mark.
Sorry about that. I just want to, we are blessed to have Tina Shea as part of Text Help, and she is an amazing resource. So the one thing that I would like everyone to know is that if you have any questions at all, contact information is within the slides that we shared with you today. Please don't hesitate to reach out. This is a district-wide resource. So Equatio for Google Chrome, and then Equatio MathSpace are resources that are available for you to use today and with your students. And the resource doc that Tina Shea has shared with us is very extensive. With that said, we realize that you have a lot on your plate. If there is anything we can do to make it easier for you to understand how to best use Equatio with your students, please don't hesitate to reach out. We truly are here for you. We are your partner in education. And Kathleen, I know we're getting ready to start a second session, but I just wanted to say thank you for inviting us to present today. We really appreciate the opportunity, and we hope that we've provided you with some valuable information that you can take back to the classroom. So thanks so much.
Yes, thank you, 100%. And this is great information. And also remember, to our viewers, the Digital Innovation Team is here. We co-teach every single day. All 10 of us are out co-teaching, and this is another tool that we can use with you and your students and to show you and co-teach with you on a lesson. So keep that in mind when you're signing up for those co-teaches with us, that this Equatio is another tool in MathSpace that we can use. So we are so lucky that we get to have Text Help here again to talk about Equatio and how that can be utilized in the secondary, so our middle school and high schools. How can we use Equatio with those teachers? So I'll let you, Mark, go ahead. Are we going to do the same format as before?
Yep, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen real quick.
Great.
And then Kathleen, I'm going to turn it over to Tina Shea because I really do want her to have as much time with everyone.
Great. I'm
So-
excited to learn from you again, Tina Shea.
So hopefully everybody can see my slides. All right, perfect. So Equasio is a digital math editor, and we're going to talk about how you can use it to supercharge your math and STEM instruction. Now, my name is Mark Callahan. I'm the regional director for TextHelp. So I am in charge of supporting Kentucky students and educators, and I am the person responsible for supporting your district for their district site license to both Equasio and Read and Write. And for both solutions, Jefferson County has purchased access for every student, every teacher, administrator, instructional staff member, etc. So you receive full access to both solutions. And if you should ever have any questions, this is how you would contact me directly to receive a prompt response. Today, I am so thrilled to have Tina Shea Blanchett joining us. She is a professional development specialist for TextHelp, and her focus is on Equasio. And yes, Kathleen, I'd be happy to email you the slides. So the link that you're going to want to really kind of write down right now or type it into your browser is text.help, the \key, lowercase eq, and then capital JCPS. And if you type in or if you write down this link, this is going to give you access not only to today's slides, but it will also give you access to a number of other valuable resources. This second link right here is one that Tina Shea is going to talk about in just a minute. But you should also know that Tina Shea has very thoughtfully curated some activities for Equasio that are broken up by elementary, middle, and high. So we'd love to have you take a look at that. And then if you're involved in doing any kind of a math assessment with Google Forms, then you definitely are going to want to check out the templates that we've created and also the videos. Now, the goal here is not for me to talk. I really want Tina Shea to jump in. The most important thing that you can know is that COVID has really made one kind of positive change, and that is that most schools and districts are either fully one-to-one or very close to it. And what that means is that we really want to show you how Equasio can help advance your math and STEM instruction in a one-to-one environment. Now, Tina Shea is going to talk a little bit about this. So Jefferson County is a Google-based district. So right now, you automatically should have access to the Google Chrome version of Equasio, and there'll be an icon in your toolbar when you open it up. And then Equasio MathSpace is a web app, and that's what Tina Shea is going to demonstrate today. So another important thing for you to know, your colleague Jackie was kind enough to go into several resources that you use, so Gale and ThinkCirca, and she gave me some screenshots that show how you can use Equasio within these tools. And just love to have you see that so that you know that you can do more with it than just using it within the Google Suite. So now it's time for the demo. I'm going to stop sharing so Tina Shea can present. And Tina Shea, I'll turn it over to you. Yeah, I was afraid that my internet had died. Let's see.
Just a second. We're getting Tina Shea. I don't know. She maybe
Kathleen,
lost
I'm gonna
connection or
try-
something here.
Hold on just a second. She's calling me right now. So let's see. I'll be right. I'm so sorry, Kathleen and everyone. Tina Shea went to share her screen and her internet froze. So she is working to join us. So let me go back. I'm going to go ahead and present my screen again just so that you'll have some information to look at. And let's see, we'll go ahead and do that right now. Folks, one of the things that's exciting about Equatio is that it gives you multiple ways to input math. And so this is very important because one of the things that we think is most exciting about Equatio is that it can really help turn sort of like your passive learners into more active learners. Now, I've got a number of these slides that were skipped just because I wanted to have Tina Shea do as much talking as possible. But while we're waiting for her to connect back, let me go ahead and turn these slides back on. I'm going to go through and just give you a quick overview. And then I've also got a PDF pulled up. So if I need to do a demo for you, I can do that. So let me go up to present. All right. So the most important things that I want you to know, and there are 4 tools here that are really important. So the first is math and chemistry prediction. This is the symbol for the equation editor. You can draw math, and then you can also dictate math.
I apologize.
Oh, that's awesome.
Going and out when I shared, it just went out. I clicked on share and I got the timer thing.
Oh yeah, never good. It's okay. Technology, it's been a weird Friday. We had some in the beginning as well, so you are just fine.
All right. So I am pulling up my slides, and while I'm doing that, I would like to ask, can you have folks, I always ask this question, who's here? So can you tell me in the chat or tell us in the chat what grade levels you work with, what subjects you teach? If you're not a teacher, what is
It's going to be one of those sessions, Kathleen. I apologize for the technical issues. So.
It's okay.
This is one of those things where, as a presenter, you kind of have.
It just said I was removed from the meeting, and then I don't know what that was about.
Oh my goodness! Well, while you're getting back in, I think we had a question. It says Jackie wants to know. Hi, Mark and Tanisha. Do you know if our students can upload selected work in MathSpace to our JCPS backpack? So if they have their work, is there a way for them to download that or save that in the drive? I believe
there is.
Absolutely. So as long as they can upload a file, right? They can export things that they do in MathSpace to a PDF or an image. So it just depends on what kind of file you want to have in their backpack. I'm assuming it's probably a PDF. Is that correct? So when they're doing something in MathSpace, they could just go to that Equatio button at the bottom left, and they have 2 options. They can download it as a PNG or download it as a PDF. Okay. Now, I'm not going to focus on MathSpace with this group because I know that there's a higher possibility with secondary that you're probably doing like Google Docs, Google Slides, that kind of thing. Did we get any feedback in the chat about who's here? All right, sounds good. Okay, so first thing I want to do is make sure you get this. This is a link that is super important. No matter what happens for the next 20 minutes, I want to make sure that you have this link. It is text.help/EQ resources. So today's session is going to be pretty fast paced. So I want to make sure that you're not feeling like, oh no, I missed all of that. How am I supposed to get that? This is your one-stop shop. This is a 4-page document that has tons of information, including everything that I'm going to share with you today and much more. So the first question I have for you is, do you have Equatio? So based on what Mark said, I think that it is installed on every device on your domain. Is that correct? Okay. Okay, so it's already there. So then I'll skip. Okay. All right. Well, I'm thinking usually with secondary, they're probably the ones using Chromebooks and elementary using iPads. Is that correct? Well,
Oops. No, we welcome teachers to use either one depending on what they're doing. So we are K-12 with Chromebooks, but we do have some one-to-one iPad middle schools.
Okay.
So yeah, mostly Chromebooks, but there are iPads for creation in the elementary, middle, and high levels as well.
Okay. All right. Well, for today, I'm going to focus on Equatio for Google. This is the one that you would use on those Chromebooks. Equatio for Google is a Chrome extension that runs on a Chrome browser on any laptop or desktop device. When you're using Equatio for Google, you'll have access to Equatio across Google Drive. So that includes Google Docs, Forms, Slides, Sheets, and Drawings. And Equatio for Google has a ton of powerful functionality, and we're going to take a look at some of it today. So getting into it, the first thing I want you to know is how to get whatever you've done with Equatio into your file. So today I'm using Equatio in Google Slides. So I'm clicking on my little blue Equatio button at the upper right. That's how I use the Chrome extension. And it'll bring up an Equatio menu at the bottom of my screen. Once I have gotten Equatio open, the first question that teachers ask me is, how do I get what I've done into my slide or my doc, whatever I'm working on? So I'm going to type, x to the fourth minus x. Okay. And I'm clicking on insert math. That is the important button, the button that you would use every single time you use Equatio, because I don't want it trapped here in my equation editor, right? I want it to be here in my file. So another thing that you may not know about Equatio that distinguishes it from other equation editors is the fact that we can select any of these items and we can edit it. So that's a really key difference between Equatio and everything else, is that you always have editable equations that you've created. So you can select something and click on Edit Math, and it will come right back into the equation editor. So now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's talk about how to use the equation editor. So the equation editor is the Sigma button. It's the first button on the Equatio menu. When I click on this button, it gives me the ability to basically put whatever mathematical or scientific notation I want into my file or document in ways that are intuitive and simple, as opposed to what you're probably accustomed to, which is what we call a palette-based system, where we have to kind of pick and choose and piece together what we need. So the one feature I want to make sure you know about within the equation editor is a feature called prediction. Prediction means that a lot of the things that you need are already built in. So for example, I always like to show area and volume, because when I type in the word area, look at all of the area formulas that are showing up for me. If I type in the word volume, I get lots of volume formulas. And because I have high school folks here, if I scroll down, look at the other formulas I get. So this is not just for math, it is also for science. We have volume, mass, density, volumetric expansion of solids. So this can be super advanced. For trigonometry, if I type in sine, not only am I getting sine, but I'm also getting some trig identities. I can get my rules for calculus. I have the definition of a derivative. I can do integration, things like the chain rule. If you teach geometry, we have all of our symbols in here. So if you wanted to type like triangle ABC, you have that in there as well. So lots of things in prediction. Now, at this point, I know at least one of you is curious, well, what exactly is in prediction? Is there some place where I can see a list? And the answer is yes. So I'm going back to that resource document that I shared with you earlier, text.help/EQ resources. I'm scrolling down to the third page, and under equation editor, we have a prediction and speech commands list. So this is where you can go if you're ever curious about what is in prediction, and it is a lot, okay? So if I look at the math prediction item, you get all of your different symbols. You get your geometric symbols. We have probability in here. We have matrices, logarithms, lots of things. Your Greek letters are in here. And then if we go over to formulas, formulas is going to be really powerful, because you may have students who have the accommodation where they need to be provided with a formula list when they take an assessment. Well, those students have Equatio. So if they have prediction turned on, then they can simply type in what they need, and in most cases, it's going to show up. And you can see this is a pretty exhaustive list. We have lots of science formulas in here, physical science, physics, chemistry. We have pre-calculus, algebra, calculus, geometry formulas in here. And then when I go over to chemistry prediction is going to be your most robust prediction item set. We have the entire periodic table in here, and tons, and I mean tons of compounds. So I don't know if we have any chemistry teachers here today, but you want to make sure that you let your colleagues who do teach chemistry know that they have access to this powerful functionality. So I'm going back We have talked about the equation editor. Let's skip over to handwriting recognition. So handwriting recognition is the little pencil button. And this is one of my favorite tools because it just allows us to do math in a way that makes sense, in a way that's more intuitive and straightforward than using a traditional equation editor. So when I do a problem like this, I'm just writing, and you can see that as I'm writing, it is converting it over to math type for me on the right-hand side of the screen. And so I love this functionality because it just makes it a lot easier for students who are required to do their math, maybe in Google Classroom or someplace else online. It just enables them to do it in a way that feels the most natural and comfortable, which is writing it. But then you don't have to deal with the handwriting as a teacher. You'll still receive that nice, clean math type that's really easy to, edit or make whatever changes you need to make to it. So that's handwriting recognition. Now, when I'm using handwriting, you'll notice that I also have my full equation editor on the right-hand side of the screen. So what this means is that I don't have to pick. I can use something called multimodal input, which means that not only do I have access to my handwriting tool, but I can swap and use my equation editor that's on the right as well. For secondary, I really like using this for complex notation. So let's say I'm doing a definite integral with my students. I can draw that integral symbol, but then I can go in here and I can just type the rest because the rest of it is really easy to type. It's that integral symbol that I would usually go to an equation editor for. Another example of this would be sigma notation. Right? So if I draw a sigma right now, it's just giving me the character. But as soon as I start adding to it, it says, oh, okay, this is a summation. And again, I can go over here and start typing. So handwriting recognition on its own is really powerful. When you combine it with the equation editor, it just gives you a really personalized experience where every person is going to figure out how to use equation in ways that make sense to them. Another tool I want to show you is speech input. So speech input is a really cool one. I click on this little microphone and I just start talking. Y equals the square root of 17 over 5 minus 11 squared plus 22 sine of 55 degrees. Pretty awesome, right? And we still have multimodal input. So I didn't say 2, I said square root. So I can go in here, get rid of that 2, and then click on insert math, and it will put that in there. So when you're using these different tools, just keep in mind that you always have the ability to go in here and make whatever changes you want to make. Now, another tool that's really awesome is Equatio Mobile. Now, I'm not going to have time to demonstrate it for you here today, but I do want you to see how powerful it is. Equatio Mobile requires you to visit a website. That's it. All you have to do is bring up this link on your mobile device, and you can use it to scan math problems. So right here, you're looking at a math problem that's being scanned that was written on paper, and it would automatically convert it over to math type for you. We just got a huge update to Equatio Mobile that allows you to do this for a page full of problems. So that's really awesome. So you can take all of those print resources that you've been holding on to that, can be really difficult to convert over to digital math. And in a matter of seconds, you can have it accessible online for your students. Now, another tool that I'm going to demonstrate for you is bringing in something that we do all the time. Lots of teachers go out on the web and find pictures of math and science problems and then just paste them into their Google Docs, Google Slides, whatever. The issue with this is that when you go out on the web and you find something, the quality can be dubious, right? In this case, I tried to make this bigger and you can see it's starting to get a little pixelated on me. Also, this is not editable. If I wanted to make any changes to this, I'm not able to do it, except I have my screenshot reader. So I'm going to draw a box around this problem using my screenshot reader, and let's see what happens. Oh, let's try it again. Try it one more time. (1.0 GH sub 2 with O sub 2 times the... Now this is a screenshot reader, so you probably heard that it was reading it out loud. So this is a really powerful accessibility feature for students who need things read aloud to them. But also, I can click on these 3 dots, and I can click on Edit with Equatio, and just like that, I now have an editable version of this problem. So again, think about how powerful this is. Instead of you having to compose mathematical expressions, you can just do a quick Google search and find something on the web. And in a matter of seconds, you can have an editable math problem that you can share with your students digitally. So I'm going to stop
Tina
for a
Shay,
second.
if I could interrupt for a second. So in the slides that I shared in the beginning of the session, I mentioned that Jackie was kind enough to show pictures or screenshots of using Equatio within your Gale and ThinkCircle resources. So what if you're in the classroom and you're looking at one of those digital resources and there's a problem and you want to pull it up and have the students help you solve it right then and there? You would have the ability to use the screenshot reader to do just that. So just wanted to give a little highlight on how you might use that tool in the classroom or as you're doing your station rotation models.
Okay. I just wanted to check in and see if there were any questions in the chat right now. All right. And so some other things that I want to make sure that you're aware of, right? So we've talked about the equation editor. We've talked about handwriting recognition, speech input, Equatio Mobile, and the screenshot reader. Now, some other tools that you want to be aware of, we have a LaTeX editor in here. So those of you who are teaching, more advanced math courses, you may be using LaTeX with your students. So you want to know that we have that. This is a huge one. This is something that you may not be aware of, that the graph editor in Equatio is Desmos. This is a big deal because a lot of you are probably already using Desmos with your students. So through Equatio, you can bring those interactive Desmos graphs into your Google Drive files. So you can embed these interactive Equatio graphs into your Google Docs, slides. You can embed them into your Google Forms. So I do want you to be aware of the fact that we have a really powerful graph editor available within Equatio as well. We also have a scientific calculator as another Desmos tool under your STEM tools. So we have the scientific calculator, we have a periodic table that's interactive, and a 3D molecular viewer. So all of these really powerful tools are available within Equatio for Google. And then lastly, we also have Equatio MathSpace. Now, MathSpace is available on the web, so you can use it outside of Google Drive, but we also have the ability to insert math spaces into our Google Drive files. And so what you see on screen is an example of something that I created within Equatio MathSpace, including this graphic that's also built into MathSpace, so that I can create these visuals for my students. And even more powerfully, my students can create visuals like this and share them with me online. So I wanted to make sure that you kind of had a sense of what's possible within Equatio. And as Mark mentioned earlier, we have 5 different platforms across which Equatio is available. Equatio for Google, which is what we talked about today, is the Chrome extension. But remember that Chrome extension can also be integrated with Office 365. So when you're using the Chrome extension, not only can you use it within Google Drive files, but you can also use it within Microsoft Word Online, Microsoft Excel and PowerPoint Online, and OneNote. Now, if you're using Microsoft Word, the installed version on your computer, then you want to also install Equatio for Windows or Equatio for Mac. And that way you can use Equatio within those those Word documents and PowerPoints on Windows devices. Equatio MathSpace, we can use it within the Chrome extension, but it's also available out on the web at Equatio.texthelp.com. And this is a web-based version of Equatio. So I really like using MathSpace when I don't want to have to install anything on my computer. I just want to be able to get straight to the functionality. So that's really powerful. And then lastly, we have Equatio for LMS, which is available for learning management systems, including Canvas, Blackboard, D2L, and Schoology. So we have just a few minutes remaining. So what I'd like to do is to get some feedback from you. Based on what you saw, what was your favorite tool that you learned about today? And while we're waiting on that chat to come in, I wanted to invite Mark if you wanted to hop on and add a little bit and wrap up.
Sure. So I think one of the most powerful things that that I know about Equatio and then Equatio MathSpace as a companion is that they are designed to help you take your engagement level with students to the next level. One of the things that people are amazed by is the true functionality and what you can do. So here's the important thing. Tina Shay shared that document. It's the link to the Equatio resources. Now, here's what we know about teachers and also your digital innovation team. Everybody has a full plate. So I want to highlight a few things for you. We are your partner in education, and we are grateful for the opportunity to partner with JCPS. If there is anything that Tina Shea and I can do that makes it easier for you to understand how to use Equatio, we're there for you. And that includes providing one-on-one sessions if you need that. The other thing that I wanted to highlight is in the slide deck we've provided, we've got contact information for both Tina Shea and then myself. And I am Cincinnati based. I am always happy to jump on a phone call, to do a Google Meet, etc. We really want to make sure you're getting the full value out of this. Now, I want to go back up to the very first slide, or one of the early slides, and highlight these resources again. So you're going to have access to this slide deck. I shared it with Kathleen, so she will add it into the session resources. You can also access the slides right now by going to text.help, the / (EQ) and then capital JCPS. This is a link to the document that Tina Shea shared. So if you want to go in and see all the prediction that we have built in there, that was on the 3rd page. But there are so many other wonderful resources. Now, one thing that I am grateful that Tina Shea has done is she's curated some get to know Equatio activities, and they're perfect for you as an educator and your students. And she's broken them up by elementary, middle, and high. I would highly recommend that you spend a minute or two reviewing those resources. We also, if you are doing assessment in Google Forms, we have, I think there's like 40 Equatio templates, and it might be worth it for me just to click on this real quick so you can take a look and see what this looks like. So we've got videos that explain how to use Equatio in Google Forms. So you can create chemistry items using this. I thought I was, bear with me. I wasn't, Kathleen, I'm sorry. I apologize for that. So here is the slide that I was talking about. So if you go to this, you'll have access to all these resources. And then here is the link I just clicked on to access the Google Form templates. So here is the spreadsheet. Let me increase the size on this a little bit to make it easier for you to see. So we've got a number of videos, and they're pretty extensive. So they'll walk you through the steps needed to do what you need to do. And then this is the summary of all the different Google Form templates that we've created. And there are a variety, hopefully, that will spark your interest as secondary math and STEM teachers. So please know that we've got a lot of resources there. Now, I just want to wrap up because we've got like 2 minutes. So you have an amazing resource in both Kathleen Receiver and her team, as well as Stacy Justice and Jackie. I want to highlight that they are fantastic ambassadors for Equatio and Read and Write. So if you don't know how to do something, I would definitely reach out to them. If you need to contact me on the fly or Equatio or Tina Shea, we're happy to always help out. So just know that we really do want you to get the most out of these resources. So we hope that you will take advantage of the resources we provided. And here's the other thing that's really important to know. We don't expect perfection. You're not going to have to know how to use everything. Just be aware that Equatio is available for you to use in the classroom. And then we had a session yesterday that we had a keynote featuring Catlin Tucker, who's written a book with Katie Novak on UDL. And once I have that link, I'm going to share that with Kathleen Receiver. I know you guys are figuring out how to incorporate her station rotation model into your daily instruction. Anything we can do to assist with that, we'd love to help out. Kathleen, a final thank you to you. Really grateful for the opportunity to present and share more information, not only about Equatio and Equatio MathSpace, but then I've got 2 sessions this afternoon for Read and Write. So thank you very much for the invitation. If there is anything we can do to help you, just let us know.
You're very welcome, and we really appreciate you. And this was perfect for today. So thank you to both of you for all of the great resources. And I agree, Stacy Justice and CDLI, she works a lot with Equatio, and she knows more than I do, really. And Jackie and even Rebecca and Tim, they support our elementary math. So they were here as well, listening in and learning a lot of new things. So thanks.
All right. Thank you so
Thank you
much
so
for
much.
having
And
us.
you're very welcome. Thank you. We'll see you this afternoon. And if
All
you
right,
are, thanks. Bye, Mark. If you are tuning in right now, if you are just tuning in with us, we are so glad that you are here. You might want to grab some lunch and learn along with us for a lunch and learn. We are coming up next with Pear Deck. So Pear Deck hopefully is going to be signing in any moment and sharing with us today. Let's see. She just emailed me, said she couldn't wait to join. So making sure I don't have anything in here that where she's having any trouble with the Meet link here. There she is. There she is. Hi, Onika. Glad to have you.
Hi there. So happy to be here.
So I was just sharing with our viewers that we're glad that to have you today, and we are looking forward to learning from you for the next, 30 minutes about Pear Deck.
Yes. So excited to be here and to walk you all through Pear Deck. And so should I just start sharing my screen and dive right in? Perfect. And hi there, everyone. I hope everyone is having a wonderful day. All right. So we are going to jump right in. Kathleen, is all good? Can you see my screen? Awesome. So we are going to jump in. We have a lot of info to cover today, but the good news is that as we move through everything that we're covering today, I am going to be sure to share out a link with Kathleen and all of you at the end so that you can go back and have access to this entire deck and use it as your review guide or your resource handbook so you can go back and look over anything that we talk about today. So let's jump right in. Welcome to Introduction to Pear Deck for Google Slides. I'm so happy that you are all here and that today we're going to learn a little bit more about Pear Deck. So the first thing that we're going to do is jump right in and look at our Google Slides presentation. So a couple of things to keep in mind. You'll observe that I'm in Google Slides. You do not have to do anything right now. In a moment, we will jump into the presentation for a bit, and you can absolutely join and participate. But if you just want to take it all in, that's fine too. All right, so hi everyone. I am Onika Osborne. I'm a customer success manager here at Pear Deck, and I'm also a former teacher. I taught for 6 years, grades 6 through 12 here in Miami, Florida, and I am always so excited to share the power and magic of Pear Deck with teachers. So if we were going to condense the mission of Pear Deck into a single thought, it would be this right here. Pear Deck is on a mission to help teachers deliver powerful learning moments to every student every day. Let's take a peek at our agenda. So up first, we're going to learn how to build a Pear Deck lesson. We'll explore the student and teacher views. We'll spend some brief time in student pace mode, review Flashcard Factory, and if we have time, we'll go over questions and answers and do a mini workshop. So up first, let's talk about building a Pear Deck lesson. As you'll see, I'm in Google Slides, and this is where all of the magic is going to happen whenever you're utilizing Pear Deck. You're going to want to make sure that you're logged in and opened up your Google account. And then what I want to draw your attention to up here is you'll always want to make sure that your the login that you're signed into your browser with also matches the one for that specific tab. If you're like me, you have tons of emails and it can be easy for things to get a little confused. So sometimes when you try to access Pear Deck, if you're logged into your tab with a different email address, it may pick up on that discrepancy and cause a bit of issues. So just always make sure that those match. So up first, we'll check in about how to make sure we have Pear Deck installed. At this time, with your district credentials, you should be able to access all of the Pear Deck premium features. If you aren't able to, please reach out to Kathleen and she'll get you set up. But I'd come right here to my add-ons, And because I already have Pear Deck installed, I'll go ahead and open up my Pear Deck add-on. If I didn't already have it installed, I would go to add-ons and then go to get add-ons, and I would be able to search Pear Deck and install it. Now, once I've opened up Pear Deck, on the right-hand side is going to be my Google Slides add-on. And this is where I'm going to infuse all of my Pear Deck interactivity into my Google Slides presentation. Something to keep in mind, as you can see on this left-hand side right here, I have slides already made and ready to go. So there's no wrong way to use a Pear Deck. You can absolutely start from scratch with a blank presentation, or you can go ahead and add in interactivity to a pre-existing presentation that you have. So up first, let's go ahead and take a quick walkthrough of our add-on. First, we have our template library. This is where I direct all brand new users who are new to Pear Deck and still getting used to and familiar with how to utilize it. Here's where you'll find an assortment of pre-made content that all you have to do is click it and add it to your presentation. All right. And so, for example, when we click into our template library, we can go ahead and scroll through and we'll see all different types of categories, and we're able to select one that pertains to our focus for our lesson. Something I want you to keep in mind is, for example, you'll see we have example questions, littles, math, science, social studies. If you don't see your specific content area, have no fear. You can absolutely update, edit, and customize each of these templates to fit your students' needs and your instructional needs. So when I find a category that I want to learn a little bit more about, let's go ahead and jump into the social and emotional learning category. I'll just go ahead and click it. And from there, I can preview all of the different slides and get an idea of what each one looks like before I add it to my presentation. I can also get an idea of what interaction is included in that slide in this bottom left-hand corner. All right, and once I found a slide that I like, I'm just going to click it, give it a couple of seconds to populate. Let's see if the internet is our friend today, and it is. And once I have done that, I have now added that slide to my presentation. So something you need to know is you're all set right here. There is nothing else that you need to do. You can absolutely just go ahead and start using this slide and presentation with your students. But in true teacher fashion, you can also customize and really make this slide your own. You can come in and change the text, the font size, the font color, the font type. You can also change the images. So I can come right here and resize and move the images. I can also delete an image if I would like to. Okay, can everyone still hear me? Is everything okay? Okay, perfect. I saw her reconnecting, so just wanted to make sure. Yay, thank you, Kathleen. And so I could even just go ahead and delete this image. And my favorite thing is come to another slide. I could go ahead and command copy it and go ahead and grab it and command paste. I love using that tool right there just to go ahead and grab illustrations so that my students can make sure that they feel that they're represented and reflected in my presentation. And I just love to go ahead and use these pre-made content slides for that sometimes. So you can absolutely use these different slides if you like the content on them, or maybe just for the images. You can also go ahead and add in images that you find on Google or that you have saved on your computer. All right. Now, something that we want to be mindful of, I'll go ahead and resize this a bit, is you can edit every piece of your slide. But something you want to always make sure you keep in mind is to look down here at this footer. So when I click it, we'll observe that it's an interactive hyperlinked footer, and it says, don't change this link. So you can absolutely edit the entire slide to your heart's content, but you absolutely want to make sure that you don't touch, delete, or remove this link right here. And that is because this is where your interactivity is housed. And so this is what takes your slide from being a regular Google Slides slide and turns it into a Pear Deck interactive slide where your students will be prompted to action when they get there. All right, so edit the entire slide to your heart's content, but always leave that interactive footer there. All right. And so just a quick review, I would scroll back through. I can now go and look for a beginning of lesson template. I can scroll and preview what the slides look like. And then once I found one that I like, I can click it and add it to my presentation. Once it's in my presentation, I can edit all the pieces of it, all right? But I want to always make sure that I always leave this interactive footer at the bottom alone because that's where all my interactivity is housed. So let's head back to the main screen of our add-on and move to our next slide. So this slide is what I like to call a static slide, and it is a slide where there's no interaction on there. And something I love to encourage teachers is there's no incorrect way to build a periodic lesson. You can have as many or as little slides and interactive questions as you want. Now, when I'm ready to go ahead and add a question, I'll come right here to this section on the right-hand side. I have 6 different question types to choose from. Up first, I have my text question type that'll prompt my students to type out their answer. I have my multiple choice question type that'll prompt my students to select one answer out of the options I provide. The number question type, where they'll type in a number. Our website question type, which is a great way to add in supplemental resources like YouTube videos or Google Forms quiz into your Peer Deck session. Also, our drawing and draggable question types. So when I'm ready to add a question type to a slide, I'll just go ahead and click that button, give Perry a couple of moments to work. He's gonna do a little dance. And then just like that, that interactive footer is gonna pop up and let me know that this is an interactive question type and my students are gonna be prompted to action when they get here. Now, if I want to change the question type on a slide, whether it's a slide I built myself or a pre-made template slide, I can do 2 things. I can either click on the footer and delete it, or I can, one second, bring that right back there. And I can just come here and click the new question type I would like to use. So I can leave that footer there and just click the new question type I would want. Here is our draggable question type, which is our most customizable question type. I can add draggable items up to 5 by clicking add another. I can change the item by clicking this downward arrow. And then I can also change the color by clicking on the square. And from here on the right-hand side, I can see exactly what size that item is going to appear to my students. And I can alter it by moving this bar to the left and the right. And when I'm happy with it, I'll update the slide. Perry's going to do his dance. And now I have updated the question type on my slide. Finally, in our add-on, we can add audios to our slides. So I'll just click this button right here. And it's going to give me the option to either record audio or upload audio directly to my slide. This is great because it allows me to go ahead and add just additional accommodations or support for my students if they should need it. I love using audio to include instructions, encouragement, or even read the text that's on that particular slide. You can actually record or upload up to 30 minutes of content. So you have a lot of freedom over there. And something to keep in mind is that the audio is not going to play automatically when your students get to that slide. However, they will be able to click the headphones icon on their screen and it'll play for them once they do that. So now let's get ready to jump into our Peer Deck session for a little bit. I want to take a moment to review our different views in Peer Deck. So we have 3 unique views and one of them is shared. The student view is the view where your students are going to be responding to all of your questions and inputting their answers. All right. Up next, we have our presentation view. This is the shared view between the teacher and the student, where the teacher is controlling the pace of the lesson. And finally, we have our teacher dashboard, which is that unique view for the teacher. I love to call it your teacher bestie, where you're going to be able to go in and see your students' progress in real time. All right, so now let's go ahead and jump into our Peer Deck session. When I have finished editing a Peer Deck deck and I'm feeling confident, ready to teach my students, I'm going to come right here and click this green Start Lesson button. From there, I'll be able to select which lesson mode I would like to engage with. So I can either choose a student-paced activity or an instructor-paced activity. And so we'll go ahead and click instructor-paced, but please keep in mind, you can always toggle between the different lesson modes as needed. And now here's where you can join in with the presentation. So you can go ahead and open up a tab and go to joinpd.com. I'm going to move my teacher dashboard to the side for a moment. So go ahead and go to joinpd.com. and type in this code for me, please. KCDDFN. And I'm actually going to model for you joining. Something I want to show you really quickly before I model, and I know we're broadcasting, so I can't drop it in the chat at the moment, but another way you can have your students join your Pear Deck session is to click right here where you see Give Students a Link. If you click that, it's going to copy that hyperlink to your clipboard, and then you can drop it into your video conferencing tool or your LMS system. And so you can post it to your students and let them know, hey, click this link and join our Pear Deck session, and it'll take them right there. All right, so when I'm ready to join, I'm going to go to joinpd.com, and I'm going to enter in my code. And just like that, I'm in the session. So I'm going to go ahead and share how I'm feeling today. And so something to note is if you are in person with your students, they will be observing your presentation view on either your smartboard or your projector, and then they only need to have their student view, that's this tab I'm observing right here, on their device. But if your students are participating remotely into your class that day, what you want to have them do is split their screen. So what I would do is pull this tab down, resize it, move it over to one side, and then come back here to my presentation view and resize that. And then I'm able to view both at the same time. So if I'm a student who's remotely logging into a class, I can see your presentation view on the left, and I can see my student view where I'll input all of my answers on the right. All right, perfect. And then from here, what we'll do is go back to our presentation view and click continue. So we can see we have 3 students connected, and from there, jump in. So let's take a quick moment and answer this question. How much do you know about Pear Deck? Right? I'll go ahead and show responses. And here we can see in real time our student responses coming in. And so something I want you to know is that right here, I can see that 2 of my students have gone ahead and marked that they use Pear Deck and love it. One says that they've tried it out. Whenever you show responses in presentation view, it's always going to be anonymous. And this is to go ahead and protect your students, make sure that they can engage authentically with your session. All right. But right here with your lovely teacher dashboard that also launches when you launch your Pear Deck session, you can always come right here and observe exactly who is responding which answer to which question. All right. So we'll keep moving forward, and we're going to take about a minute here and explore these Pear Deck resources. I'm absolutely going to turn this session onto student pace mode after this webinar, so you can always come in and move through it just by using that code in the top right-hand corner. You'll be able to come in and move through all of this and review all of it on your own. But I'm going to go ahead and model turning on student pace mode. So I'm going to click the More Options button and turn on student pace mode. And now, if you'll take a moment to explore some of the slides, something I want you to keep in mind is I'm not really focused on you getting the right answer, but more so to get you to thinking about the different types of ways you can engage in Pear Deck and placing yourself in the place of your student, right? Thinking through which interactive question types might best suit their needs. All right. And I'll take this as a moment to bring our teacher dashboard over. We're going to do a light overview of the teacher dashboard, but I'll definitely send over some resources so you can dive deeper into it. Your teacher dashboard is your teacher bestie. It's how you're going to, in real time, monitor your students' progress during your class. So as you can see, I can see that I have 6 students currently in my live session. When I click the roster, I can see exactly which of my students have joined, and I can also see what they checked as their mood for the day. That's awesome because it'll let me know if I need to follow up with that student and check in with them. I can also see this blue silhouette on each slide, and it has a number. That lets me know which of my students and how many of them are on which slide, so I can understand if I need to alter the pace of my lesson, maybe give a little bit more time, or even support a student who might be distracted. So once I click on the silhouette, I'll be able to see exactly which student is on which slide. And so I'll be able to move through and observe my students' progress through all of those slides. And then I can always come up here and change the layout for the responses I'm viewing. So for example, I can go to grid layout where I'll see my students' responses. side by side once they get there. Let's go to this first question. So when I go to my grid layout, I can see all of my different student responses. I can see what they've drawn. I can also go to list layout that'll allow me to scroll one by one through each of these responses. And then I can go to overlaid layout, which is pretty fun. I see all of the responses at the same time. All right, so I'm actually going to go ahead and stop student pace mode. But that is one way that you can utilize your teacher dashboard. And actually, let me go ahead and toggle back to our grid layout for a moment to show you. I can choose to go ahead and share some exemplary responses. So this star right here allows me to focus on specific student responses. And then when I click show responses, only those responses are going to show on my presentation view. Remember, this is the view that's on my smartboard, my projector. This is the view where my students are following along. On their student view, they're only ever going to be able to see their responses. And then I can also choose to leave direct feedback. So maybe I can say, hey, you are doing awesome today. Just leave a quick little bit of encouragement and feedback to my student. Something to keep in mind is that your student will get this direct message sent directly to their portal right there in the Pear Deck session, and they'll get a notification on their right hand of their screen. They'll be able to mark that they've read your message, but they won't be able to respond back. However, you can go in and continue to send additional feedback to them. So maybe if you have feedback about the work that they're doing, or you just want to let them know, I noticed you were absent yesterday and I'm happy you're here today. That'll be a great way to do that. And finally, you have the more options button right here. If, for example, a student draws or writes something that's inappropriate, you can always hide it before choosing to show responses. And then only the responses that you have not selected to hide are going to show on your screen. So that's a little bit about our teacher dashboard. All right, so we're going to cover a couple more things before we head out. And so I want to take a moment to show you how to set a timer for your students as they're moving through your lesson. Down on this right-hand side where you see our lock screens button, you can do a long press. And what that will do is present 3 different time options that you can go ahead and set for your students. I'll toggle to the student screen for a moment. This is where your student will be able to see exactly how much time they have left for that specific side. And once it's run out, it's going to go ahead and lock the screen. Let's keep moving forward. All right. So a couple of things we want to talk about before we head out is how to use Pear Deck in person. So Pear Deck absolutely has been a great tool when we've been remote or even hybrid, but Pear Deck absolutely started as a tool that teachers were using in person in their classroom. Here are some things to keep in mind. Pear Deck allows you to hear from every student in your classroom. You can use Pear Deck as a classroom center or a station with your students. You can use additional tools like Immersive Reader to provide additional accommodations to your students. You can also add audio for additional instructions or positive reinforcement. And you can use Reflect and Review or Takeaways as a follow-up to the lesson. Finally, you can collaborate with Flashcard Factory. And this is just a sample to show you how you can use Pear Deck in your lesson planning. There is no wrong way to use Pear Deck. Spoiler alert. You can use it from bell to bell, or you can absolutely use it just for a specific part of your lesson. Maybe your students know every day at the end of class to grab their device and sign into Pear Deck to complete their exit ticket. Or maybe it's how you start your class with your bell ringer or your do now. You could even have your students continue using Pear Deck after class is over and reviewing the work that they did that day in class. There's no way to utilize the Pear Deck. And so here are some additional slides for you that'll build on those different points for using Pear Deck in the classroom. You'll be able to access these through your Reflect and Review environment that I'll show you a little bit at the end. All right, hearing from every student, more information on building classroom stations, using Immersive Reader, embedding audio, which we talked about earlier, and then our Reflect and Review and Takeaways environment, which I'll show you as we end out this session. So now we're going to take a moment and talk about Flashcard Factory, which is our vocabulary tool that is awesome and super fun for using with students to get them to build, a stronger understanding of the vocabulary for your specific unit that you're in, or maybe you teach English language learners or students who are learning a different language. This can be a great way to get your students to really have fun learning the new vocabulary words that you have for them. So first, what we're going to want to do is end this session. So I'll come right here to my right-hand corner and I'll click end. And I want to make sure that I name this session. So I'll just put JCPS Pear Deck and I'll save and end my session. And so from here, I have a couple of options, including to go to my reflect and review environment. I'll also always be able to access this from my, when I log into my Pear Deck home at peardeck.com. So if you don't do it right now, you'll always be able to access it. But let me go ahead and open up Reflect and Review for you real quick. So this is where I'm going to basically have a recap of my entire lesson. I'll come right in and pick a student. And so I can choose to copy the student link and share that out to my students once again. They're only ever going to be able to access their own Reflect and Review environment. They're not going to be able to see their peers' work, but you will be able to access all of your students who join the session. And so I can scroll through, I'll see every single slide that I had in my presentation, and then I'll also see any responses that my students entered. Additionally, I'll be able to come here and leave feedback for my students. This is a great way to continue the learning even after class has ended. You don't have to use a new Pear Deck every single day. You can make it an assignment that your students go back and review any feedback that you left for them. All right. Now let's take a moment to go over Flashcard Factory. I'm going to type in peardeck.com and head over to my Pear Deck home. I'm going to click teacher login from here, and then I'm going to be signed into my home. And so there are tons of great things here. Please feel free to reach out if you have any questions about this to help@peardeck.com or bubble them up to Kathleen, and she can definitely reach out to me. But at first, we're going to come right here to our Pear Deck vocabulary. And so Pear Deck's Flashcard Factory / vocabulary tool is going to look very similar to joining a Pear Deck session, and I'll show you how. Up first, you want to build your list. So you can absolutely build your list from scratch. Maybe you're starting a new unit in your unit plan for the year, or a new story, or maybe your students just had a test and you realize they didn't do quite well on the vocabulary. You want to go ahead and remediate. So you could absolutely type in your list individually, or you could import. Something you want to keep in mind if you're going to import a list is you want to go ahead and open up a Google Sheets file or an Excel spreadsheet file and have all of your words in column A and all of your definitions in column B. Then you just copy and paste it right here and it'll format correctly. All right. So I'll come up here and name my list. Love to do pets. And I'll enter in a couple of words. So I'll do puppy. And then we'll do kitten. And you can absolutely add in as many words as you would like. From here, I can type in my own definition, or I could use our Merriam and Webster integration to search for my own word. So I can come right here and I'll see that, and maybe I want to edit the definition. And then I can also come here and just put a small cat. I can type in my own definition. So there's no wrong way to build out your list. Once I've built my list, I'll come over here to click Play Flashcard Factory, and this is where it looks very similar to joining a Pear Deck session. So I'll go ahead and click OK. And once again, if you could please join this session by going to joinpd.com and typing in this code, that would be awesome. The code is XLLRBO. I'm going to toggle away for one moment so I can model it for you. Right, and this is an example of your student view, what your students will see. So when I come back here, I can see I have one worker that's joined. And as my students log in and join the session, I'm going to see that number increase. And I'll go ahead and click clock in. So right now, I'm the only student that has joined, and I'll see that my students have been divided into 2 groups. I'll go ahead and click Let's Play. From here, you'll see that I am the person in charge of reviewing my students' flashcards. So toggling to my student view, Each of your students will be paired, and one of them will be tasked with writing a sentence with the word, and another with drawing a picture for the word. And they'll work their way through all of the flashcards until they're done. And once they submit the flashcards, you'll enter into quality control, where you'll review all of the flashcards with your students as a collective. So because we don't have any students in and haven't made any flashcards, there are none here, but when you create them, they will be here. I want to be respectful of our time. I know that we are at time. Thank you everyone for joining us today. I'm going to share out our reflect and review link for everything that we covered today with Kathleen, and you'll be able to log in and go back through all of this information. Please reach out if you have any questions to help@peardeck.com. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was great. We had some great involvement in the chat, and we really appreciate you being here with us today.
Yay, thank you. Please let me know if you need anything else from me,
Yes, I will.
any follow-up resources or another webinar. Happy to support Kathleen.
Great. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Have a beautiful day.
You too. All right. We have, let's see, a little short break here between 11:30 and 12 for lunch. So if you need to grab lunch and come over, come over. If you need to grab lunch and then come back in 30 minutes at 12 o'clock, we'll be back with our smart friends, Sarah and Amy from Smart Technologies, to talk with us about Lumio. See you soon.
Hello. I think she was still having trouble. So I just texted you the email address. Maybe she's just trying. Okay, so I can test my camera right now. Okay. I'm on plan C. My other camera was freezing. Am I freezing? Okay. It looks like I'm okay. Am I freezing? Ugh. Okay. My view looks like it's freezing. Well, we're gonna just. Yeah. Oh, and there's Amy.
I'm here.
Perfect. Yeah. Yeah, and this is my computer. All right.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a nice lunch break there. So we are really excited to start back again, and we are glad that you're here with us. If you're joining in, make sure you introduce yourself in the chat. Let us know what school you're from, and any questions that you have today for Amy or Sarah, please let us know, and we'll be sure to get those answered for you. So we're going to learn about creating student-centered learning with your smart interactive display. So if you're at one of our schools that received a smart panel, you really want to be in your classroom with that panel today so you can learn alongside of Sarah as she shows you some new things. And we're very happy to have them here, and they'll be back this afternoon as well. I believe, yes, at 2 o'clock. So they'll be back again at 2 o'clock to talk to you more about Lumio and how you can spark curiosity with your kids. So Stephen Durham will be closing out the day with you all. So it's been great this morning being here. And ladies, you can take it away.
Well, hi, everyone. Good afternoon. We are excited to be here with you today. Like Kathleen just so nicely introduced us, we are going to be talking about using your smart interactive display with your students to just quickly create and share some student-centered learning opportunities. And we're going to share some additional resources with you as well, so some takeaways. So if you are at your panel today, feel free to click along with me and create as I go. If you are not at your panel, not a worry. We'll be linking this file to the sheet so that you can go ahead and refer back to it after today. All right, so we'll take a moment just to introduce ourselves. I'm Sarah Stork, Professional Development Specialist with SMART. You're welcome to reach out with any questions or connect with me. And then we also have Amy Barnes with us. We'd like to say hi to the group, Amy.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining today. I'm Amy Barnes. I'm the Smart Education Solutions Consultant, and I live in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Awesome. All right. So we are super excited. We have a really focused agenda here for you today. And what we are going to be looking at is just quickly adding some interactive pages to your whiteboard and using that board with students again for that student-centered learning.
We are going to be connecting student devices to the board as well. So we're going to talk about how you can use your board with students at the board, interacting with some learning opportunities, but you can also connect your student devices to the board as well. And we're going to walk through that today. Finally, we're going to talk about how you can provide students with feedback as they are learning, again, either at the board or through their devices. So let's kind of dive on in. I'm going to head to the home screen of my board, and what I am going to do is go ahead and start a new whiteboard. And like I said, if you are at your panel right now, I would encourage you to walk up to your board and go ahead and click along with us. So I am going to go ahead and just tap on the whiteboard and open up a fresh new whiteboard here. So the whiteboard, it has that white background with the green pen. Just go ahead and tap and open up your whiteboard. Well, the first thing I want to do is provide a space for my students to collect all of their thinking and all of their wonderful work here. So I'm going to start by thinking about using the board as a center or a station for my students. When I go to the bottom of the page, I see I have the different page options. Hopefully you've had a chance to kind of explore these if you've had your board for a little bit. But I'm going to choose the lined paper. So now I'm going to create this structure for my students and have this background for my students for them, again, to add their thinking to the board. We really want students to drive their learning here on this center that we're going to create. Well, I'm going to start by creating a math station for my students. So I have my lined paper here for my students to gather all of their thoughts. And now I'm going to go ahead and open up my interactive widgets. And I'm going to add a piece of interaction to this page for my students. So my widgets are on the left-hand side. So if you are tapping along with me, you can find that those little squares on the left-hand side. If you tap there, you're going to see all the different widget options that you have. You could add something like interactive dice, or if you are building a math station, adding a protractor or a ruler to the page for students to really have their hands on their learning. What I'm going to do is add a spinner to the page, and I'm going to customize it so I can create this station for my students. I'm going to tap on that spinner, and I'm just going to add it right to the page. I can just tap right on outside. Maybe I want to make it a little smaller. Maybe I want to move it around. Just notice I'm tapping just right on the outside of that spinner to be able to move it around. When I tap on the spinner, it's interactive for students, so they can just tap on that spinner and use it during their learning. I want to customize this a little bit. So I am going to tap on just right outside that spinner, and I'm going to click on, I have a little blue circle there with a white V. If I tap there, I can go ahead and use the settings of the spinner. I want to customize this for my lesson's objective and for what my students are working on right now. So I'm going to go ahead and tap on settings. I can create a custom spinner, again, that I can use with my students. So I'm just going to move that a little bit. And if I tap right on outside, then I'm going to tap to add text. Maybe I'm going to add another section to this spinner. Maybe I want to add some more options. I'm going to put some numbers in here for students. So what I am thinking I'm going to have them do is spin a number and then create some equations to go with this number, or maybe even add their own story problems to the page as we're learning. So I'm going to go ahead and just add some numbers in here, maybe 100, 50, 25, there we go, adding some of these for students. All right. So as we're doing that, Amy, any questions in the chat or any other ideas on how we can use this interactive spinner with students?
We don't have any questions in the chat, but I do have teachers who use the spinner to choose, maybe if they're choosing students to come to the board or they want students to take turns doing things, they put the student names on there, and then they let the spinner choose which student comes to the board or does whatever the activity is.
Well, that's a great idea, right? Giving students that ownership, right? Of being able to spin and have a turn or come lead instruction there. I love that. I also have teachers who might use the spinner to add some brain break options, or maybe even I want to put some question stems in the spinner as well. So if students come up to the board and gather their thoughts, maybe they're either writing questions or they're answering questions. Maybe it's parts of a story as well. So thinking about some of our literacy applications. So awesome. Thanks, Amy, for those great ideas. If anyone else has some ideas on ways to use the spinner in the chat, we'd love to hear that from you. So here we go. I have my spinner all created. I'm going to go ahead and just spin. I landed on the number 25. Now what I would ask students to do is come up to the board, grab a pen, and like I said, maybe we're going to write some equations to go with the number 25 here. And then this way students can really drive how they're interacting with these numbers. You know, if they're ready to start working on some multiplication or division or multi-step problems, or maybe I want them to write a story problem then to go with their equation. So we can really start with this fun interactive widget and then have students take their learning from manipulative to this page. I'm going to start again thinking in that scenario of I want students in small groups coming up to the board, and I'm using my board as a station. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the plus sign on the left, and I'm going to find where it says manipulatives. That's that green box right there. If you've been exploring the manipulatives on your board, we'd love to hear that in the chat too on how you're using these with your students. What I'm going to do is use, let's use this math expressions one. So I'm just going to go ahead and add that. It adds it as another page to my whiteboard. Now I have 2 pages that my students can come up and use during our small group time or our station time. All right, so the next thing I want to do here, let me grab some numbers for students. So maybe I want them working on the number 50 here. And what I'd love for them to do is make equations that are greater than, less than, and equal to 50. So first, I'm just going to start by grabbing those numbers. And then I can add my symbols here. So greater than, less than, and maybe equal to. And again, I can just come on over here, grab these numbers very quickly for students because these are all infinitely cloned. And we can just really easily have this, this center or station built for students. There we go. We just add that right there. Awesome. Okay, so let's all set up. Now, the next thing I want to do is I'm going to lock these numbers down because as you see, they're still kind of moving around so we can interact with all these numbers. But before I have students come up to the board, I want these symbols and numbers just locked right on down to the page. So under my pen, I have that little dashed box. So if you're at your board right now, I would encourage you to look at the tools on the left-hand side. And like I said, underneath that pen, you have that little dashed box. And what you can do with this tool is grab multiple objects. I'm going to grab multiple objects so I can lock them down. All right, I'm just going to go ahead, grab these, highlight everything, and then lock it down right there. So this is an example of one way, like just very easily, we tapped on that plus sign and we found a manipulative that we could use with our students. All right, Amy, any questions or any other thoughts on how we could use some of these math manipulatives with students?
We do not have any questions in the chat right now. I mean, the one thing I would say about the math manipulatives that are important to the teachers I work with are that students get to come up and really be hands-on. And we have, those available also in our software. And so they can create it in the software or create it on the board. But I think the most important part is just they can move it around and that they can come to the board and be hands-on.
Yeah, that's a really great point, Amy, is that we really want students to be active in their learning. We want them to have all of those experiences, to be able to come to the board, work with a small group, and then to create their equations that are going to go with the board. Well, the other thing we can do is we can actually connect students' devices right to this board. So we're thinking about using this in two ways, right? We built this page and we built the previous page to have students come up to the board, interact with the content at the interactive display. But what we can also do is actually have students' Chromebooks just connected directly to this board. So I think we should give this a try. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pop up some directions for you. So to find your directions on your board on how your students will connect. So the first thing I did do is I actually did sign into my board. I'm signed into my board, so my class ID is going to be the same as when I go into Lumio. My file is also saving to Lumio as well. If you're not signed into your board, not a big deal. Your students will be able to connect, but I would get signed in, and that way you can do all the things that I'm about to show right now. So like I said, I'm signed into my board, and I'm going to tap on that little person with a number. And this gives my students these directions to go to hellosmart.com and join as a guest. I would have my students sign in, but if you're joining us today, I would just encourage you just to go ahead and sign in as a guest. And then my class ID is 12770. So if anyone would like to join us right now, we're running this live session right now for you to join on in. Awesome. I'm already getting some people connected. So you are more than welcome right now to connect to our live session. So now you will be able to see this math manipulative right on your screen. So again, you're welcome to connect to hellosmart.com. You can just join as a guest for our purposes today. And then my class ID is 12770. All right, I'm sure Amy's popping that information into the chat for us as well. Now the next, yep, awesome. The next thing I'm going to do is go ahead and start sharing this lesson. So I am going to tap on the button up here that says start sharing. So now this lesson is going to be pushed out to my students' devices. So now as a student, you will be able to see this math manipulative on your screen. I'm going to tuck these directions away just for right now, because what I really want to do next is turn this page over to my students. So you can see at the bottom of my screen, I have two options. Each student can get their own copy as an individual handout, or I could have students working in small groups. We're going to experience a small group activity in just a few minutes, but let's use this one as a handout. So if I tap on handout, now each student will get their own copy. And what's really helpful about this is as soon as I click on student progress, I can very easily pull up on the board here a teacher copy of the handout. So maybe I do have students working at the board, or I'm modeling for students how to interact with this page. I'm going to pull up my teacher copy of this right here. There we go. Okay. But I can also pop into my students' work. So I'm just going to head on in and maybe I'm just going to tap and take a look and see how students are completing this work here. All right, so it's going to pull right on up there on the screen and they can start working right there on that handout. And then students can start to explain how they solved the equations, how they interacted. They can come up and teach the class because their work is easily shown up on the smartboard just by going ahead and sharing this lesson with students and then using that handout option. Now, each student can demonstrate their learning and then, like I said, come on up to the board and share their learning with others. All right, so I think it's time we're going to take a look at some more examples here and look at some more English language arts examples. But Amy, any questions or anything you'd like to add there?
My work is I'm finished, but I didn't do a very good job. I just want you to know ahead of time, when you open my paper, it's not going to be great. But no, we do not have any questions.
Well, we can certainly pop that up here. Great example, right, of having students interact with the content. So let's see.
Yep.
Thanks, Amy.
It's not my finest activity, but
right. I will point out that Amy pressed her done button. So I have a little green check mark on her work, which is really giving me that nice indication of, oh, Amy's ready to share her work. Oh, looks like We're going to keep working there. All right. So now, like I said, I'm going to head on back to my home screen here, and let's open up a new whiteboard file and keep exploring how we can create some of the student-centered learning. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and open up my whiteboard again. I have a fresh whiteboard, and I can still be sharing this lesson with my students. Again, if you're connected to my lesson, I'm just going to tap on Start Sharing, and now this is going to push out again to your devices. Now, again, think about those different scenarios. I can have students working at the board in a center or a station, or I can have you working on your devices in a center or a station, and I've just pushed that whiteboard right on out to you. I think this time, let's look at some vocabulary. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that plus sign on the left-hand side, and I'm going to grab one of the graphic organizers. You have a lot of different options here when it comes to just adding some graphic organizers. And again, I could have started in Lumio and set up my lesson there, but I just wanted to walk up to my board, sign in, and just get started creating some of these centers and stations for students. So I am going to tap on my brainstorming web. Now, this is one of my favorite graphic organizers. To me, the possibilities are fairly endless. I'm thinking I could use this to have students brainstorm, activate prior knowledge, or maybe reflect on their learning for the day just by using this brainstorming graphic organizer. Students at the board or from their devices, they can add words, they can add pictures, and this can just really be a space for them to drive their learning. So what I do want to do is I'm going to add a word to the page. And, if we're talking about learning about synonyms or just really leveling up our vocabulary here, we're going to start with a word, and then I really want to grow from there and really expand our vocabulary today. So I tapped on the pen on the left side, and I could simply start writing on the board. I am going to go with the text pen, actually. That's the little pen with the capital A and the lowercase a. So if you're tapping along on your board, you're welcome to find that pen. I'm going to choose a color, and then I'm just going to write a word in the middle here. Okay, so let's start with the word happy. Well, I'm thinking that if we are using some of this vocabulary for our writing that we're doing today, or if we're trying to expand and grow our vocabulary, that there are so many other words that we could use in the word happy. So let's work on that today. Let's expand our vocabulary. All right, so I'm going to lock this down. I just tapped on that word happy, and I'm going to go ahead and glue that down onto the page right there. And then again, thinking about I could have students at the board working, I could be making notes up here. You can see if you are connected to my lesson that you can see everything we're doing at the board. So think again about having students come to the board and lead instruction, show what they know, teach the class. You could have students come on up to the board and add all of their thoughts that will get pushed out to their friends' devices if they've connected through Hello Smart. But let's think about this more, about having students connect from their devices and add their thinking to the page. So again, I'm going to tap on that little person over here. And just as a reminder, if you'd like to see what this looks like, you can go to hellosmart.com and join in as a student. My class ID is 12770. I'm going to tuck this little panel away right now. And at the bottom, again, we talked about this earlier. I had that individual handout option, but I could also turn this into a collaborative workspace. So I am going to go ahead and tap on that collaborative workspace opportunity. All right. Now, simply just to kind of review what we did here to make this center, we tapped on that plus sign. We selected a graphic organizer. We added a word. I could have added some images. We'll get into the images here in a few minutes. And then I'm just going to go ahead and convert that right into that collaborative workspace. So we're getting all converted here. I'm going to have an option. I'm going to get an option to turn this page into a small group activity. So if I'm thinking about grouping in intentional small groups in my classroom, I could have students work together in small groups on this collaborative workspace. I can also have students work as a whole group on this collaborative workspace. And that is going to be, I think probably that's the option that I'm going to go with. Let me go ahead and just pop out of this for just 1 second and come right on back here. Let's see if we can get that all converted into that collaborative workspace. So again, just in this one page, I'm going to be able to have students connect then from their devices. All right, looks like we're getting all connected here. All right, let me try that one more time. All right, and then again, everything that I'm doing here today, I'm saving it to my Lumio library. So everything that you're doing today, I can share out with students and I can share out with you later. All right, so here's my brainstorming web. I use that collaborative workspace opportunity. And now what I'm gonna do is just tap to set up my workspace. And again, just like I said before, I have 2 options. Let me go ahead and make sure I'm sharing this whiteboard. Good, I am. All right. I have the 2 options. I could put you into small groups or I could have us all work together. Let's go ahead and just all work on one team. All right. So there's that word that we started with and the word happy. Well, as a teacher, I can be working in real time with students, or I could have students at the board, or students can be, again, contributing from their devices. So when students start adding content to the board, it will start popping up for us. As a teacher, I can be adding some content as we go too, and we can just be working in real time together on the board. I really want to be giving my students that feedback in real time so we can be talking and discussing about these words. And then, like I said, they can be contributing as we go. So let me add a few more words here, maybe cheerful. All right. Maybe I want to add some images to this board. I can do that as well. Maybe instead of just pictures to go or just words to go with the word happy, I want students to look for pictures. So we would just tap on that little plus sign and I can do a quick search. We'll use that in our next example as well. All right, Amy, any questions about that collaborative space or any other uses that are kind of bubbling up for us to use this collaborative space?
We do not have any questions. I think you need to share it. I don't see it on my device.
Okay. Let me stop and start again. There we go. All right, let's see if we can get that pulled up. Let me know.
Okay.
All right.
Looks good. Yeah, no, this is the brainstorming web is one of my favorite ones. I like to use it for if we're talking about a story to kind of do the theme and then do supporting facts. And so brainstorming web, you can just about do anything with it. And kids love to come up and write in the ovals very much. So it's a cool one. My kids love it. My kids pull it up all the time when they're not in school.
Oh, I love that. That's so fun. Yeah, and I agree. You know, every opportunity that students have to come up and use the board, teach each other, really demonstrate what they know up on the board. It's always, you know, engaging for them. But I love how I could have students from their devices contribute as well, so they can really drive where we go with this lesson. So I'm thinking that, you know, if I had students add some other words to the board and we were really, you know, brainstorming here, coming up with those different thoughts, what if we had a word, you know, maybe we added some words here that we really need to dive into a little bit more. Maybe someone added the word elated. All right. And then as a class, we're thinking, you know, maybe that's a word I'm not as familiar with, or I don't quite understand that word well. Well, let's go ahead. Maybe I'll circle that. Okay. Well, this is a word that we should dive into and take a closer look at. So I'm going to go ahead and just go right back into that plus sign right now. And if I dive back into that plus sign, I see on inside of my graphic organizers, I'm going to go ahead and select another one. There are many different options here. If you haven't had a chance to explore the graphic organizers inside of your whiteboard, you have things like Venn diagrams or tree charts, thinking frames. Again, I can think of just so many different ways for students to use some of these graphic organizers, whether each student has their own copy or whether they're working in small groups or whole groups together. But at the top here, I see that I have a Frayer model. So I am going to go ahead and grab that Frayer model. I think this is going to be a great graphic organizer to use to really dive into this word even more. So I will grab my text pen here again. I like using this text pen, make it nice and clear for my students. So we're going to go ahead and write that word elated up on the board and turn that into that text here. I'll just do that in just a second. Maybe I can grab that one more time. Oh, yep. There we go. All right, we're going to go ahead and add that word elated. And now again, I can lock that word to the page. Maybe I want to make it even larger. And I can lock that down. Now it's glued to the page. And then we can use this Frayer model to add some more words, add some pictures to go along with it, and to really dive into this word. Now, I am going to go ahead and if I tap on my little person over here, we can again use this as that collaborative space. So I'm going to go ahead and tap on collaborative workspace. That's going to go ahead and we'll set it up. And this time, maybe I want this to be a small group space. So if I do have students in the class, maybe I want to put us into 2 or 3 groups. Let's go ahead and put you into 2 groups there. It's going to assign you a team. If I felt like I wanted to move students around, maybe I'll put Julie over here in team 1 or leave her in team 2. Or I could have students come up to the board, move their names around into their small groups, and then they could get started on this page. So I'm really thinking about those intentional small group opportunities for students to work together. And during that time, students are going to be able to choose which group they work in, or maybe as a teacher, I'm going to select those groups based on the objective of our time together. But then students can then work together in those small groups to add to this graphic organizer. So I'll go ahead and start this workspace and that'll get it all set up for you. Again, up on the board, I can interact with students as they are contributing from their devices. So if I hop into Amy's workspace here in her small group, I can see what she's adding to the page. Maybe we are going to add a sentence or maybe a definition, or maybe I'm going to ask her a question right here. All right. So maybe I'm going to ask, all right, what does elated mean? All right, now I've asked her a question. She can go ahead and find that definition and add it right to the board. We can have that two-way conversation going here, and I can give her that feedback in real time. Awesome. She was able to add text to her page right there. She's able to add a picture to go with it right there, and everything that I'm doing too is going to show up on her device. As a teacher, if I wanted to add, some more pictures to this page, again, there's that little mountain with a plus sign. So that option right there, you can do a search and you can find some images to connect to this word. So maybe I would search for the word elated, or if I search for happy, I can just go ahead, do that search real quick. Maybe we're going to find some pictures to go along with it. Awesome. Oh, there's some penguins there. Maybe that's from Happy Feet. So there we go. I'm going to go ahead and move that around and just add it right to the board. That image search that students can do here at the board to add, or they might be doing that same image search from their devices and adding to the workspace. That's a safe search. So my students can just hop on in to their workspace, do that quick image search, add some images to the board, and just really add those visuals to unpack this vocabulary word that we're focusing on right now. All right, love that. I'm going to hop back and see if we were able to add anything to our other space here. If we're still working, looks like we're still working. All right, but think about just how easy that is to have students work from their devices add to the board, and then we can come do a virtual gallery walk up at the board. So I could, again, have that small group come to the board, show their work, and explain their thinking, teach the class, and really unpack what we're learning today. Whether it's a new topic, we're reviewing a topic that we've been working on, or we're diving a little deeper into an objective of our lesson. All right, Amy, any questions or anything to add before we keep plugging along here?
I think we're good to go.
Okay, awesome. All right, so let's keep exploring this topic here, and we're going to add another manipulative to our page. All right, so again, in that plus sign on the left-hand side, maybe you're noticing a theme here. You know, as you're exploring your whiteboard, that plus sign really unpacks a lot for you. Again, we have those graphic organizers, just as a review there, but now I'm going to hop into some of the manipulatives again. We saw these earlier and we grabbed that math example, but just as a review, you have a digital calendar here. You can add a coins manipulative to the board, maybe fraction tiles. There is a math expressions that has the interactive dice there as well. And then sorting shapes are on here too. Well, because this lesson, was that vocabulary lesson, so I am going to go ahead and grab the making words manipulative here. So I'm thinking about using this one in quite a few different ways. I think some of my students, maybe some younger students, you might be practicing your phonics skills using the making words activity. Maybe you're having students create sentences up here. I'm thinking for older students, I might have them use this activity to create a word that connects with what did we learn about today. I could use this as a reflection tool for my students. Add a word that connects for what we learned about today, or to summarize, make 3 words that summarize what we learned about today. I could also have students use this one. Maybe we're going to make a crossword puzzle up here, and they get to just really be creative. Again, up at the board, or we could use that collaborative space. What I'm going to do is make a word here. Let's make the word glad. Right, so you notice I'm just dragging and dropping. After I add that manipulative to the page, now I'm just dragging and dropping those words and those letter tiles right up on the page here. Over on the left-hand side, I know I want to find that selection tool, so that's right underneath my pens. So right here is that selection tool, okay? I'm going to drag and select all those letters, tap, and maybe before I do that, I'm going to just one more time. Yeah, I'm going to move that over right over here. And now I'm going to go ahead and lock that down. So now I have this word here, and I would really like for my students to come up with maybe an acrostic poem to go with the word glad and to really demonstrate their understanding of this word. And maybe I want them to use what are some of those other vocabulary words that we really started, exploring today. So just like I've been doing before, I will make sure my students are connected if I want them to be connected to this board. Again, they've gone to Hello Smart to connect. And now I'm going to go ahead and turn this into an individual handout activity. So each student is going to have that option to add text, and then maybe they could even find some images to add to the board as well. I'll go ahead and tap on student progress. This is going to allow students to have their own copy of this page. Okay, so now we've kind of thought about this in 3 ways to have this flexible learning, and again, to have my students really drive their learning. So in a few different ways, I could have students working on these pages just right on the board. That could be my center for the day or my station. Or maybe I've pushed this lesson out to my students' devices so that they can then interact with either that handout or with a small group as a workspace. Because we've been working on a few different pages and we're really building upon what we learned today. We started with that brainstorming web, then we went in and we used the Frayer model, and now finally we're creating this poem using the making words activity. What I want to do is give my students the flexibility to go between this whole file. So I am going to go ahead and click on that little person on the left-hand side, and I'm going to toggle this over to student pacing. What that is going to allow my students to do is go back to page 1 or page 2 or continue on. So now they have the flexibility to go through the entire file at their own pace. Again, I want students to really be driving this instruction and drive this lesson. So I want them to have that opportunity to go back, maybe review some of the words that we put into the word web. Maybe they're going to use that in this task. Or maybe I've put in a video in this lesson for my students to watch, or some additional information for them to review and to use in this task. So again, what I did is up on the little person, I just toggled this over to student pacing. And now students can go from page to page. When I'm ready to bring everybody back together, I simply tap on teacher pacing, and then I can drive that learning again. Or maybe we put it over on teacher pacing, and then students can come up to the board and teach the class. So I've left that on student pacing for just a moment. We know, again, we have a teacher handout here in the bottom right-hand corner. I can model for my students how to interact with the page and maybe give them an example of a poem, or maybe I have students working at the board. If I toggle back, I have that little, what I'm doing is I'm tapping on a little arrow in the upper left-hand corner to be heading on back there. And now if I pop into Amy's work, I can see what she's added to the page. Awesome. She has started to add some words and pictures. And as soon as I go in and add, maybe I'm going to add a smiley face there. Great job, a star. And she can see that right on her handout. So again, this is how I'm going to give students that direct feedback while they're learning, because I can be hopping in and out of all of their work. And I can be adding, notes or questions, or maybe some supports or some challenge and extension tasks to students' page. Maybe I'm going to add a question in there for them to be really thinking about, to continue to level up their thinking. So I can really meet my students where they are as we're learning. I can use this individual option, or I can use the workspace option. All right. So Amy, how are we doing there? Any questions?
We're good. We don't have any questions right now.
All right, wonderful. Thanks. So I'm thinking about pulling this lesson all together for my students. And we're going to talk about one more item that I might add to my board. And then we'll kind of talk about where is this lesson saving and how can I access this later, because I know that's certainly important. So to pull this all together for my students, I have in the bottom left-hand corner, I have some arrows, and that's how I can navigate between the pages. Remember, I have this set to that student pacing. So students could be on page 5 while I go back to page 4 and review and talk or check work. If I tap on that little number, I can see all the pages in this file. So this is how I could go between the pages and access different pages in my whiteboard file here. But, I'm going to head back into that plus sign. So let me pull us back down on page 5 here. I'm going to go back into that plus sign on the left-hand side, because what I really want to do is add a reflection task for my students. So I'm going to tap on that plus sign on the left-hand side, and up at the top, if I needed to add a blank whiteboard page, that's where that would be, right there at the top. And next to it, I have a shout it out activity. So I'm going to go ahead and add that shout it out activity. Okay. And then I'm going to start this for the class. So when I start this for the class, it will pull all my students into the shout it out. And this is going to be a great opportunity to ask my students, what is one thing that you learned today? What's one question that you still have? Or maybe I would ask students to summarize what we learned about today. And once they're connected to my whiteboard, they're going to be able to use Shout It Out and add those thoughts to the board. Their reflections are going to pop right on up on my smartboard here for the whole class to see. So Shout It Out can be just a great way for students to reflect on their lessons. Maybe I'm going to have students brainstorming different Maybe I'll have students brainstorming different ideas. Shout It Out can be a great way to brainstorm as well. So responses look a little small there probably. So if I go ahead and tap right here, I can see, oh, great. Well, today we're learning how to share your board activities to student devices and really incorporate those student devices. So many great ways to use Shout It Out to have students join in on that learning and to really get students' voice heard. Again, I want students driving that instruction. So I want to hear from them, and I want them to be reflecting, to be asking questions, brainstorming, and adding their thoughts. Amy, any other ways you might use Shout It Out with students?
I think a good way to use Shout It Out from some teachers that I've heard, they use it for social emotional activities. Maybe on a Monday morning, say to their students, maybe use an image. How was your weekend? Or how are you feeling this morning? Just to kind of gauge the class and get a handle on how the kids are feeling after the weekend or anytime really.
Well, exactly, right? Maybe it's a quick check-in when they come back in from another class period, maybe as they're changing classes. Or, I have a lot of teachers that I work with, they might use this as their bell ringer or do now activity. It's also a great exit ticket. And then Amy brought up a good point of maybe I want to use this during a morning meeting or to have my students really practice some of those social and emotional learning skills. So an option that I have with Shout It Out is I can tap on the little gear and I can go ahead and make this an anonymous task. So if I tap on display names and I turn that off, now it's simply an icon over here. And my students can feel free to share without having their name displayed up on the board. As a teacher, I can go back and turn on the names or see who added what to the board. But I know I've worked with school counselors, and this has really been a helpful tool for them. Sometimes I know students are hesitant to share, and having that anonymous option can really help them feel more comfortable to share with the group. All right. So Amy, let me know if any questions are popping in before we kind of, wind down and talk about some other ideas and where is this lesson? I think we should probably answer that question.
Yes, ma'am. Nope, we're good with questions, so we're ready to move on.
All right, sounds good. So I am going to go back to my home screen here for just a moment. All right. Now, where is my lesson? How do I continue to provide my students with feedback? And how do I continue to use this lesson with my students? Well, like I said, the first thing I did was I signed into my board. So signing into your board is up in the upper left-hand corner. You have, it'll be a little white smiley face. If you tap there, you can sign in, use Google, and use your school district account. You can save all of your whiteboards to your Lumio account. Lumio is a cloud-based software, and you can access it right in your Google Drive. I'm going to hop into Lumio here in just a moment because I want to make sure that you see where my lesson is and then how I could even share this out with my students to continue to access and work on it outside of this class period or maybe outside of our small group time. So I'm going to go ahead and like I said, I'm hopping in. I'm going to go to my browser here and I have Lumio popped up right here. All right, let me head on into, also from my Google Drive, what you're going to be able to see is up in my waffle. If I go to my waffle in my Google Drive and I scroll down, this is how I can access Lumio, just right there. So I did that kind of quickly. Let me go back here for a second. If you're wondering where are your lessons saving, if you're saving your lessons to Lumio, you can tap on your waffle, scroll down, and you're going to see Lumio right inside of your waffle. Well, once you're on your Lumio homepage, all right, let me head back here. Okay, so once I'm in my Lumio homepage right here, all right, I can see that I have my lessons just right on my Lumio homepage. Pull that right up here. All right, it might ask you to sign in as you're getting on in there. But once you get signed in, you're going to see all of your lessons right there, and you're going to see 3 little dots, and you're going to be able to share out this lesson with your students. What's great is that you can post that share link to Google Classroom, and your students can access it later. All right. It signed me out. My apologies. We're getting all set up here. All right. There we go. So I'm thinking that if I had students working during that class time and they were working on some of those handouts or workspaces and we got all set up during that class time, I'm going to want students to keep working on that work outside of class. I'm also going to want students to be able to access all of their wonderful work outside of class. Maybe we took some notes, or maybe we really explored some vocabulary, and I want students to use that in their upcoming assignments or some upcoming projects that they're working on, and I want them to really use that vocabulary. So right here from my Lumio homepage, again, here's that whiteboard that we started. And just right together, I went into the whiteboard, I started the whiteboard, we created some of these activities for students to use either at the board or from their devices. And now what I'm going to do is tap on the 3 little dots. Now, I'm probably going to tap edit and rename this lesson. It just has date and time on it. But I know I'm going to want this to be named, exactly what my students will recognize or what I'll remember what it's called. So I might hit edit and go ahead and rename that lesson. But the next thing that I'm going to do is tap on share link. So right underneath edit, it says share link. Now, when I open this up, now I could grab a teacher share link. Maybe there's another teacher that I'm working with who would really want to use this lesson as well. I could share it with that teacher. But what I want to do is get this student access link, and I could do this. So I'm on my board right now, but really I'd probably open up my teacher device later, open up my Google Drive, go to Lumio, and then find that share link. I simply need to copy it, and then I can post it for my students. They'll click on their name to sign in, and then they can just sign right on in with their Google account and access that work that they started earlier. So if students started a handout or started a workspace, they can easily come back and keep working on it. A task like Shouted Out is one that I'm going to run live with my students while they're connected to Hello Smart. But the handouts and workspaces can certainly be accessed later outside of class. All right, Amy, let me know if there were some questions popping in there about how to share this out with students.
No questions. We're good.
All right. The other thing I'm going to point out now that I'm here in Lumio, we went right into the whiteboard and we just got started and we just went ahead and we built a quick lesson on the fly, right? We used the graphic organizers, we used the manipulatives, and we just got started right away. We were able to convert those pages. Again, I'm signed into the board. I can easily convert them and get started and have students connect. But you can pre-plan your lesson. You don't necessarily need to just start it right there on the board. You could have your lesson ready in Lumio so that when you sign into your board, right in your files, you will see that Lumio lesson. And later on this afternoon, we'll walk through how to create in Lumio. So you're welcome to come join us later on this afternoon to learn more about creating in Lumio. When I do get started here, I would just click on that green button and I can start adding activities. And again, they will be saved in my Lumio library and I can access them right from my board, right in files. All right, so we certainly want to make sure that we leave you with some more ideas and resources. So hopefully we gave you a couple of thoughts on how you could use your board, whether using some of those graphic organizers, using Shout It Out, using even just a blank page with widgets. We also, did I talk about, there's a timer right up there in your widgets. I know I use that all the time. I always have teachers asking me where that timer is for when we are, doing small group work or stations or some blended learning. So, like I said, I want to leave you with some resources to come back after today. This file, we'll be posting it there where all the Gold Days information is, and you're going to be able to come back to this and refer back to some steppers. But what I do want to point out here is that I am also going to be linking this document for you to review. So this doc right here, you can link out to it, or you can go to this bit.ly link right here. And this is going to give you some of those ideas that we talked about today on how you can build some centers and rotations with your smartboard. And it even talks about some additional ideas that we didn't even get into today, such as using a YouTube video. You can add a YouTube video to your board and then add that, maybe brainstorming web, and use those pages together so that your students can watch a short video and then brainstorm what they know or what they learned or reflect on all those things. So if I hop back in here and I pull this up, let me pull up this document right here. Like I said, you've got 2 pages in here, different graphic organizers that we even talked about today, some other ideas, use that spinner. Maybe students are going to build a story by spinning different parts of the story. Again, student choice. Or maybe you're even going to use your smartboard and you're going to open up that browser, and then you can use websites for your students to interact with as a station or a center. So hopefully this will give you some extra ideas on how you can use your smartboard as interactive learning. I think I saw Amy pop that link into the chat, but also the link will take you there.
I'm trying to, and I typed it wrong, and then I couldn't see it. I'm going to type it one more time the correct way. Oh, that was a slash. I missed that. Okay.
Yeah, so it's bit.ly and then smart centers, and smart is all capital. And then centers is lowercase. I know it is case sensitive.
There it goes. We got it now.
Awesome. So hopefully this gives you a couple more ideas, kind of churning around your brain on how you can use your smartboard as some small group or station rotations for your students. And Amy, looks like we just have a couple minutes left here if we have any questions.
We don't have any in the chat. If anybody has questions, feel free to come off mute and give us a chance to answer your questions. We're happy to do it.
Yeah. All right. If not, we really want to thank you all for joining us today. We hope you have a few new ideas on how you can use your smartboard with students, how you can connect those student devices. So I think that's really powerful. Don't you think, Amy? We can have students really driving that learning from their devices.
Yes, driving it from their devices, but also coming to the board and interacting with the material on the board is important as well.
Yeah, I completely agree. And then I love that thought of having students work and then come up to the board. We could do that virtual gallery walk, or have students, explain their thinking, teach the class, and really, show us what they know and kind of dive into these things.
Agreed.
Awesome. All right. Well, thanks again, everyone.
Thanks, Sarah. Have a good weekend, everybody.
Thanks, everyone. And thank you for our smart presenters. We learned a lot today. And let's see who's coming up next. At 1 o'clock, we have Let's Talk Tequity with Google Read and Write. And that's Mark Callahan, and he should be here shortly. So you can use a few minutes to get ready for our next session. And thank you, Julie. I'm glad. Thanks for joining us. Thanks, Tracy. Appreciate it. And we have Mark. Hey, Mark, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm awesome. Thank you so much.
Good. Thanks for being here. So let's see. It looks like, what's our time?
Hey, it looks like I'm a few minutes early. Is it okay for me to share my screen, or would you prefer that I wait a few minutes? Either one is fine.
Let's go ahead and you can get your screen up and ready, and then that way when 1 o'clock hits, we'll be ready to roll.
That's awesome. Thank you. All right.
Looks good. So are you doing a Google slide presentation? Do you know how to turn on the subtitles?
I do. Let me thank you for asking me about that. Let's see. All right, if I need to do view, do I have to do that before I turn on present, or would I do that when I log into the Hangouts? Because I can exit out and join again if you want, or would it be in the?
You do it either before present. Shoot. Okay, yeah. So it's been a while.
No, that's
go
okay.
Go down there
so,
and do the hide that little box.
Yep.
Okay, sorry, go back and start sharing again. I think it's under that box. We'll figure it out together.
Okay, so if I do share screen, it's going to give me an option to share the entire screen. It doesn't look like there's any. Let me click on window to see if there's a difference. Right, the Hangouts video call. So I'll
I think
click
if
share.
you hide that little box down at the bottom.
Yep.
And then
I think I need to go up into settings. Let me try that.
And then go to the 3 dots.
Yep.
I'm remembering now.
All right.
And it's not there. Then maybe it's in settings.
Okay, let's try that.
It's funny how something that I did nonstop during NTI, I can somehow forget.
No, I totally understand this. And let's see, it's not in the video.
I thought it was a 3-dot thing, it feels like. Well, if you can't get it on, that's okay. I appreciate you trying.
No, let's see. Yeah, I'm surprised they don't have it easier to access.
Maybe try 3 dots full screen.
Yep, let me try that. Let's see if that makes a difference. Wow, this is...
Give me 1 second. I'll be right
Yep.
back, and I think I'll find it.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, it's not in the Hangout. It's in the slides. So you're going to go to...
Okay.
Do you do present first? I got Michelle to help remind me.
Hey, so in your slides, just go down, go to present.
Okay.
And then you're going to see down in the bottom left, kind of hover, you'll see 3 dots.
Let's see.
There
Oh,
you
I
go.
see it
Click
now.
right there.
Yes.
And then you can pick your size and placement, and then you're going to put toggle captions, and away you go.
Sweet.
here we
Michelle,
go.
thank you so much.
Oh, you're so welcome.
Looks good. Thank you. Thanks, Michelle.
Okay, so folks, I am Mark Callahan. I appreciate the chance to share more information about Read and Write and then our PDF annotation tool. I was invited to present at your Deeper Learning Symposium a few weeks ago, and so basically I've taken the slides and the resources that I've created for that event, and I'll share those again with you right now. So just know that if you visit text.help /capital D, capital L, capital S, and then lowercase JCPS, you're going to have access to a number of valuable resources. When I'm done with the sessions, I will add a link to my slides so that you can access those as well. And I've got some resources that we're gonna demo today, just so you can get a better understanding of how Read and Write can help impact your instruction and help make it easier for your students to engage and demonstrate mastery. So in this session, we're going to do a couple of things. We're going to talk about UDL. We're going to talk about Tequity and also the station rotation model from Dr. Catlin Tucker. I'm going to try and give you a quick demo of Read and Write in Orbit Doc. There are some resources that Catlin Tucker has available. I want you to see those too. And then again, the session resources are available at that link. Okay, so if you're not familiar with Tequity, it's basically just a mashup of technology and equity. And if you think about it as in the easiest way, it is the intentional and strategic use of technology to help mitigate or close many of the barriers that diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives are addressing. Now, there is a wonderful book by Andra Tisha Fitzgerald, and one of the things that really stood out to me is that the UDL approach basically kind of customizes the route of learning for students. And I love this example because I'm not really good with directions. So she said, much in the same way that a GPS device finds the best approach to a destination and reduces barriers and obstacles, that's really what UDL does for learners. And so, you know, I know in Catlin Tucker's station rotation model, you know, you're being encouraged to integrate this into your classroom instruction on a weekly basis. And so, you know, there are ways that Read and Write can help you as you're planning, you know, your online stations, your offline stations, and even your teacher-led stations. So keep that in mind as we kind of go through this presentation today. Now, this slide is important because it really does represent all the places that your learners are working in a daily basis. So, you know, you're a Google-based district, so they're in Google Classroom and the Google Suite and also PDFs, but then you have a number of other publisher and curriculum resources that they access and use as well. And the thing that's important to think of is that some of these tools include accessibility features and some don't. And so there is a way for you to kind of bridge that gap and make it easier for your students to actually engage more fully in these resources throughout the school day. It also limits frustration, and we have tools in Read and Write that make it easier for your English learners to follow along as well. So let's think about diversity, inclusion, and equity. And really what's important to know is that equity is a process, okay? And it's something that it's an ongoing way that we do all these things. And I'm going to show you some examples of how this can impact you. So when I think about students that struggle, especially with literacy, I realize that it touches every subject area, but then if you think about it, it also impacts how they are able to work inside of your learning resources. Now, the thing that's terrible about literacy issues is that it can sometimes lead to lower growth and achievement, but we have the ability to change that and reverse that. So, what does Tequity look like in practice? So Read and Write is a solution that Jefferson County has purchased. They have a site-wide license. This is the second year for it. And you get premium access for every student, every teacher, every administrator, every instructional coach. Anybody who works in the district has access to Read and Write. And what it does, at its very simplest, it helps students understand, engage, and express themselves more independently. So this is what the toolbar looks like, and I've gone ahead and labeled all the tools, so you can see that there's probably about 20 different tools that the students can have access to. Now, this is actually a screenshot of a Pear Deck assignment, and what you can know is that this is a picture, right? But if a student's looking at this and they're like, I don't know what that says, well, we have a tool called the Screenshot Reader. And because this is an image, you can use the Screenshot Reader to use the cursor to surround the text, and it's going to do a process that's called OCR, and that stands for Optical Character Recognition. And once it's done with the OCR, it will automatically read that sentence to you, and it highlights the word that's being read aloud. So if you were a student and this was an obstacle, you're like, I don't know what that says. Read and Write has made it easy for you to independently have that sentence read aloud, and you can have it read once, twice, or as many times as you might need. Now, here is the next part of that Pear Deck assignment, and we are using another tool. This is the Talk and Type dictation tool. So I can use this to turn it on, and then through my microphone, I can go ahead and dictate my answer to the question. And that is another benefit, because there are some students who have issues with typing, or they might benefit just from being able to just dictate their answer. So it gives them another route to demonstrate mastery. Now, I know you guys use Google Classroom. Here's an example inside Schoology. But what I want you to know is that sometimes having the instructions read aloud is really important. And if there aren't any tools or read aloud options on any of the resources you're in, then you have the ability to use the read aloud tool. It provides needed scaffolds and, more importantly, critical options that benefit just a broad range of learners. Now, we talked about Talk and Type before. So what does it do? Well, it allows learners with dyslexia or perhaps physical challenge to demonstrate mastery. But it also benefits English learners and then any students who actually think faster than they're able to type. So keep that in mind. Here we are inside a PDF, and the read and write tools are available inside PDFs as well, and I'll show that. Now, word prediction is important because it offers suggestions as you type, and the word suggestions are read aloud when you hover over them with your cursor. Now, what I think is amazing about this tool is it helps learners connect their speaking vocabulary that's in their head to their writing vocabulary. So oftentimes, students will have a much richer range of words that they've heard other people talk and speak about, but they might be afraid to use those more complex words because they're afraid they don't know how to spell them. And so word prediction can help take away that anxiety for students. The talking dictionary is also important. So what happens if a student doesn't understand the word and would benefit from having the definition read aloud? Well, the talking dictionary is available, and it's a wonderful resource for young learners too, because it can help them independently engage and stay on task. And then here's some examples of how you can use the different tools in OrbitNote, which is our PDF annotation solution, to complete and submit digital assignments with ease. This is one of the most important things about the read aloud feature, is that you can actually teach students different ways to read. And so on this passage, what I want you to know is I've got the read aloud turned on, and it's got dual color highlighting. So as it's reading, it's going to highlight the word in blue, which makes it very easy for students to follow along. Now, this is the speech options section of the toolbar, and it gives you access to just a wealth of different text-to-speech voice options. More importantly, you have the ability to control the speed of each voice. And the reason that's important is because by adjusting the read aloud speech, it can help students develop critical reading skills. So for more focused reading, you might want to have the students highlight the passage and bump the reading speed down so that as it's being read aloud and they're following along, it helps them concentrate and take in at a much better rate. Now, if the passage is something where you just intend for them to do a skim reading, well, then it would be appropriate for you to bump up the speed and ask the students to increase that. And then as it's being read faster, it actually helps train them. I'm just skim reading. I don't have to get all the facts here. So that's another way of looking at how the read aloud tool can benefit students. BrainPop is a really wonderful resource. And what I want to demonstrate with this screenshot is how you can partner the tools together. So I've got the read aloud reading this sentence, and then let's say I don't understand the word sentence. I can click on that. I have the translation set to Spanish. I've got the picture dictionary turned on here. That's a wonderful resource for young learners, struggling learners, and English learners because it gives them a visual cue. And then you've also got the talking dictionary. But the real value is that when you use these tools in conjunction, it can really help increase vocab acquisition, not only for struggling readers, but also for English learners as well. Okay, now I mentioned that we had a number of different text-to-speech voice options, and this slide is meant to demonstrate that. So we've got all these different voice options that you can access quickly, and the way you do that is you just open the speech section and you'll click the drop-down arrow, and you can select from any of the different voice options. And then you also have the ability to select a translation language option as well. I've got it set to Spanish here. Now, we had a resource that was previously referred to as the PDF reader, and then it switched to Orbit Doc. We've also changed the name, and it is now Orbit Note. And the reason we did that is because there was a company that actually got their request in for the Orbit Doc title about a week before we did. So I want to go into a PDF that I have here. And I want to show you what it looks like with the toolbar. So when you drag your cursor over the top, you'll see that each of the different tools, it identifies what the tool is. So we have the picture dictionary, the screenshot reader, here's the translation tool. And then we have a number of other resources. So I can click on the highlighters, I can collect highlights. There's shapes that I can use, so circle or squares or lines. There's a handwriting tool here. There's an eraser. There's a text box. But I want to go over here to the 3 dots, and I want to click on that. And so here's where you would go in and you would look at the settings. Now, we've updated this, and one of the things that is really kind of cool is you can change the theme. So it depends on what your preference is, whether you'd prefer the lighter or the darker version, but you can choose that. Okay. And then here's where I would go in and choose the text-to-speech voice option. And again, you get to choose from a very extensive list. I can also go in and set the translation. So if I'd like to have it translate from English into Spanish, and you can see that there's a very extensive list here as well. So that's how you would go in and change that. We also have a tool called the Screen Mask, and I can go in and change the background color if I want. I can adjust and customize it. And then I can save this. And that's what the Screen Mask tool looks like. So again, if you want to make any changes, you can go over here and click on the settings and change that. Now to turn it off, I'll just turn that off. What I'd like to show you here is how easy it is for you to interact or engage inside this PDF. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to create a text box, and you can use the X right there to move it around. And then what I want to show you is that you can change the color. So we'll choose purple, and then you can increase the size of the font. Actually, that might not be a best one. Let's go do the blue, and then you can see how you can increase the font or decrease it. Now, I've gone ahead and typed that. Okay. I'm going to put my cursor right here, put a space. Mark Callahan. Now, what that did is it went ahead and it just typed my name in there. And then you'll see that after it got my name in there, it capitalized my first and my last name. So you have the ability to do that. I can also go ahead and have it read aloud if I want. And then if I would need to use word prediction, I have the ability to use that in here as well. And again, if I need to reposition it, I simply just move it around. If I'm not happy with it, I can hit the trash can. If I like it where it's at, I'll just click over here and it will be there. Now, you'll see on this section that I've gone ahead and circled some of the answers, and I'd like to show you how easy it is to do that. So I'm going to come over here to this symbol, shapes, and I'm going to click on the circle. And then all I'll do is come down here to, I think blossoming is the word I'd want to use, and you can kind of adjust the size of the circle. We'll choose crafty here and recovered. Now, we've gone ahead and done that. So let me show you another trick. I'm going to click here so that we're not adding more symbols in. I'm going to click on this one, and then it gives me the ability to reposition the circle over the word. And again, I can do the exact same thing for this one. And if for some reason I didn't want to have that, I would just click the delete button and it would go away. So you have that capability. I can come down here again, and if I want to enter a sentence in, it's very simple. I'm just going to come down here and draw a box. I'll reposition it. And again, I'm going to use the talk and type now. The equation A equals B is symmetric, period. So I can reposition that. You'll notice that it did not capitalize the T in the, so I'll just hit backspace and add a capital T. And when I'm happy with it, I just leave it right there. So you have the ability to do some wonderful things inside PDFs. Now, I know that your district also uses Edmentum, and I have a demo login, and I just want to go in and show you how you can utilize the read and write toolbar as well. Now, here is an example. Edmentum actually purchases a version of read and write, so it's meant for publishers. And so I know that they have some pretty amazing accessibility tools in here. So you can see under the reader tools, I've got access to highlighters and things like that. But what I wanted to show you is sometimes a student might encounter, a sentence or something that they would like to have read aloud. And the way this is set up, I can either try and use, right? So if I want to have that sentence read aloud, because I don't see that there is a read aloud feature in here, well, all I'd have to do is just turn on the read and write toolbar, and I can have that sentence read aloud to me. If I need to know, what the options are for the answers, I can do that as well and just press play. So you have the ability, your students have the ability to then go ahead and they can have that read aloud. What if let's see if I click on evidence, and we'll see if we can open up the dictionary. So if I'm not sure what that word means, I can quickly access it right there. Now, here we are in one of the exercises, and this has, I know it does have a read aloud feature here, but what if I don't know what this word is right here? So I've got the toolbar turned on, and you have to realize this is kind of an image. So I'm going to use a special tool called the screenshot reader. And when I click on that, I can surround that word with my mouse. It will OCR it and then read it to me. If I need to have it read again, I just press the play button, and I can do that as well. So there are ways to kind of partner read and write with the different resources you're using. Now, one thing I want to highlight, so we're in one of the reading exercises within Edmentum, and this whole view is much like, it's like a picture. So even if I highlight it and press play, yep. So I can access many of the tools. But what if I have students that might need some extra help with this? Well, there's a way for me to go ahead and highlight this page, right? And I can highlight as little or all of it as I need. And then there's a tool over here, and it's called Simplify. And when I click on Simplify, what it's going to do is it's going to open up another tab, right? And it's going to paste everything in there, but it's going to give me some more options. So let's take a look at what some of those options are. I can change the background on this. So if it's easier for me to access that content now, in one of these options, I have the ability to do that. What if I need to have a different font? Like if I'd benefit more from seeing this in Open Dyslexic, I can do that. I also have the ability to increase the font size. So if I have any vision issues, I can do that. And then we can also change the spacing. It could be single, 1.5, or double size spacing. So there's some wonderful options here. Now, one of the most important features that I'm often told is a teacher favorite are the highlighters and how you can create very quickly a vocab list. And the way you do that is you just click on the word and you highlight it. And we'll do story. And I'm going to click on describes. And I'll use the word different. Now, you can highlight as many or as few words as you want. And when I come over here, I can click on the vocabulary tool. And what that will do then is it will create a vocabulary list for me. So what it's doing is it's pulling the word, the corresponding definition. If we have a widget animation from the picture dictionary, it automatically pulls that over. And then you also have a notes section here. So that's set to default. And then up here, there are some other things that you can do as a teacher. So I could go ahead and highlight the word notes. I could click on voice note. And then I have the ability to insert audio instructions. Students, please write a sentence for each word in this week's vocabulary list. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to let me know. Good luck. Now, if I need to re-record it, I can, but if I'm happy with it the way it is, I can just click insert. And we see that this line right here is colored. It keeps changing color, so that tells me that it's working. And in a few seconds, it's going to insert a comment into the notes in much the same way you would do a typed comment. Now, the one thing that's important is if you're going to go ahead and create a vocab list that has the voice notes in it, one thing that's really important is when you go to share it, you're going to want to change the options here, okay? And you're going to want to set it to can comment. And the reason that is because if you click on it once, it'll resolve and disappear. But if you make the setting can comment, then it gives the students the ability to click on this multiple times without the voice note disappearing. So we've got that flexibility right there. Now, I want to stop for a second and check to see if anybody has any questions on anything that we've covered so far, because we've gone through a number of features. So if you want to write in the chat and let me know if you've got any questions, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, I've been keeping an eye on the chat and no questions at this time, but thanks for checking.
All right. All right. So let me go and open up the document that I showed you before, and I'm going to increase the size on this to make it a little bit easier for you to see it. So when I presented at the Deeper Learning Symposium, what I wanted to do was, this was sort of like the session, that description that I had, but the resources here are still valuable for you. So here's a link to that slide that shows you here's all the resources you're using. Here's more information about UDL. So if you'd like to find out about, what UDL is all about, you can find out about the multiple means of engagement and representation and action and expression. Okay. And then I went ahead and pulled some links in from Catlin Tucker's work on station rotation. And she's got some really amazing resources that are available on her website. So you can see that right there. And then she just released a book with Katie Novak back in May. And that book is called UDL and Blended Learning. And I actually have a copy of it right back there. And it's wonderful. So I highly recommend that. But I've put some information in here that might help you as you plan your station rotation strategies. And then there's different links in here that might benefit you. Now, some of the cool things is that she's actually created some examples of what it looks like. So I've included those visuals in there for you. There's 10 tips link. I really like that one, which is why I highlighted it. Here's my contact information right here. I'm Cincinnati based, and I highly encourage you, if you have any questions about how to use Read and Write, don't hesitate to reach out. This is my cell number. I have my phone with me all the time. Here's my email address. And then I will add in the slides from today's presentation. I'll put a note here. Today is November 12th. 12 training slides, and I'll add those in right after the next session. There's a bunch of resources here that can really benefit you. So I want to take a second to go through this in the last few minutes. This is a resource that I would highly recommend bookmarking, and it's called the Key Tools for Basic Usage. And I want to go here and bump this up to a larger size. So what we've done here is we've taken each tool in the toolbar and we've broken it down. So here's a link to the video that shows you how to use the text-to-speech. And here's a link to the different voice options. And that was a document that I showed in my slides before. It gives you an overview of how to use the tool. And then my colleague, Joni, she is a former secondary teacher and UDL specialist. She came up with this column that where she can share her thoughts on best practices and outcomes for using these tools with students. So this is a really wonderful resource. What's most important for you to know is everybody has so much on their plate. So I don't want you to feel like you have to know how to use Read and Write in any kind of a perfect way. What's important is that you know that you've got access to it through the district subscription. It should be right up here for you to access. And if you click on the little puzzle piece right here, this gives you a list of all your extensions. And you can press on the push pin to pin it to your toolbar, which is what I've done up here. And so that's why I see the Read and Write here. And then I've also got Equasio, which is another solution you have access to, and Orbit Note. So just knowing that you've got those resources, and then I would probably bookmark this web page so that I know I could pull that up whenever I need it and refer to it. So you've got those resources. And then, hey, we've got some Read and Write fans who've done some really amazing things. So like Nadine Gilkison, she is with a district in Indiana, and she's done a really awesome training. It's in Google Slides, and she was kind enough to share that with us. So if you are more visual and you want to take a look at her slide deck, she's got 14 different slides. So there's some amazing resources right there. We've also got some links to resources for your English learners. I worked with Plymouth Canton. They shared some NWA MAP assessment data and Fountas and Pinnell BAS data with me that showed that their students who were using Read and Write were increasing their growth pretty substantially. And there's some other wonderful resources here. So please take a look at these and know that if you have any questions at all, I'm happy to help out. And Stephen, I believe we are right at 1:30. So I just want to thank everybody for your time today.
Thanks, Mark. That was a great presentation. So looking at the schedule, I have you, are you on again at 1:30? Is that correct?
I am. And what my understanding is that I could just do another version of this for the people that are able to attend at 1:30. So should I just go ahead and start over again? Would that be the best way to do it?
It's 1:31. So yeah, you can go ahead. That'd be great. Thank you.
Excellent. Now I need to go in here and make sure that as I'm presenting, I do, let's see, come down here, captions.
You got it now. Yeah,
All
it looks
right.
a little different than when I did it in NTI, but I'm glad the feature's still there and we found it.
Excellent. Hey, folks, thanks so much for joining me. My name is Mark Callahan, and today we're going to be talking Let's Talk Tequity and how Read and Write and our PDF annotation tool can help make it easier for your students to engage and demonstrate mastery throughout the school day. So in this session, we're going to talk a little bit about UDL, which is Universal Design for Learning, Tequity, and Catlin Tucker's station rotation model. And then I'm going to give you a quick review of Read and Write and Orbit Doc. I've got some station rotation basics that you might benefit from and a number of resources that you will find at this link. So if you visit text.help/D, capital L, capital S, and then lowercase JCPS, you'll be able to access this resource. We're going to go through that in a little more detail towards the end of this session, so don't feel like you have to write that down right this second. I want to start off by just kind of giving you an overview of what Tequity is. And it's essentially a mashup of technology and equity. And very simply, it is the intentional and strategic use of technology to help mitigate or close the barriers that DEI initiatives, and that's diversity, equity, and inclusion, are addressing. And so if you're not familiar with Universal Design for Learning, it's a framework for customizing goals, methods, materials, and assessments. And this slide is actually pulled from a book by Andrea Tisha Fitzgerald. And what I love the most is how she says UDL is basically an approach that scientifically customizes the route of learning, much in the way that a GPS device finds the best approach to a destination and helps reduce barriers and obstacles. So like maybe you don't like to travel on the highway. Well, you can eliminate that as an option. And that's what UDL does for learners. Now, Catlin Tucker, it's my understanding you guys are utilizing her station rotation model, which is exciting. And at the very basic, that is when teachers organize students into groups, and those students rotate through a series of online and offline learning stations. And so I just want you to keep that read and write and our PDF annotation tools are resources that can benefit how you plan your teacher led station as well as your online and offline stations, and how these tools can make it easier for your students to engage in these stations. So this slide is important because it really does represent all the places that your learners are asked to work on a daily basis. So I know you're a Google-based district, so you've got access to the Google Suite as well as Google Classroom. So, your students could be using a variety of resources, Google Docs or slides or forms. They could be working in PDFs, but then JCPS also provides access to a number of publisher and ed tech solutions. So we've got Thinksirca, Pear Deck Nearpod, Gale Edmentum. And then also one thing that's important is Kentucky's TestNav. The read and write text-to-speech tool is integrated within the TestNav assessment. So, as students practice using the toolbar, it actually helps them prepare for the end of year testing. Now, one thing that's important to note, and it's really this column right here, equity or Tequity is really a process. It's the ongoing way that you kind of examine what you do, checking biases, identifying barriers, and really trying to amplify voices and extend opportunity for all students. Now, when students struggle with literacy, they struggle everywhere. So the important part about this slide is it not only does the struggle touch every subject area, but it also impacts a student's ability to interact and engage inside the curriculum and technology resources that JCPS provides access to. And so what we're really trying to do with read and write and the whole UDL process is reverse the trend of lower growth and achievement, because we're giving students tools that they can use to independently engage with content. So you might be thinking, well, what does Tequity look like in practice? And we're going to show that. So at the very basic, read and write is a literacy toolbar that can help your students understand, engage, and express themselves more independently. Now, here is the read and write for Google Chrome toolbar, and I have each of the different tools identified so you can see what they all do. You'll see that we have about 20 tools that are designed to help make it easier for your students to engage. Now, this is a screenshot from an assignment in Pear Deck, and what I want you to see is that we're in this, and it's got this image here, and it's inaccessible. So what if I'm looking at this and I'm like, I have no idea. I can't read what this sentence says. Well, I have the read and write toolbar turned on. And because it's an image, I'm going to use the screenshot reader tool. So what it allows me to do is, using my mouse, I can surround that sentence. And then it's going to do a process called OCR, which is optical character recognition. And it's going to to be able to read that sentence aloud. Now you'll see as I've paused it, and it was reading the word definition, so it's highlighted in blue. And the reason that's important is when it reads, it's easy for the students to follow along. And over here you can see that I've got play, pause, and stop. And then there's the X mark if I'm done with this. But if I need to have this read aloud more than once, it's easy for me just to continue pressing the play button once, twice, or as many times as I need to have it read if I'm a student. So you have that capability. Now, in this slide, you'll notice that it said answer here. So we have access to use another tool, and that is the Talk and Type dictation tool. So what if I have some challenges in using the Chromebook keyboard, or it's just easier for me to get my thoughts down by dictating them? Well, I have access to the tool, and that's really what UDL is about. It's giving students multiple ways to answer or respond. And so if I want to type it out, I can, but I also have the ability to dictate it, and I can go ahead and do that as we show here. Now, I know you guys use Google Classroom. Here's an example in Schoology. And the reason this is important is this, what if I'm a student and I just don't understand what the instructions are? Well, I can use the toolbar to have that read aloud. And the reason this is important is because really what Read and Write does is it provides needed scaffolds for some students, but it also provides critical options that benefit a much broader range of learners. And we know that COVID has really been a challenge for students, and they're doing their best to get to where they need to be. And these tools can help make it easier for students to achieve success. So we talked about Talk and Type before, and I just want to highlight this again. This is a really critical tool. It's a higher level tool because it turns a spoken word into text you're dictating. Why this is important? Because it allows learners with dyslexia or physical challenges to demonstrate mastery, so they can follow along as well. But it also benefits English learners as well as students who may think faster than they type. They can still get their thoughts down on paper before they lose that thought, and that is a wonderful tool. Now, here we are, and in this example, I'm inside a PDF, and we're using the word prediction tool. Now, I know that there are many students who have a much broader vocabulary in their head, but they may have anxiety, or they may not have the spelling skills to go along with that. And so it could cause them to use simpler words. And what the word prediction does is it allows them to use the more complex words that are in their head and get those into their assignments. And I love the tool for that. So just think of it as this is a tool that helps learners connect their speaking vocabulary to their writing vocabulary. Now, the Talking Dictionary is another important tool because it helps struggling learners or your young learners independently engage. What if they come across a word and they don't understand it? Well, I don't need someone to help me with the definition. I can do it myself. And that is the beauty of the tools in Read and Write. Here we are in a PDF again, and we've got a number of different tools open. So I've got the translation tool here. It's set to Spanish. I've got the picture dictionary and the Talking Dictionary open. I can have the sentence read aloud. I can insert and circle the words that are best fit. So there's a lot of tools that can be used within PDF assignments. And then this is a really important feature as well. So text to speech, we have the ability to let you choose from a number of text-to-speech voice options, but we also allow you to control the reading speed. And the reason this is important is best demonstrated in this reading passage. So you can actually teach your students how to read in different ways. So if you want them to learn how to be a more focused reader, well, you could ask them to slow down the reading speed and then highlight the passage, have it read aloud to them, and they'll follow along reading it. And because they're hearing it and they're reading it at the same time, it's going to increase comprehension, but it will also teach them how to be a more focused reader. Now, the opposite is, what if you just want them to skim the passage for the basic understanding? Well, you could have the students increase the speed and then highlight it. And as it's being read at a faster rate, they're learning how to skim read just to get the basic concept of what the passage is covering. So there's a number of different ways that you can use the reading speed to benefit your students. Now, BrainPop is a wonderful resource, and I know that you have a number of English learners in your district, and I just want to highlight this. So in some of the assignments in BrainPop, you'll have access to some accessibility tools, but in this particular screen, there weren't any. So what I'm doing is I've got the read and write toolbar turned on, and I'm able to use the read aloud feature, and it's got dual color highlighting. So as it's reading the sentence, the word that's being read is highlighted in blue, and that's really important. But I also have some other tools that I'm using in conjunction. So I've got the translation tool turned on, I have the talking dictionary and the picture dictionary. And it's really important that these tools work in unison, and they can really help increase vocab acquisition, not only for struggling readers, but English learners as well. And so it's nice for your students to know that they can have these tools available to them within BrainPop or ThinkCircle or some of the other resources you're using. Now, for your English learners, it's important to know that we have a number of different text-to-speech voice options. And here's a nice summary of all the different text-to-speech voices they can choose from. And again, down here, we also have a translation tool. And so you can have words translated into different languages as well. And so these tools are meant to really benefit your English learners. Now, this slide highlights Orbit Doc, and that is our PDF annotation tool. And we changed it from the PDF reader, which was, you would be used to seeing this icon last year, and then over the summer we changed it to Orbit Doc, and then it switched to Orbit Note. Now, in the last session, I went ahead and I added some annotations into this PDF. So I just want to go over this, and we'll do that again, and I'll show you how to make this work. So I've got the PDF opened up, and I had it in my folder. So let me find, let's see. So I just went here into my Google Drive, and I right-clicked on it, and then I come down here to open with, and then Orbit Note is one of the options. And then when it opens, this is what it looks like. And similar to the read and write toolbar, you've got tools right at the top of your screen. And as you hover over them, it will self-identify what each tool does. So that's the dictionary, the picture dictionary, translation tool. You've got highlighter. So if I click on that, it drops down a number of different options, including the sweeping tool to get rid of that. I have the ability to collect highlights. I can use shapes to encircle the answers. There's a freehand drawing tool. There's an eraser. So I can use the eraser to get rid of stuff very quickly. And then I just turn that off. There's a text box. So let me show you the text box. So I use that to put my name in here. And the way that I did that is I came over here, and you can choose the color. So we'll choose black this time. I can increase the size of the font or shrink it. And now there's also some other resources, like you've got the word prediction, and then this is the talk and type. So Mark Callahan. So I can use that to dictate my name, and you'll notice that it capitalized my first and last name after it was on there. And then if I want to move this around, it's very simple. I can do that. There's actually a little option down here. So if I want to change the size of it, I can do that. If I want to have it read aloud, I can do that as well. So there's lots of cool options here. If I'm happy with where I want it placed, then I just click out, and you've got that. Now, in this particular part of the assignment, it asked me to circle the correct word. So let's show you how I did that. So I'm going to go up to shapes, and I'm going to click on the circle. And so you can go here and choose the different line color and the thickness. And then if you want to fill color, I don't. So let's see. We'll see if this, I think that's great. All right. So now I'm going to come back here and I'll come down here and we'll try this. Yep, and I made a mistake there. So I don't want a fill color. Let's see if I can get rid of that. I'll use the eraser. We'll turn that off and then we'll try this again. Or maybe I'll use a square this time. We'll see if this works. So blossoming plants. I admire crafty doll houses. Have you recovered your good health? So it's very simple to use this tool. Now, one thing that I wanted to show you is what if I'm not happy with the placement of it? I can move it around if I want to. If I want to get rid of it, I can just delete it. So you have the ability here. If I want to reposition this and place it there, I can do that. So you've got those options. And then I'm going to come down here and get rid of this. I'll show you how easy it is to dictate a sentence. So I can either type it, or if I want to dictate it again, I'm going to come here and do the equation A equals B is symmetric, period. I'll turn that off. And I noticed, oh, it didn't capitalize the T in the, so I'll backspace. I'll add in the capital T. And if I want to reposition this on the line right there, I can do that. So you can do so many things. Now, here's some other tools that you can use. I'm going to go and click on the word, oh, and I need to turn that off. So sorry, let me go back here and I'll click on, and it's not letting me do that. So we'll use dictionary. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to turn on the dictionary. And then this is the picture dictionary. And then this is the translation tool. So I want to show you how I can open these tools up and then place them on the border of the PDF. And this gives me access to, I can have the word read aloud. And I can have the definition read aloud if I want. So I can stop that. I've got the translation tool here. It's set to Spanish, so I have access to that, and I can click on play, and it will it'll read that aloud to me. And then here is the image for that. Now, you might be wondering, how is it that we set some of the settings? So let me go here and I'll show you. So this is the general setting. So this is in English. And then we have two themes. So we have the dark mode turned on, but what if I prefer a lighter mode? Well, I can choose that option as well. And then here is the speech text. It was me. Sorry. I've got a controller on here and I accidentally pressed that. So I apologize. Thanks for that. So this allows you to control the voice speed, and then you can have continuous speech turned on, or you can turn it off. This is where you would go to set the translation, and this gives you some options. So here I'm going to translate from English, but what if I had a document that was in another language? Well, you could translate it from that language into English if you wanted to. So I'm going from English to Spanish, but you can change that if you want. And then you'll see that there is a very extensive list of language translation options. So you choose the one that's a best fit for you and you set that up. We also have a tool called screen masking. I'm going to show you that in a second, but these are all the different background colors that you can have. Okay. And then you can adjust, and I'll adjust the reading height. So you can see that we'll have a large reading height. And then I'll click save. And then this is what the screen masking tool looks like. So I can use this. So if it helps me focus more on, a smaller section, like a sentence or a part of the passage, I can do that. I can click here to go back into the settings, but if I want to turn this off, I just click on there and it disappears. So what's most important for you to know is that when you hover over each tool, the tool will self-identify. So just know that. You have the ability to use multiple tools in combination, and you can position them wherever you would like, whether you're in a PDF, whether you're in the Google Suite, or whether you're on a web page. It all works the same regardless of where you're at. You've got these wonderful tools here. I want to show you something else that's very cool. We're going to go into, let's see. Okay, I know Edmentum is one of the resources you guys use. So I've got a demo passcode to Edmentum, and what I want to highlight here is that, let's say that I'm trying to have some information read to me, like I don't understand what this sentence says. Well, I can highlight it and press play. And I've got access to have that sentence read aloud or any of the answer options here. That's really important because you'll notice there aren't any accessibility features here. So you're partnering Read and Write within Edmentum, and it helps you engage and stay on track. Here we are in one of their activities, and this does have a wonderful feature. It will read this sentence aloud, but then inside this here, what if I don't understand what that word is? So I've got Read and Write turned on. Now this is actually a picture, so I can't highlight the sentence because it's not going to allow me to do that, but I can use the screenshot reader. And if I take my cursor and I surround that word, what it'll do, it'll OCR it. So it's going to scan it. And that allows the text-to-speech voice to read it aloud. I can press play to have it read again if I need to. There's a pause and a stop button. I can click on the X and that disappears. So even if I'm engaged inside, this assignment and I need help with that, I can do that independently. Now, there's one thing that's important about this. This is one of the assignments in Edmentum. It's a reading assignment, okay? And again, you can highlight the text here and you can press play and it'll read aloud. I can pause it, I can press stop and that'll go away. If I need to access a word like I don't understand narrator, I can come up here and click on the dictionary or the picture dictionary. And again, it's going to give me additional information. I can press play. So I can have that read. What if I'm a student though with dyslexia and I'm having trouble accessing this the way it is? Well, there's a wonderful tool here that I can use. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to go over here and go to Simplify Page and click on that. And when I do that, it's going to open up this a new window, and it's going to paste everything in there, and it's going to give me some more options. So what I want to show you is that I can highlight the different words here, and then I can press vocabulary, and then I can pull up a vocabulary list. But I also want to show you a few other things. So let me get rid of the highlights. Now, what if it would be better for me to change the background to make it easier for me to access and read and engage with this content? Well, I have the ability to do that now through the tools that are available on Simplify Page. I can also come over here, and if I need to change the font, I could change the font to another option that might make it easier for me to access and engage with the content. Okay. And then if you have students with visual issues, you can actually increase the size of the font, which makes it easier for them to read it. I can also change the spacing on here. So we have single, 1.5, and double. So if you need to change the spacing, you can do that as well. There's also a simplify tool. So if I want to simplify this, and actually there's a Google algorithm that will go through and remove some of the words here. And what this does is it allows me to just kind of get the basic idea of what this is. I can click on the minus sign. Now, if I want to go back to the original, I'll simply go up here and click on the plus sign until that disappears. When it does, I know I've reached the full article or passage. So you've got those capabilities as well. And I want to just go over to the vocab list here and highlight something. So when you highlight the words and you create a vocabulary list, you have the ability to go in here then, and you can change it and or you can give it a title and save it. But you've got the word, there's the definition. If the picture dictionary has an animation or a widget, it will include it there. And then if you need to, you can go in and edit this. So if you think, hey, I just need this much for the student to read, you've got that. Now it's set to default where you get the blue white lines, okay, but you can change that if you want. You also have the ability to add in a voice note. So what I did here is I highlighted the word notes, and then I went up and then I clicked on voice note. And this gives you the ability to record up to 60 seconds worth of information or a message. And if you're happy with it, then you'll just click insert, which I've done right here. And then one thing that's important is before you share it out with your students, you're going to go ahead and you're going to change it to can comment. And the reason that's important is because when you share it out with students, if you have it on can comment, this will not disappear after you play it the first time. So if a student needs to have that read aloud more than once, you can do that. So in this case, I recorded the instructions like, students, here's the vocab list for this week. Please write a sentence for each word. So you can actually customize your message to make it easier for your students to engage in their assignments. Now, we're going to go back to the resource that I mentioned in the slides in the beginning. So I presented at the Deeper Learning Symposium recently, and that's why I've got that as part of the URL title. There's some wonderful resources in here, and I just want to highlight, if you want to do a little more learning about Universal Design for Learning, you can. Catlin Tucker, I've got some resources that I copied off of her wonderful website, and so you've got access to those resources and links here. There's some other resources that you should know about as well. And so she's got some top 10 tips for doing station rotation. That's important. My contact information is here. So if you ever have any questions, you're welcome to reach out to me. I'm happy to give you some guidance. We've got key tools for basic usage, which is right here. This is a wonderful document. If you want to have a one-stop shop for read and write, this would be it, because it's the Google version and we've gone through each of the tools. There's a link out to the YouTube video, which shows you how each tool works. My colleague Joni gave me some guidance on the best practices and outcomes for using each tool with the students. We also have resources from other read and write fans like Nadine Gilkison from Indiana. She came up with this wonderful training for her teachers, and so she gave us permission to share that. So what I want to say, because we're right at 2 o'clock, is make sure you check out these resources. If you need to contact me, I'm here. And then I just want to thank you for joining me for today's session. I'm grateful for your time. I appreciate you. And if there's anything we can do to help, you just let us know.
Thank you, Mark. We appreciate it. Thank you for doing both those sessions for us. We will get those edited and up on the Digital Learning channel for anybody that was unable to watch live, so they can go back and reference it. I know both of them were similar. Which one do you think I should put on the channel, first or second? Which one did you feel?
You know what? I think maybe the first one was a good one. I would try that.
Okay.
And then if you've got any questions, let me know. I'm going to go in and update the slides. I'll add that link into the resource doc, and then I'll share that with Kathleen. Okay.
Okay, that sounds good. Thanks a lot, Mark. You have a good day.
Hey, thank you. Weekend. You too.
Take care. Bye. And we have Sarah is ready, and let's check the clock. It is 2:01. Time to get into some smart learning with, I believe we'll be doing Lumio this afternoon. I know a lot of people are excited as they get their smart panels in their building, and Sarah's going to help teach us how to use them. Hi, Sarah.
All right. Hi. Good afternoon again.
Good to see you.
Good to be back here. Yeah. Thanks so much for having me. I know I am excited to talk about Lumio with everyone. I'm going to go ahead and I'll share my screen here. So thought this would be a great opportunity to start talking about how we can spark some curiosity in students by using Lumio. So we're going to dive on in. Now, Lumio you can easily use with your smartboard or your smart panel, but you can also use it even if you don't have a smartboard yet. So all you need are, your student devices. You can build lessons on your teacher computer, and you can just kind of get going and start sparking some of that curiosity. So very happy to be back here again with you. If you would like to join my live session, you are more than welcome to do that. If you want to go to hellosmart.com, you can easily join in as a guest, and then my class ID is 12770. So this is how you will have your students join a live session with you just by heading on into hellosmart.com. I would suggest if you're working with students, you have them sign in using Google and their school district account, and then you can just have them use your class ID. If you are interested in what that student perspective looks like, I can pull that up here on my screen. So I simply go to hellosmart.com. Again, I would have students sign in using Google and their school district account, but for today, I'll just go ahead and just click join as a guest. Once you enter in that class ID 12770, it'll take you right into my class, and you are going to see this live presentation that we're running right now, and we're going to have some awesome activities for you to engage in and start getting curious and getting interested in some new topics, and hopefully these are some ways that you can also engage your students in learning. All right, I know we have a welcome. Amy's joined us today in the call. Welcome, welcome. And I think she put that information into the chat for you if you'd like to join live. So I see I have a few people joining on in to my live session here. So thanks so much, everyone. I'm going to continue on, but we can certainly make sure that that information is popped into the chat in case anyone would like to join us. All right, so we'll take a moment and introduce ourselves again. So Sarah Sturck, Professional Development Specialist with SMART. My email is here. Please feel free to reach out if you have any questions after today or you're looking for some more ideas. Like I said, we had Amy. Amy, would you like to say hi to the group? Sure, it is 12770.
And it's in the chat if you guys need it going forward.
All right. Very cool. Let us know if you need that code again. Like I said, Amy's going to be with us watching that chat. So if you have any questions, just pop them right on in there. We love to have some conversation and talk about how we can use Lumio with students, as well as answer any questions. And you are welcome to reach out to us or connect with us on Twitter. We would love to talk with you. All right. So what are we going to do during our time today? We are going to spark students' curiosity, get them interested in new topics by using game-based activities. We're going to use collaborative workspaces and shout it out. And these are 3 tools that we can easily build and use in Lumio to really get students interested in new ideas and to start brainstorming and even do some reflection too after some new tasks. Again, I can use Lumio with my smartboard just very easily, and we'll kind of loop back to that and how do I use Lumio with my smartboard. But if you don't have a smartboard yet, no big deal. Or if you have a different board, not a big deal. You can use Lumio with any projection, or you can simply just use your computer. All right, so let's dive on in. Here is our first activity that we're going to use. We are going to use a super sort activity, and I am super curious if anyone can figure out what the sorting rule is here. So if you are connected to my class, you have your own copy of this activity. And what you can do is simply drag and then see, okay, does the milk go in that group? Yes, it does. I wonder what we're learning about today. Is tea? Man, we got to figure this. Let's see. Apples don't go over there, but apples go in this group. Okay, tea, nope. So go in this group. Yep. So how about a brick? All right, so I'm thinking brick and tea. What are the differences? What about the water? Oh, that goes in that group. I don't know. Amy, do you think, or anyone in the chat, why don't you pop on in? Do you know what our sorting rule might be in this activity?
I'm busy trying to sort them on my phone.
All right, let's see if anyone wants to pop into the chat and give us an idea. What do you think? If you think you figured out what is this sorting rule? All right, wood goes in group 1. All right. Ooh, looks like I figured it all out. All right. So if you're kind of taking a moment there, kind of exploring, I don't know, Amy, did you figure it out yet?
I didn't. I should have cheated and asked you ahead of time.
So today we are going to learn about the states of matter. And so so I'll give you that little hint, right? We're learning about states of matter today. So what are my 2 groups? What do you think?
Solid and liquid.
Solids and liquids. Awesome. There you go. So I may have started that activity with giving my students some of those little hints, or maybe just, hey, today during our lesson, what do you think we're learning about? And now we're starting to really think about what are the differences between those items that we have on the page and how are we sorting them? You know, I could have also added some instructional audio to this page and given students some hints and clues in there too. All right, so on the next page here, let's go ahead and turn this page into a collaborative workspace. So now let's work together. So I'm just going to click on the little person in the upper left-hand corner. I'm going to do that one more time so you can see what I'm doing here. I'm going to click on this little person in the upper left-hand corner. And then at the bottom, I can now convert this page into an individual handout or a collaborative workspace. Well, let's go ahead and use this as a collaborative workspace. Now, I can put you into small groups so you and your team can work together on sorting and adding the group names, or I could put everybody on one team. I'll go ahead and divide us into 2 teams. Awesome. Now we are in small groups, and I'm going to go ahead and click Start Workspace. Now, right on the space, which your students have the ability to do, so I'll bring this student perspective over here again. We are able to drag and add, you know, group 1. Maybe these are the solids. All right, so we can add that text right here to the page. And then group 2 over here, those were our liquids. So together in small groups, awesome, my partner is helping me out here. We are able to sort, drag and drop, add those group names and show, oh, what did we learn today? Or how are we gonna be sorting today? So we're really activating students' prior knowledge and having them think about what are those 2 categories. I could even ask students to add additional ideas. So maybe I want them to grab that capital A text tool and add some more ideas here. All right, so maybe a chair. Is that a solid? Let me add that over here so we can add some more ideas. Each item has that student attribution. So I can click and I can see, you know, who added things. If somebody added another idea, oh, the teacher added this idea right here. You can see I gave you a little bonus item down here, error that didn't fit in. And so easily as a teacher, I can just go in and out of my students' workspaces. I can add maybe a question here. Okay, what are the group names? And then I can add those questions here for my students to be thinking about as they are working together in that space. So it's collaborative workspace gives us an opportunity. You know, I brought this page in from Google Slides, added some interactivity on top of it, and now I have this page for my students to work on. All right, so I'm peeking into the chat here. I'm not seeing anything bubble up, but please let us know if you have any questions about those 2 activities. Now, I would love to hear from you, but how could you use a sorting activity like this with your students? What are some topics that you might use in a sorting activity? So I'm thinking, you know, maybe even in math, I might sort some equations, maybe depending on their answers, you know, greater than or less than a particular number. Certainly in science, I can think of a lot of ways to use sorting. Amy, I'm putting you on the spot here. Any ideas on how we might be able to use a sorting activity like this?
I think for younger students, maybe sorting vowels and consonants would be good. Maybe even color activities with younger students. There's anything you can sort. I think you could probably use this activity and do it.
Yeah, and I like how I can put in the images or words, and then that way, you know, maybe my younger students, that helps them connect to the topic.
Or maybe even for older students, maybe I have images of important historical figures, and we're going to sort them into 2 different categories, depending on different characteristics. So we can really level up this activity as well. All right, awesome. So let's keep going along. Let's look at a couple of different other ways to spark some curiosity. So we're going to use this collaborative workspace again. So this page is set to be view only right now, but I'm going to click on this little person and go ahead and set this up to be a collaborative workspace. I want us all to be on one team now, and we are going to use this graffiti wall here to brainstorm. What do we notice in this picture? What are we learning about today? We're learning about the states of matter, but what are we noticing in this picture? So maybe we'll start adding some ideas and some thoughts. I see, drops of water. I wonder what's happening there. I'm getting really interested in kind of that, in action that's happening in this picture. Yeah, we see some ice melting. We have this little light bulb here. Oh, great idea. Ice melting. You're right. I see that too. So we're able to add some of these, elements to the page for students to drag and drop, to maybe vote on each other's ideas or like each other's ideas. And maybe I even want students to add some images to this page too. So we're really just doing that quick brainstorm on this graffiti wall, just grabbing all of our students' thoughts. What do you notice here in the picture? Maybe I'm even going to grab the pen here and I'm going to start circling some items. So right there, I see some drops of water. Maybe I see a reflection here. So I wonder what's going on in that picture, right? So we can start, talking about what do we notice? Maybe if our students have some wonderings, just all right here on this page. All right. So I wonder what are some benefits of using a graffiti wall with students? What do you think, Amy?
I think probably one benefit would be, students might not be so quick to speak, but I think when they're writing, just like they'll text just about anything or Snapchat just about anything. Same thing works with a graffiti wall. They don't have to speak up and be embarrassed. They can just put it on the graffiti wall, and then you at least get some idea of who's understanding and who's not without them having to actually speak.
Yeah, I agree. And I like how they can see each other's responses and just build upon each other's work too. I know for me, sometimes I need someone else to give an idea before it sparks a new idea in myself. So I like that thought that students can be adding their work all together on that page, build upon each other's learning, and just get really interested in, what is this topic that we're going to be learning about today? How are we going to be exploring the states of matter today? I could also maybe use a video there as maybe one of my pages, I want a video, and then I use a graffiti wall with that. Maybe we have that visual there as well. So just a couple of extra ideas on how I might use that graffiti wall with students. All right. Thanks, Amy. All right. So let's try one more activity here. We can kind of take a look. But let's try to guess the states of matter on this activity. So this is a flip out activity. And what we have here are some interactive cards for students to explore. So first, we have some directions. All right, so read each clue. Can you guess the state of matter? All right, so let's kind of go through the clues here. Let's see if we can figure this one out. All right, it's one of the states of matter. All right, so there you go. It's one state of matter. All right, so there's our first clue. I'll just move that over here. We looked at that one. All right, number 2, I change shape. Well, I'm kind of thinking that eliminates one of the states of matter. I'm thinking maybe now more liquids or a gas, right? Because that solid's not going to change shape. Okay, so we'll move that over here. Made of atoms. Well, I think that probably applies to all of the states of matter. So there you go. All right. No definite volume. Maybe I'm starting to narrow it down. A product of evaporation. One last clue. Okay, so if a liquid heats, it will become meat. So to me, that eliminates that it's definitely not a liquid. I know if it moves around, it's not a solid. So I'm thinking that this one, maybe it's going to be a gas. What do you think, Amy?
I think it's a gas.
I think it's gas, right? So what I would do next is, have my students just wait to give their answer, right? We've looked at all the cards, we've flipped them over. I want them to be reading through the clues. I could have even had little images on these cards too to give students maybe a clue of what the bigger picture is. But all right, so now we have our ideas. And what I would ask students to do, I'm just going to go ahead and click on this little plus sign right over here. And I'm going to add shout it out. On this shout it out, students can add their thoughts. So what did they think was the answer? This is that student perspective right here. So for students, they get a box that pops up. They can type in, all right, well, I think it's a gas, and give their answer and send the response. Okay, great. So now on the board, there we go. All of our answers are starting to pop up. Okay, so some people said gas, so let's go ahead and sort those answers together. All right, and one person said steam. All right, so now if I click, we can kind of scroll through, see what everyone said, and great. And then we can start to debate and have some conversation around why did you choose that state of matter to contribute to our shout it out. I would ask students to defend their reasoning. So now, we're getting really interested in what is this topic, but now we're also diving a little deeper and we're having some of that productive conversation around why, what clues from the flip out cards did you think, added to your reasoning? What is your reasoning? All right. So I would love for everyone to kind of pop into the chat and think about some ideas and, what are you curious about learning to create now? So hopefully we sparked a little curiosity in the group here. If you want to hop into the chat and let us know, what's something you're curious about creating? We can even start one of those shout it out activities again too, right? So if I start another quick shout it out, how can we use this? All right, so what are you curious about creating? Maybe curious about creating a sorting game, right? And pop that on up to the screen. Awesome. Maybe you're curious about creating some helium, or back on that the states of matter topic there, but awesome. All right, maybe curious in some games. Thanks. There we go. Popping that up. Fantastic. All right. So let's dive on in. Let's start building a lesson. So how did we create this lesson? Just very quickly, you can create a lesson for your students using Loomio. And what we are actually going to do is we are going to start in our Google Drive. So I'm going to go ahead and head to my Google Drive. When you're in your Google Drive, you are able to find Loomio right in your waffle. So in the upper right-hand corner, I just started in my Google Drive, and I'm going to go ahead and click on my waffle and scroll down. And there is where I am going to find Loomio by Smart, just right inside my Google Drive. Just make sure that when you access Loomio, you're signed into your school district account, and that way you find Loomio just right in there. So again, I started in my Google Drive. I'm going to click on my waffle, and I'm going to scroll down until I find Loomio. As soon as I click on Loomio, it's going to ask me to sign in. I'm going to use Google. I'm going to use the school district account, and then you're brought right on in. So you can kind of click through. I was already signed in, so it kind of takes me right to my account. All right. So I really want to start building this lesson, but a couple of things before we start building the examples that we had. You'll notice once you sign into Loomio, you'll see your teacher account, you'll see your class ID, and you also have some other options here, such as editing your class. Maybe if you click there, maybe you needed to rename your class or reset your class ID. It's just kind of giving you the lay of the land here and what you see when you sign into Loomio. All right, if you're looking for some quick training, there is the training button right here, and you can just click there and you can review how to build a lesson using Loomio. You can also explore some resources. So when you click on this teal button right here, explore resources, I really want to highlight this for everyone. There are some already pre-built lessons and activities that you can grab and just add right to your library. So there are some Thanksgiving themed lessons, so they'll update that with current events, things like that, or what's coming up next. We also have, some digital manipulative, STEAM lessons, fractions, reading and writing. So if you scroll down here, you can find some additional lesson ideas and quick activities you can just grab, add to your Lumio library, and then you can easily share out with your students. All right, so let's get building. I'm going to click here on the house. And I'm back onto my Lumio library here. And what I would really like to do is click on this big green button. And I am going to add an activity. So if you are building along with me today, again, we started in Google Drive. We clicked on the waffle and we found Lumio there. So if you are building along with me, you can go ahead and click on the green button to add activities. Now, just note, up at the top of my page here, this lesson is also going to save in my Google Drive, and it's telling me where it's saving in my Google Drive. This will save in a folder called Lumio, because I started in my waffle. So when I'm looking for my Lumio lesson, I can come back to my Lumio library, or I could organize my lessons in folders in my Google Drive. That really gives me that nice flexibility to stay organized with my lessons. That way I can save them. Maybe I want science lessons or math lessons in a particular spot. All right. So the first thing I want to do for this lesson, I'm going to just really focus in right now on game-based activities right here. So in about the middle of the page, I have the option to build game-based activities. There are 12 different activities. And if you click on that icon right there, you can kind of explore along with me the different game-based templates that we have. So we built 2 of them today, and we'll start with that sorting activity. But there are more games and activities in here for you to explore. Matching, maybe a monster quiz. I know my students loved to play monster quiz. They always asked for it every week. You have an interactive word search, ranking, all different activities you can build with your students. If you see here, Monster Quiz says teacher-led and Team Quiz says teacher-led. That means I run those activities live with my students when they're connected to Hello Smart. I can also share my lesson out through a student share link for students to work independently, and the rest of these activities work really nicely for that student-paced learning. I'm going to go ahead and, like I said, I'm going to build the super sort. Now, if you're interested in one of these other games, you can always click on this little hat and it'll give you a preview of the activity. So if you're curious what this activity does, you can always click on that little preview. All right, well, let's build a game. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Super Sort. All right, so I could put the category names up here. Maybe I want to label them as solids and liquids. But we wanted to use this activity to get our students really thinking about, okay, what are we learning about today? Get really kind of interested in this topic. So instead of labeling them, I'm just going to put group 1 and group 2. I want to level up this sorting activity so students are really thinking critically about what are these 2 topics. Like I said, we can add images or text, and we saw that in the example. So in order to add text, I could just, right here, I could write bricks or ice. And then maybe I'm going to do an image search. So I want to add an image. So I'm going to click on the little mountain and this panel pops up. I can select an image I have saved to my device, or I could do a quick search for online images. So maybe I want to search for wood. Looking for some logs of wood here, and I can go ahead and select another image. I'll just take this one and pop it on into my activity. Group 2, those were my liquids. So maybe I'm going to do that image search again, and I'll search for water. Okay, there's some water, and okay. Or maybe milk or juice. Okay, so now that's been added to the page here into this little activity builder. I'm going to click next. I have lots of pre-built backgrounds here. Some have music and sound, some don't. As a teacher, you can decide if you want that on or off. Or I could build a custom super sort. If I wanted to maybe give my students a hint, what are we doing in this activity, or what is our lesson about today? I could grab that custom theme. But, the pirates were always super fun. That's a fun theme. So I'm going to stick with the pirate theme and then click finish. All right. So this is now saving this game to my saving this game activity to my Lumio lesson, saving it to my Lumio library, but it's also telling me it's saving in my Google Drive. So I'm going to find this lesson in my Google Drive. I'm now in edit mode. So now I'm ready to edit my lesson. I know I'm editing because I have the blue bar at the top. I could, like I said, add some of that audio here. Maybe I want to give my students a hint or a thinking question. What are the similarities and, what are the differences between these objects? I can click to preview the activity. All right, great, looks good. And then where it says super sort, maybe I'm going to title this something different. What is the sorting rule? All right, so I really want my students thinking about what that sorting rule is. Okay, so now we have our game all set up here. And before I move on, I'm just going to take a pause and I'm going to title my lesson. Right now it says untitled, but I know in my Google Drive sometimes, I have other, docs and things that are untitled. So I want to make sure I have labeled this. So I'm going to go ahead and title it Stakes Matter. And that way I know which lesson this one is. Great. And it's telling me it's saving as I go. Okay, so now I want to click on that blue plus sign down here. Now back in my Google Drive, I have this Google slide right here that I'll just pull up. So here's a Google slide that I have that had that template for students and the one that I wanted them to interact with in one of the collaborative workspaces. But instead of keeping it here in slides, I'm just going to go ahead and bring it on into Lumio. So the way that I bring in and import my content and just kind of bring that all in is by this import resource button in the upper left-hand corner. I can bring in a PDF. I could bring in PowerPoint, but I could bring in my Google files like Google Slides or Google Docs. I can bring those right into Lumio. So I'm going to click Import Resource. I can pull from what's saved on my device. That's local storage. I can pull from my library. That's my Lumio library. So think about how we took a look at some of those lessons and explore resources. If I added any of those to my Lumio library, I could just pull those right in and add those into any lesson. But I want to pull from my Google Drive. So I'm going to click on Google Drive. And I can do a quick search or T-chart sorting. There we go. There's my lesson. And I'm going to go ahead and just pull that on in. All right, if this had more than one page, I could select which pages I want to bring in, but it just has the one. And now I'm going to click Add. So now we've just been really easily able to create this new lesson, combine another resource, and bring that on in. Well, when I bring my Google Slides into Lumio, it is going to be an image kind of locked onto the page. So if I want students to interact with any content, I want them to sort. On this page, I have a little, box for them. That's where I'm going to put some of those items to sort. I'm going to add those once I bring them into Lumio, and that way it's interactive for my students. So at the top, I have this capital A text box, and this is where I can add some of those words for students to sort. So maybe I'll change the font or change the size here. I can select a color. If I click on the three little dots, I have more color options. I'll just go with the blue for now. And then what are some of the solids? Well, maybe bricks. All right, I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this. There we go. Then I get some more text boxes here, maybe water. All right. Now I also want to bring images into this page. So what I'm going to do is come up to the top and click on this little mountain with a plus sign. What that is going to do, once I click here, I can select an image. Again, I've saved on my device. I could add a web link to this page. Maybe I want students to go out to another site and explore. What I want to do is start searching here for different liquids. So here's tea. Let's drag that onto the page. And let me add that right here. All right, so now we have some images for students to sort, and we can just add those right to the page here. Maybe an apple. Okay, great. Just bring that on in. All right, so I can really just make some custom drag and drop activities for my students. You know, I started this with the sorting, but truly I can bring in any page for students, and I want them just to move the text or the images around, and they easily can do that right here once I bring in my Google Slide into Lumio. What I want to do next is convert this page into a collaborative workspace because I want students to work together on this page. I want to use that small group feature so I can have students talking about and sharing, you know, what is the sorting rule? What are we going to label the two groups? And then how are we going to sort these different pictures and the text? So in the upper right-hand corner, I have a little magic wand. If I click there, I can convert the page into that individual handout. That means every student gets their own copy, but I want students working collaboratively and really discussing and talking about what are those two categories. So I'm going to make this a collaborative workspace. And again, I can just label this here. What is the sorting rule? And then if I preview this just real quick, it's all set up for my students. They're going to have the different tools that they can use. They could add their own thoughts to the page or simply sort. All right. I'm not seeing any questions pop in, but feel free to stop and ask questions as we're going along if we need to review or go over something again. So we started by building with our game, and then we added this collaborative workspace. Well, now I'm really interested in making that graffiti wall page for my students. So I'm simply going to add one of the pages just right here in Lumio and then add some images to it. So bottom left-hand corner, I have this plus sign. If I click here, okay, so far we've imported content. I certainly, if I had my page set up somewhere else or a PDF saved in my Google Drive, maybe I want to bring that in. But what I am going to do is scroll down just a little bit and go into new page. So I'm going to click on this new page. And whoa, there are some options in here. They've a new Thanksgiving page option here. So they're updating those as we go, but lots of different page templates. So if you wanted, you know, some sort of background to your page, I think I'm just going to go with a blank page for right now because I want my students to add the content, but I'll come in here. Let's see, new blank page. Let me just add that right there. Okay, great. So it's going to set it up here on my lesson, and I am going to grab another image. So I'm going to click on the image. Again, I can save from my computer, but I am going to do a quick search here, maybe for ice melting, and that way my students really can see that in action, what's happening in real time here in the picture. All right, let me grab this one and put that onto the page. Now, I don't want this object to move around. When I was building my sorting activity, I wanted the students to move and drag and drop. But on this page, I don't want them to drag this around. So what I'm going to do is click on the page or click on this picture, click on the little drop-down menu, the circle with the little arrow, and I'm going to select lock. That's going to glue that image down to the page. The students can't move it around. I want to add that thinking question. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that capital A text tool, click on the page, maybe make this a little larger. Okay, and I'm going to write, what do you notice? So then once I click outside of this text box, I can move my question. Maybe I want to resize it a little. There we go. All right, well, I'm going to lock this down again. So I'm going to go ahead and select lock. And now that's been locked down to the page. All right. So the next thing I'm going to do is click on the little magic wand in the upper right-hand corner. And once I click there, I can convert this page again into that collaborative workspace. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and click on collaborative workspace. And I can write that question here again. What do you notice? And then if we preview, great, we can see that's set up. Oh, but I think I forgot something on my page. So I'm going to go ahead and just edit this again. So if I click edit. All right. So now on the page, I'm actually going to add that little light bulb because I wanted students to be able to add to each other's thoughts using that image. So I'm going to go ahead, just click on this mountain with a plus sign and search for light bulb. Or maybe I have it saved on my computer and I'm going to go ahead and drag this on. Make that smaller, drag it onto the page. What I'm going to do here is click on the drop down and then click Infinite Cloner. And now students can drag and drop as many as they need. So I can build my own digital manipulatives this way. This we're using in a collaborative space in our graffiti wall, but I certainly could build drag and drop on any page. And that way students have as many of those light bulbs as they need to mark each other's ideas. All right, let me pause here. Amy, any questions popping in or anything that we can add?
We don't have any questions. If anybody has questions, feel free to also come off mute. You don't have to put it in the chat. You can come off mute and ask Sarah.
Come off mute.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and click on the little
Hey guys,
magic.
I'm sorry if I can interrupt. We did. I saw Kiara in the chat asked if there's any Jeopardy type templates.
Ooh, that's a great question. Let's pop out of here for a second. I'm going to go into Explore Resources. And there we go. Jeopardy templates right here. So I would head into that Explore Resources and do a search. Great idea. All right. Any other questions that we missed?
Stephen, I think you may have a different view into the chat than I do, so we'll rely on you to say if there's any questions.
Yeah, exactly. There's some great suggestions. You can simply walk up to your panel, click to sign in and then open up your lesson. And even, I even talked to a teacher a few weeks ago who had to, move her classroom area and be really flexible. And she didn't always have access to a smart board. And she was using Lumio with her small groups because she was able to have those students connect to Hello Smart and then go through the lesson from their devices. So yeah, those are some great suggestions to be able to kind of have that flexibility and just be able to go to different, if you are one of those teachers where you have to be, in and out of rooms and things like that. Awesome. All right. Any other questions we can stop and answer? All right. Well, we'll keep moving along, but certainly we can stop again or just stop us and we will answer those questions. Great questions popping in. All right. So again, this was my graffiti wall. I want to convert this into a collaborative space. So if I click on that little magic wand, I can make this a collaborative space, change the name here. Whoop. What do you notice? And then it's all set up and ready to go for my students. Great. Okay, so the next thing we wanted to add to this lesson were some of those flip out cards that gave our students some clues as to what the topic was or what that item was that connects to the topic. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the plus sign, and then I'm going to come back into game-based activities. So once I come back into game-based activities, here we go. Let's go into flip out. Now, I love to use Flip Out. You know, we're going to use this as an example of giving students some clues, but they are digital cards. So you can make some digital flashcards with these. If you make even more cards, you can grab some digital playing cards. If you look at Explore Resources, we have some of those in there. Also, I love to use Flip Out as a choice board. So you could, on one side, put some options for your students, you know, for small group time, or some stations, rotations, things like that. You can easily make some choice boards for your students using Flip Out. Now here, I'm going to start with the directions card because I want students to start on that directions card. So we're going to add the directions. Read each clue. Okay, and then I can kind of add those directions there. And then we had the first one, you know, we're going to start off kind of broad, right? So I am a state of matter. And then clue 2, I change shape. And let's put in one more here. I am the product of evaporation. All right, so I've added some of my clues here. I can also use images on this activity. So I could easily click on that little mountain and I could add some images for students to look at too. Maybe I have some screen grabs that I wanted students to look at to really dive into the topic, or I'm going to do that quick search. So if I search on that, click on that image icon, this looks similar to when we were building SuperSort. I could simply add some images into the activity. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and click next. And then here, I have, again, different themes that are built in, but I could also make a custom theme. All right, so that's what I did for this activity. So I'm going to click custom and next. And then I have the little mountain here where I could put an image maybe on the background. So if I wanted kind of a maybe paper background or something plain. All right, let's see. I want them thinking about, oh, this is what I used, I think. So there we go. Okay. And then I'm going to click save. So there's my background. And then I'm going to click on this little icon right here. And this is how I could add, you know, the front or the back of the card. So let's see, magnifying glass. I'm just going to do that quick search right there. Kind of scroll through a little bit and then grab an image that I want for the card. And maybe, again, maybe I have something already saved on my device and I could just pull that in. All right, so that's how I can build those custom themes. I can really make this work for, you know, what's going to work best for my lesson. And I'm going to click finish. All right, we'll preview this. There we go. My cards are all ready to go. My students can move these around and sort, maybe put them in a different order. Oh, you know what? I'm going to fix one more thing on my activity. So if I click edit and next, go into that custom theme. And let's see here. Let me go into the cards. And I actually want this to be that darker font so it kind of pops a little bit. So I just clicked on that little A and that's that darker font. All right, there we go. Looks like it's all set for my students. And finally, I wanted to have that shout it out on this lesson so that students, once they figure it out and they make all their guesses, they can add that shout it out. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that plus sign. And in the middle here is shout it out. All right, so I can put my question here. This is the state of matter. Share your guess. Okay, and I can just add that right here. Students for shout it out, they can add text or images. So maybe I want students to add an image of a gas, okay? Image of the example. Maybe I want to give students more than 3 guesses. Maybe I want to show or hide student names. I'm just going to have this all be on one screen, which is randomized, but I could also dive into categories here. So maybe I want to use this for a 3-2-1 reflection or a KWL chart. I easily could do that. And I'll pick next. I can have the classic background, or I could customize and add an image. And I will click finish.
All right, I'm going to dive back into that plus sign, just show you a couple more things you can build in Lumio. But do we have any questions that we could address before we move on? All right, so I'll keep moving along. But if I click on that plus sign, in here we have some more items I could add to my lesson. Maybe I want to add a quick YouTube video for students to watch and to get curious about a new topic. Maybe I'm going to show them a graph using Desmos, for any of our math teachers. And then I want them to, what do you notice about this graph? So you have a graphing calculator here. More content is coming to spark some curiosity for your students. And down at the bottom, lots of ready-made resources you can add, such as activating prior knowledge. So thinking about using that KWLQ chart, or what do you know about the topic? Or maybe I want students to use an entrance ticket or draw what they know about a topic. And then I also have some questioning and reflection activities here for students as well. If I'm interested in what these do, I can click on that little graduation cap and watch a quick little video. You also have the same manipulatives and graphic organizers in Lumio that you also see on your smartboard. If you have been exploring some of these in the whiteboard, you could have them pre-created here in Lumio and then simply open up your lesson on the board. And I'll talk about that in a minute too, so you know how to open your lessons and how to deliver. Okay, so now that we have our lesson all set up for our students, I'm going to go ahead and click Finish Editing. I'm looking at my Lumio library. I can click Start, and I can run this lesson live with my students. All right, I have my arrows, and I can click through. Again, your email address is attached to your class ID. So let me click on the little people right here and pop out these directions. Students go to Hello Smart. They can sign in. That way they can come back to their work later. If they sign in using Google and their school district account, they can come back and keep working. So if you started a workspace, they can come and work on it tomorrow. If they made some predictions about what are we learning about today, you can pull that back up tomorrow and we can keep using that same space. All right. Because I'm looking here at Lumio, a couple of other things that you can do. You'll notice when I was delivering my lesson, I clicked on the plus sign in the left-hand corner, and I added a quick shout it out activity. Because in the moment, I wanted to grab from my students what they thought and some feedback. Maybe I want them to put questions in there. I could also add a whiteboard. So maybe I'm going to add a quick whiteboard to my lesson, convert that to a collaborative space, and then students can add their thoughts. Or I could add a Desmos graphing calculator in my lesson as I'm delivering it. These three little lines in the upper left-hand corner give me some nice options here. This is how I can end my lesson, but I could also go in and edit my lesson or make a copy. If you teach multiple sections, you might want to have a copy of your lesson for each section. Kind of helps keep the work separated in that copy of the lesson. And I'm going to go ahead and click Share now. This option is great because what I do here is I could share this lesson with another teacher. If you create a lesson, you can easily share this with a colleague or start to create a collection of lessons to share with each other. When another teacher receives a copy of the lesson, it won't have any student work. I could also grab this student share link for students to work outside of class. And that way, if they start a workspace in class together, I can share this out with my students. They could keep working on it, adding their thoughts or reflections just right there inside the lesson. Again, if they're going back and they're signing in with the same Google account, then they're going to be able to continue to work on their lesson. All right, so let me head back in here and kind of loop back then to if you are delivering this lesson from your smartboard, you actually have a little shortcut here for yourself. So what you're able to do with your smartboard is sign into your board. Once you sign into your board, again, you're using Google and your school district account. It's all that same account. But what you're going to be able to do, let me pull up this page real quick to demonstrate this for you.
what you're going to be able to do is sign into your board. Remember, that's that little smiley face in the upper left-hand corner. If you are moving to different classrooms, this can be a great way for you to walk to another classroom, click to sign in, and then what you're going to do is click on Files, and you'll find Files just right at the bottom of the screen. Once you click on Files, you'll see Lumio right at the top, and if you don't see that in the drop-down menu, you can just click there and select Lumio, and all of your Lumio files will be right there. So simply signing in, go to Files, and you're going to see all of your Lumio lessons just right in those files. You'll tap, you'll open the file, and you can deliver it to your students. Again, they connect using Hello Smart, and then you can, start activating prior knowledge, getting them excited, getting them curious about different topics and ideas just by clicking on the file and start delivering it. All right. Any additional questions there? Anything I can review before I get into some of the resources that we have?
Hey, it looks like there's nothing in the chat right now.
All right. Well, thanks so much. So we do have some resources for you. If you go to this bit.ly link, Ready, Set, Lumio, here is a whole host of different resources that you can refer back to. We do have a Lumio playlist on your JCPS YouTube channel, so you can refer to that playlist. But if you wanted to, you could hop into the Lumio by Smart YouTube channel. All these different parts and pieces that we talked about today. There are short videos you can go in and watch and, learn the how-to or maybe get some quick tips and ideas. If you are interested in some more instructional ideas, I would point you to these Lumio resources right here. So if I click on Lumio resources, it will, let me pop up the, so if we go to the bit.ly, Ready, Set, Lumio, right here, I'm just going to click here on the Lumio resources. And what this is going to do is it's going to take you to some Lumio teacher toolkits. So some additional ideas. We looked at some of the game-based learning today, but if I click here on game-based learning, you'll see all the games are broken down with some ideas on how to level them up with Bloom's taxonomy in mind. So it's going to give you some additional ideas on ways that you can use. Today we talked about super sort. So if I click on super sort, great. Here are some 3 different ways that I could use super sort with students. So just some awesome ways to level up some of these games, give you some more ideas on how you might be able to use them. Flip out, that was the other example we looked at today. So maybe flashcards or a what am I, like we talked about today, or choice boards. All right. Other resources in here. In the Lumio toolkits, you have ideas for English language learners, social emotional learning, formative assessments, active learning, all those great different ideas here. There are some more resources in here, such as our Smart Ambassador community. If you are interested in connecting with other educators, you don't have to be a Lumio or Smart expert, but if you are interested in connecting with a global community, it is an active community. I would encourage you to apply to become a Smart Ambassador. You are welcome to reach out to us, but also connect with us on social media, whether it's Twitter, we have a Lumio Educators Facebook group, or on Instagram at Go Lumio. So super excited to hear about all the things that you're doing. Feel free to tag us and connect with us. I can put my email address up here one more time if you'd like to reach out to myself or Amy. We would love to hear from you, chat with you, and hear about all the wonderful ways that you're using Lumio or your Smartboard and all those things. So I know we have a few more minutes. If we have any additional questions, I'm certainly happy to answer them. If not, best of luck as you're starting to explore Lumio and build some lessons.
Thanks, everybody, for joining us on a Friday afternoon. Feel free to reach out, as Sarah said, to either one of us if you have any questions that you just didn't think about while we were on the phone, we're happy to answer them.
Thank you both. That was a great presentation. We will work to get it up on the Digital Learning channel, so anybody who was unable to join us live will be able to watch on demand and use the power of pause to catch up on all the great ways that they can use Lumio and their new smart interactive panel.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Stephen. Have a good weekend.
Thanks. You too, everybody.
All
All
right.
right, let's take a look at the
Bye.
schedule. And it looks like coming up next at 3 o'clock, we are going to have Elementary Nearpod with Karen Goldstein. So we have a few minutes before Karen joins us. Thank you to those that spent their Gold Day time with us today. We do appreciate, we do know this day is golden and your time is special. Let's take a look at Twitter and see what's going on the JCPS Dig In hashtag. Oh, wait. I think I saw Karen coming back in. Hey, Karen, how are you?
Hi there. I'm great. Thanks. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't want to jump in too soon and interrupt somebody else, so I was trying to.
No, it was perfect. I was just getting ready to try to kill some time, so I'm glad you're here. You can go ahead and get your presentation started up so we can get started right at 3.
Awesome. All right. Let me.
And for those of you joining us, this will be about how to use Nearpod in elementary instruction, correct?
That is correct.
Great. Do I need to share that Join Nearpod in the chat
Yeah.
for?
If you would put that link in the chat, that would be awesome.
Okay.
For anyone joining, that's KNGI7, and you can pop into the Nearpod with that.
And that's join.nearpod.com, correct?
Yes. Or if you just go to nearpod.com, you'll find the student join link or box is right there on the main page too. So
All right, great.
that'll.
We have our very own Rebecca Reynolds is getting that in the chat for us.
Great. Well, I'll give people just a minute. I know we've got a minute before 3, so
Yes, you have a minute, so you're good. I can see your screen fine. If you do want to, down in the bottom where it says the little blue hide, if you can click that, that way we only see what you want to show us. Great.
Perfect.
For those of you here live, if you don't mind, put your school and your role in the chat so we know which teachers are joining us today.
And as you're joining, if you want to join the Nearpod, we are going to have you participate in the interactive activities. So it'd be great to join in there. If you just go to nearpod.com and in the student join box type KNGI7. That's also in the chat, I understand. So I'm going to close this and get into the Nearpod. And as you're getting into the Nearpod, the first activity that we have is a Collaborate board. Oh, this happened to me yesterday. Let's see if I can get it to refresh. Oh, there it goes.
All right, looks good. Oh,
I had this happen yesterday and it just took a couple tries to get it to show up. It's there, but it's like, let's see if I unhide if that matters.
do you need to start it first? Because Rebecca's trying to get in. Okay, she's in.
All
right,
yeah,
looks like
I was
it's working on our end.
Okay. There we go. So this Collaborate board is an awesome way to start the lesson with an activity that gets kids going right away as they're coming in, so they don't have to wait for everyone. So I'm going to do that. And you'll notice one option I have with the Collaborate board is to approve posts if I want to. I'm going to trust you as adults. So as you're coming in, please feel free to pop your name, which school you teach at, if you have a grade level subject area, and if you have any burning questions about Nearpod, let me know those as well so I can be sure to address them. And I'll give people just a minute or so to add to this and let us know who's here, and then we'll move on. And if you're just joining, This is the code to join the Nearpod, KNGI7. Almost King, only reversed letters. So I'll give people just a moment. All right, moving ahead, one thing you may be wondering if you're new to Nearpod is, what does this do? How does it work? Oh, and I must have said to approve it. There we go. Oh, that's a good question. My favorite things. I'll try and share that. You may be kind of wondering, what does this do? How does it fit? One of the couple things I want to tell you about that. At Nearpod, what we're really trying to do is provide you a tool that brings all of the things that you might need as you're teaching a lesson into one place. So think engagement, formative assessment, quizzes, results, interaction, collaboration. It's all in Nearpod. And from a teacher perspective, you have full control over what students can see and when. And to give you a sneak peek, you're seeing my screen as a teacher. I can quickly flip to student view. I'm also going to go live to a student screen so you can see what that would look like. It's very flexible. And one thing you may want to do today, and a really great way to help students with this, is create this Nearpod as a set of notes that you can keep. So if you click on the little notes icon, I can save that to my Google Drive or send it to myself via email, and I will have all of the slides that are in this presentation, as well as any notes that I might take on individual slides. So that could be a great way for students to keep track of the learning that goes on. So I'm going to move ahead, and my first activity after the Collaborate board is a quick poll. How familiar are you with Nearpod? And there are quite a few choices here, from everything from you're brand new, haven't used it before, you know how to use some existing lessons, you can create your own lessons, you can add activities or tweak existing lessons, launch quick activities, go from live to student paced and back. Take just a second to highlight your knowledge. And the nice thing about a poll question is you can set it up so students have one answer, or they can pick multiple answers, and just click submit once you've chosen your answers. So I've got one brand new, a brand new, and a know how to launch. Great. All right, an experienced user. All right. I may ask you questions. All right, I'm going to move on from there. As I mentioned, there are so many different tools that sometimes it's hard to remember the logins for them all, how to get to them, what to do, move in and out of your Google Slides or some other slides to make the activity. In Nearpod, it's all in one. If you want to make interactive slides, you can import your Google Slides or make slides right in Nearpod. And we've been making improvements to the Nearpod slide editor this fall. And there have been quite a few. If you need an interactive video, you can now easily embed your interactive videos into Nearpod, or add interactive elements to videos that you bring into Nearpod. So add discussion questions, make stopping points with prompts. Very easy to do that. You can collaborate with a Collaborate board. Gamification, of course, Time to Climb is super popular. Great way to get kids thinking quickly about the content that you're teaching. There are simulations in Nearpod. There are virtual reality locations, 9 different types of formative assessment, thousands, literally thousands and thousands of standards aligned content lessons, the ability to annotate your screen and open up a whiteboard so you can draw right on it, and the ability to allow students to create their own Nearpods. And what we really want to do is provide multiple points of entry. Just like for students, we've tried to give them content that is accessible wherever they are. We are trying to do exactly the same thing for teachers with Nearpod. So there are tons of lessons that you can take right off the shelf and launch. If they match your curriculum, run with the lesson as it is. If you like parts of it, but some other parts of it aren't quite what you need, or you want to present a part of the topic a different way, you can tweak a pre-made lesson and adjust the content, adjust the activities. You, of course, can create your own lesson, or you can just grab one quick activity. So maybe as a starting point, all you do is ask a poll question for your students as they walk in the door, or give them an open-ended exit slip as they walk out. All of these are ways that you can quickly and easily access things in Nearpod. If I'm working along and all of a sudden I kind of think, I wonder if people are understanding, I can grab a quick activity, add an open-ended question or a draw it slide or a true or false question, and get some quick feedback from my students right in the middle, even if it was unplanned. So Nearpod gives you that flexibility to plan your lessons, but also adapt to what your students need. Of course, the lesson library is extensive, and identifying lessons from within that is sometimes challenging. So on this slide is a link for tips for using the Nearpod lesson library. And this gives you some more information about the Digital Citizenship and Literacy Collection, which is an additional collection of lessons that you have in JCPS. And the next slide is a video that explains how to search the library. The cool thing about videos when you have them in Nearpod is that you can set it up so that it's eyes to the front. You're all going to watch my screen and while I play the video, or I can let the video play on everyone's device. So if people are at home or remote, they could, or have headphones, they could put their headphones in and listen to it. But again, it gives you some flexibility. I'm going to say this device only, and I'm not actually going to press play here for time's sake. But when you go back and watch this, you can see the searching. You can search by grade level, by standard, by keyword. It really is a flexible way to find activities, videos, and lessons in Nearpod. And one thing that some people don't always think about is we tend to save the engagement for after the lesson, but why not start with it? Start with a time to climb. Even if students don't know the answers, that sort of primes them for what the lesson is going to be about and what they might learn. Have them do a matching pair to give you a sense of who knows about this topic already, or ask them to do a draw it. What do you know already? But get kids going from the beginning so they're engaged and ready to dive in deeper. So here are just a few ideas that I collected from different people I've talked with. The question about my favorite activity or favorite thing about Nearpod, I think drag and drop hands down is my most favorite new feature. And I have a drag and drop later that you can try. But honestly, I think beyond that type of activity, my favorite thing is the flexibility. Because one of the things that I really love is I can create a lesson that starts out whole group, as so many of our teaching does, especially in the elementary school. And then I can switch my lesson to a student-paced mode, so I can send students off either to work individually, and I can provide differentiated content on a slide, or to work in small groups, and I can have different content on different slides. So that flexibility to pull in resources that apply to the whole group, resources that I can apply individually or in small groups, and then bring everybody back together again, I think is really powerful. So draw it. Great way to annotate something. Get a real-time sense of what kids know, especially younger students, with allowing them to draw right on a slide or circle. A poll is always a quick way to check understanding, and something that young students, given fewer options, can easily answer. Having students create their own Nearpods is a very exciting way to show their learning. Watching students work in real time, I think is powerful. And if you can, because you can share a slide as students are working on it, then you can ask kids to share their thinking. One of the biggest positives to Nearpod is the ability to make sure that every student has the opportunity to be heard, not just the ones who are quickest or raise their hand or say the most. Giving every child an opportunity to respond promotes equity and ensures that all voices are acknowledged. You also can very easily highlight important topics. This lesson that I linked is one about the current, and this lesson is just from October 21st or October 11th, but it's talking about the TikTok challenges that are going around and kind of the problems with those. So it's a great way to present a topic that is often very close to kids now, but do it in a way that promotes positive conversation and problem solving around how to deal with it. So this is another Collaborate board, and I'm just going to give you a minute or so to throw out some of your ideas. What are you thinking? How do you use Nearpod? What are your best tips? This is where I always learn the most, in hearing from others about how you're using Nearpod in the classroom. Where do you see it fit? What would you like to do? So I'll give you about a minute to brainstorm some of your ideas for how you use Nearpod in your classroom. And one thing, if you haven't played with the Collaborate board, not only can you type a response, but you can also search the Google image library and put a picture. So if I wanted to look at a picture for Collaborate, I could choose that and save it and post that to the Collaborate board. So that's kind of a fun way to show learning as well. And again, when we're thinking about differentiating for students who might not be as skilled, maybe I can type the first few letters of the image I'm thinking about and share that instead of having to type out a whole response. All right, I'm going to jump ahead. And the next section of this is a self-paced section. So I'm going to now turn this over to you for a couple minutes and allow you to do a little learning about amphibians. And just as how I've set this up as a teacher, this content activity is a Sway, a Microsoft Sway, which is just a really cool way to present content. It moves and it allows me to click in to learn more about different things. But this one is all about amphibians. And I chose this just because I love the pictures. I think it's visually exciting. So what I'm going to do, if you see down here at the bottom, is that I'm going to turn on student paced mode for the next few slides and allow you, actually I think it's to 17, allow you to walk through these slides yourself. So read about amphibians, and after you read about amphibians, you're going to have a couple activities to do. And if I'm in the classroom with students, this would allow me the time to walk around and interact with kids, maybe help support students who need more language support in understanding vocabulary, or provide additional extension to students who have already done some of it. And you know how that kind of thing goes. So I'm turning on student-paced mode, and that means you can work ahead at your own pace. So I'm going to give you 2 or 3 minutes to work through the content, learn a little bit about amphibians, and participate in some of the activities, and then I'll bring you back together. As you're working, one other feature, sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to show you this so you knew it was there. We also, oh, well, actually I hadn't been talking until then. I was, yep, students are self-paced, so they should be working on their own. But one other feature that you can enable, and this is something teacher by teacher can enable in their managed Nearpod area, but you can turn on the immersive reader feature. And what this little icon, the book with the speaker, does is it will read the contents of the slide to the student. And I think most exciting is not only will it read it to them in English, but they can adjust it so that it can also read it to them in another language. So all I have to do is click on the little book and speaker icon.
Sort
and
the
then
animal pictures. Put amphibians on one side and not amphibians on the other.
And if I wanted to actually put this into a different language, I could choose that language and it would translate it and then read it to me in that language. I can also zoom in line by line, couple lines. I can do some work with font sizes, colors. So if you have students with challenges who need that different contrast, you can do that. I can also highlight different parts of speech. So if I wanted it to identify all of the nouns, I could have it show me where are the nouns in it. So I think the immersive reader is an exciting feature that can be really beneficial to a lot of students. And you can change how fast the voice goes. So it could be slower if you need to slow it down. So the immersive reader, I think, is fun and incredibly helpful. If you're sort of wondering, wow, especially for young elementary students, this seems like a lot of things to learn, there are Nearpod lessons to teach how to use Nearpod that will teach the different tools. So you could do one quick lesson on kind of, here's your orientation to how to work within Nearpod, and then your students will be good to go. So you can see how I can sort my amphibians. My final slide here, what was the most interesting thing? This is a draw it slide, so students could hear the instructions, and then I could draw the most interesting thing, or I could use a text box to type the most interesting thing. And then final activity is a little matching lesson on understanding what you've learned about amphibians. So I am going to turn off student paced mode. And now that brings everybody back together. So I'm now in control of the screen for all of you. So I can see the work that people have submitted. And one of the nice things is, as you're submitting work, you can share that work out to the whole group so that students can see what's going on. And as I mentioned before, sometimes this is a great way to have students articulate their thinking and explain what they were doing as they were doing that work. So in real time, I can see exactly how people are doing, what they're understanding. And then on the matching, I would see how people did on the matching, how many tries they took, and how many matches they got correct. So again, lots of in-the-moment formative assessment data. There we go. So that is a very crash course in things in Nearpod, just scratching the surface, but hopefully giving you a sense of all the different possibilities within Nearpod, the ways you might use it. And here are some resources to support you as you dive in deeper. So first one is our quarterly camp is coming up next week. Camp Engage Fall is happening next Thursday evening through Sunday afternoon. There are over 70 different sessions about Nearpod, and this year we've designed some tracks. So there's like a beginner Nearpod track, but again, just tons of exciting sessions. There even it's the closest thing I can describe it to is a poetry slam, but it's a Nearpod slam. So if you're interested in presenting your awesome Nearpod idea, you can submit a short Flipgrid describing that idea, and then you may be selected, and there are prizes for those who are selected. So this link will take you to register to Camp Engage. Like all of our sessions, if you can't attend, register, and the recording will be sent to you. And with Camp Engage, if you're unable to attend, but you register and you watch the recording within the week after, actually I think it's the week after Thanksgiving, you will still receive a certificate showing your participation. So that's kind of cool that not only do you if you couldn't be there at the exact time, if you watch it later, that still counts. There are also tons and tons and tons of resources on our Nearpod website that will help you. So as far as training goes, we do have district cohort webinars that are specifically for our districts that are using Nearpod. Those are totally free, and the November, December sessions are tips, tricks, and quick ideas for using Nearpods. We also have weekly webinars that go everything from Nearpod 101, the basics, to much more advanced, to integrating Nearpod with Google Slides. The topics change every week, so feel free to look into those. We have a number of quick how-to videos right on the website. We have an awesome blog. That content is updated typically at least once a week, if not more than once a week. So if you're looking for ideas specific to language learners, social studies, language or special education students, you will find a blog about it. And if you click on that link to the blog section, there is a search, so you can search the blogs. They are written by Nearpod professional services members as well as Nearpod users. We have a great YouTube channel with tons of videos on YouTube. We also have a super active Facebook community. When I first started working at Nearpod, I learned as much from the Facebook community as I did from anybody else, because there are questions posted every day, and there are Nearpod moderators who answer some of them, but some of the best answers come from the other users who are part of the group. And then if you're interested, it's not hard to become Nearpod certified. All you do is attend a training, design a lesson around our best practices, and then deliver that lesson to at least 3 students and submit it to the Nearpod certification team. And you can earn your Nearpod certified educator badge. It also unlocks some kind of be in the know, first to know about events. So it's kind of an exciting way to learn more and use Nearpod more. Couple really sneak peeks about things in the future. Time to Climb, beginning shortly after January. You know how tech enhancements are. It's hard to pin a date down yet, but in the new year, Time to Climb is going to be enhanced with some time, the ability to slow down the questions if you see that there's a need. You also can pause and address misconceptions at the point of the question. You are going to have additional themes and the ability to control the volume. So we're really excited about improvements to Time to Climb. The other thing I think is so exciting is that the Collaborate board is going to get some intensive work so that it becomes much more collaborative, allowing you to arrange student posts in categories or columns. It's also going to allow students to respond to each other's posts, so students can actually type a response on a post. And you'll also be able to attach a reference media like a PDF or a video to help provide additional information relevant to the content of the Collaborate board. And then we're really have been listening carefully to feedback around the reporting. And we know that that's some of the most critical information is, how did my students perform? So enhancements are coming to our reporting section, a new format that's going to give you a bigger picture look across all students and across multiple activities and even multiple lessons. So I think that is going to be really exciting to people. And again, all of these enhancements are coming in the early part of 2022. So be on the lookout for some of those in the future. And as always, we continue to increase our library of videos and activities and lessons, as well as our partnerships with other organizations who provide content inside of Nearpod. So, if you didn't find a particular area before, don't assume that it's not there now, because we typically add new content every single month. So it's worth searching again if you didn't find something the first time. So as we wrap up here, I offered an open-ended question box. What was the most valuable thing you learned today? And/or do you have additional questions? So I'll pause for a second and see. Feel free to add your question or your most valuable learning experience. And one thing to note, which I think is really important for younger students, is the ability to just record an audio clip. So I could just speak my question, which is great to first kids who are challenged by all the typing, or students who have different needs and need to be able to speak it. So I'll give you just a minute. You'll notice I can enable the immersive reader so I can have that read to me. We'll give you just a minute to
Karen, that was great information. We really appreciate the session. We will make sure to get that up on the digital learning channel so people that could not join us live today will be able to go back, watch it on demand, use the power of pause to learn how Nearpod can help them with their elementary school instruction.
Sounds excellent. I appreciate the opportunity to share today.
Thank you. You have a good weekend. And thanks to all our viewers. Thanks for joining us on your Gold Day. We appreciate you coming to learn with us and spending your time with us. And like I said, we'll get all the videos from today up on the Digital Learning Channel. Have a great weekend, everybody.
It's a wrap.
Boom! Shakalaka.
Time to go.
Yes.